Wake up and you'll find that the global IQ is dropped by 1,000 times. The once universally known 99 multiplication table has become the world's most difficult math problem. The addition and subtraction within 10 has become an insurmountable gap for countless students. Only a few students can go to the first grade. Students who can go to the second grade are even more elite among the few. Third grade students even exist only in legends. However, just a moment ago, you were kindly awakened by Teacher Lee. You still didn't know what had happened. But seeing Teacher Lee's grim expression looking at you, you almost instinctively stood up quickly. You were just sleeping. It's not that serious, right? Teacher Lee's expression was still grim. There are always some troublemakers in the class. If you don't want to listen, then go stand at the back and listen. Ever since I became your homeroom teacher, your grades make my monthly salary pitifully low. Anyone else doesn't want to come up? Everyone go stand at the back. Your parents send you to school, not to come and sleep. Look at you. Teacher Lee's anger is coming. Can anyone answer the question on the blackboard? You don't have to stand at the back. Can't answer. Stand at the back for a week. That's it. You watch as Teacher Lee points to a math problem. 1 plus 1. What's 1 plus 1? I didn't see it wrong, did I? You hurriedly rub your head. Look back at the blackboard again. It's still 1 plus 1. What does that mean? Is this a math problem? Teacher, 1 plus 1 equals 2. Is there any other answer? You scratch your head in confusion, looking towards the teacher. Why did you add etc. after 2 in this question? What did you just say? Suddenly the teacher seems to remember something, staring at you anxiously. Teacher, I was wrong. I won't sleep in class again. Seeing the teacher's reaction, you know you said the wrong thing. You walk directly to the back of the classroom and stop. I'm asking you, what did you just say? You turn around and helplessly face the teacher. Teacher, I really know I was wrong. I won't sleep in your class anymore. I'll go stand in the back right now. Won't disturb your class. Answer me. Mr. Lee's sudden voice startled the students in the class. I'm asking you, what did you just say? What is 1 plus 1, you said? You tentatively answer again. 1 plus 1 equals 2. You were shocked by the teacher's sudden action and didn't know if what you said was right. Mr. Lee looks at you in astonishment and with a hint of doubt in his eyes. I haven't started explaining this question yet. How do you know the answer? As soon as the words fell, the classmates in the class all looked at him at once, knowing the answer to 1 plus 1. I think he's just randomly saying numbers, and the male classmates in the class mocked him. The answer, teacher, 1 plus 1 is originally equal to 2, isn't it? At this moment, you think it's your own understanding that's in question. Yes, you didn't say it wrong. I'm just asking you, how do you know the answer? Your little head is full of big doubts. Teacher, even a dog can do this question. Is it abnormal to know the answer? What? Even a dog can do this question? He's so arrogant. What he means is, we're not even as good as a dog. The surrounding classmates immediately started discussing. What's 1 plus 2 equal to? The teacher tightly grasped the corner of the desk with both hands. Unbelievably, another question was asked. Teacher, even a dog can figure out 1 plus 2. You want me to answer? You're not insulting me. Insulting my dignity? I'm telling you to answer. If you dare to defy me again, you don't need to attend this class. Okay. Is it true that Teacher San's hands trembled as he held onto the podium, staring at you with an incredible look in their eyes? How could you know the correct answer? As soon as this was said, the whole class erupted. How is this possible? How could he possibly do addition? He answered correctly, even quieter than me. You must have looked at the answers in advance. Otherwise, I haven't finished explaining yet. How could you possibly know the answer? At this point, the teacher has already found a reasonable explanation for you knowing the correct answer. You were sitting in your seat looking confused, knowing the answer in advance. Do you still need to know the answer in advance for P plus 2? Am I dreaming? You vigorously pat your own head, pinched my thigh again. It hurts a lot. This isn't a dream. I understand now. It must be you guys playing a prank together. Stop playing with me. Teacher, I won't sleep again. Stop playing around. Not fun at all. You stand in the classroom looking confused, carefully observing the expressions on everyone's faces, trying to find a trace of prank from their expressions. Hearing this, the class instantly became excited again. Beast, did you forget to take your medicine today when you went out? Is he crazy? What is he saying? We play and he casually gives an answer thinking he's great. Chin Foam. How do you know 1 plus 2 equals 3? Where did you see the answers? The teacher looked at you with some surprise. Teacher, please stop playing. I can't even make a mistake without being criticized as if I'm an idiot. I will never sleep again. After speaking, observe each person carefully. but everyone's expression is flawless. They all look at me as if I'm crazy. Are you professional actors? Stop acting. How much did the teacher spend? I'll pay double. Your face gradually becomes impatient. A confused face turns into a classmate in the classroom. We are actors. She's seriously ill. I'll pay double. Ha ha, do you think you're a domineering CEO? As soon as these words were spoken, the classmates in the class laughed again. Xin Feng, we're not acting. A girl quietly speaks out from the corner. The meaning of Tang Tang, Tang Zi. You honestly tell me, how much money did the teacher give you? You seem to have caught a life-saving straw. Quickly ask Tang Zi. I'm the only one in this class who doesn't trust anyone. We're not acting. Xin Feng, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Not acting. Tang Zi, even you lied to me. You don't know what 1 + 1 equals? You still want to continue acting? I'll accompany you slowly. Xin, I really didn't lie to you. Seeing you angry, Tang Zi hurriedly explained. Xin Feng hasn't reached the end of class yet. Have you thought about this lesson or not? The teacher stood up and reprimanded. Teacher, haven't you had enough fun yet? Whatever amount you give them, give me a share too. I'll accompany you to continue playing. You are treating me like a fool. This is insulting me. How can a teacher like you do such a thing? Hearing you say that, anger appeared on the teacher's face. Xin Feng, you are really too much. Do you really think I have no bottom line? Do you think I'm asking you to answer a simple question? Then I'll ask a few more questions. You got it right. I apologize to you. Admit it. Asking what 1 + 2 equals is a dumb question. Seeing the teacher's decisive response, you're in self-doubt. What's going on? The teacher doesn't seem to be acting at all. Could it really be a problem with my head? Why don't you dare anymore? If you don't dare, then sit down and continue the class obediently. Then can you not ask these dumb questions like what 1 + 1 equals? You really want to run away, but curiosity drives you to dare to explore. You're the first teacher to answer with some helplessness, saying what 1 + 3 equals. Isn't it said not to ask these dumb questions? If you can answer, then answer. If you can't answer, then sit down obediently and listen to the class. You scratch your head, answered with some helplessness, equals 4. Hearing the answer, the teacher's legs are trembling, almost stumbled. How did you know? If he was just shocked earlier, then now it can be described as unbelievable. Seeing the teacher's reaction, different degrees of shock appeared on the faces of the whole class. Could he have answered correctly again? This is impossible, but it must be a coincidence. Otherwise, how could he possibly know? The teacher is staring straight at you, your face turning red, then asked you another question. How much is 2 + 2? It's still 4. You answered helplessly. How did you know? And you answered so quickly. This is addition. The classmates in the class don't know the answer. They thought you were just talking nonsense. Can hear the teacher saying this. Everyone was dumbfounded. The way you look at me is like looking at a monster. Look at the expressions of these people. The whole class was speechless. Is the teacher and classmates crazy? You stay here and don't move. I'll go call the headmaster. The headmaster, something big has happened. Our school's match tomorrow has been saved. The teacher ran out as if he had gone mad. He could already see all kinds of performance bonuses beckoning to him as he went to call the headmaster. Looking at the teacher's appearance, it doesn't seem like acting. Could it be that he acted too passionately? What on earth is going on? You touched the phone in your pocket. The phone is still there. Hastily took out the phone. That's right, but it's my phone. Why did the students and teachers in that class end up like this? You're completely confused. Open your phone and start searching. Just open the browser. The news section. Some big headlines immediately caught your attention. Shocking the world. Take a quick look. Unbelievable talent discovered in a kindergarten class. At just 18, already mastered addition and subtraction. Unbelievable. 18 years old and attending kindergarten. Meanwhile, in the grade director's office, the director leisurely makes tea and hums a tune. Learning from Lei Feng, what was the next word? Never mind. Forget it. The director's in trouble. A classmate in our class knows addition. The teacher rushed to the director's office in a panic. Isn't it normal to teach addition to first graders? Why run if there's no teacher? The headmaster, whose leisure was constantly interrupted, looked a little displeased. Headmaster, I teach kindergarten preschool class. I know you teach kindergarten something. You mean the kindergarten preschool class has students who can do addition? The headmaster stood up from the boss's chair with a creak. Absolutely true. Headmaster, he doesn't even need to think about 2 + 2. He just gives the correct answer directly. What? He doesn't even need to think about 2 + 2? Even the first graders have to think for a long time about this. what you said is all true. The headmaster couldn't believe his ears. Headmaster, absolutely true. This time, our class is sending him to participate in tomorrow's competition. My bonus is easy to talk about. As long as he can win a prize in the competition tomorrow, your bonus won't be less. Our school will never be at the bottom again. The headmaster's face was excited. Agreed immediately. Where is he now? Take me to see him. Immediately. Right away. Teacher Lee's face lit up with joy, eyes shining brightly. Headmaster, he's in the classroom. After 10 seconds, Teacher Lee and the headmaster finally arrived at the classroom door. Both of them were panting. Who will be punished? Hearing the sound coming from the door, you just put down your phone, staring at the two people standing at the door, recalling the news I saw just now. What's going on? You couldn't figure it out for a moment. Shin Feng is the great headmaster. Teacher Lee took advantage of the director's slow speech to say, but her cheeks were still red. You looked at her nervous face, shook his head helplessly, walked towards the director. Oh my god, even the director is here. I underestimated Qin Xiao's brother. The director's eyes kept wandering on you. It's this kid who can do addition, director. His name is Qin Feng. It's him. What is 1 plus 1? The director cautiously probed you. Here we go again. You must be kidding. Always being asked these stupid questions. I don't know. Director, I know 1 plus 1 equals 2. When you said the answer just now, the classmates in the class were all eager to answer at this time. They are all quieter than me. The headmaster scolded the restless students. Then he turned to look at Teacher Lee. Teacher Lee, this is what you said. A genius who can answer even 2 plus 2 without thinking. The headmaster, he really can. I didn't lie to you. Teacher Lee is so anxious, she's almost crying. The headmaster, he really can. But don't ask him what 1 plus 1 is. He said that's a question only a fool would ask. He even said even a dog would know that. You're just a young kid. You're quite bold. The headmaster looked you up and down in surprise. Headmaster, even a dog would know the question you asked. Isn't this a waste of time? You look speechless. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom is filled with intermittent sounds. I didn't hear wrongly, did I? Even a dog can do addition that the whole world finds difficult. He thinks that such difficult addition is a mental problem. I think he's just pretending to be a bad boy. Humility leads to progress. Pride leads to falling behind. Haven't you heard? The headmaster frowned. Headmaster, I'm not in the mood, nor do I have time to play with you. I can just skip this class. That's enough. Nonsense. The headmaster furrowed his brow, glaring at you with angry eyes. Don't think that getting a few questions right makes you a gaming champ. Let me tell you, when I was studying math, you were still drinking milk. You trembled calmly. Since you've studied mathematics, director, then how come you don't know what 1 plus 1 equals? Of course, I know. There's no need for you to question the director with a clear purpose on your face. Since that's the case, let me ask you, what's 1 plus 2? You counter-asked. Nonsense. How dare you insult me? Director, you just raised your voice at me. Wasn't that an insult? You're still calm and composed. What level am I at? What level are you at? So arrogant. Since you consider yourself so capable, then why can't you answer? The director snorted coldly, speaking angrily, wasting your breath. Is there anything else? Nothing. Then I'll leave. You're getting a little impatient. You're ready to leave as soon as you turn around. Stop right there. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant? The master's eyes are fixed on you, then turns to look at Teacher Lee. Teacher Lee, I miss you. You should explain to me. At this point, Teacher Lee is sweating profusely. Sweating profusely. I really didn't lie, master. It's the director who's lying to you. He must have just randomly said a number earlier. Right. Look, he can't even come up with an answer now. We thought he was really a math genius. Didn't expect it was all an act. Teacher Lee keeps wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, looking at Qin Feng with a pitiful look. Tell the teacher, what's 1 plus 2? Looking at the teacher's appearance, you can only answer helplessly. Enough with the nonsense. Let me go after I answer. The answer is 3. What? You said it equals how much? The headmaster couldn't believe his ears. At this moment, he couldn't hold on anymore. The classmates in the class saw this scene. Eyes kept shifting between you and the headmaster. Did you tell the headmaster what 2 plus 3 equals? Equals 5. Shocked. The headmaster and the teacher were stunned, kneeling in place, unable to move. This is the most difficult question for the kindergarten class. Even in the final exam, very few people can answer correctly. Not to mention they haven't even learned it. The classmates in the class looked at the teacher, then looked at the headmaster. Everyone opened their mouths wide and stared foolishly at Mealy. Teacher Lee, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Director, you didn't hear wrong. The answer is 5. It's 5. You don't even need to think about 3 plus 2. Genius. Our South Mountain Elementary School finally produced a genius. Our school no longer needs to prop up the bottom. No need to say anything more. Up to this point, the director's eyes started to moisten. Over the years, because the school has always been at the bottom in the annual competitions, the director has suffered a lot. Director, my bonus, my performance bonus. Sheen Fong, well done. Teacher Lee, just as excited, shouted while supporting the director. Can I go now? You see the reaction of the two, speechless to the extreme, really impressed. Are you sick? Wait, Sheen Fong, I'm going to participate in the kindergarten math competition tomorrow. You will represent our school. Let those who have always looked down on our school see our strength. Wipe them out completely. Heavens, participate in the math competition. The hidden math genius in our class. I heard that there are math monsters there. The classmates in the class started discussing. Principal, I'm already 18 years old. You want me to participate in the kindergarten competition? The teacher and the principal exchanged a glance, explained in confusion. At 18, you have to participate in kindergarten math. Don't you want to participate? It's not that I don't want to, it's that I really don't want to. Don't you want to bring glory to our school? Many people want to go but can't. The head teacher expressed some doubts. Head teacher? I'm a college student. You want me to compete with kindergarten kids? Is this bringing glory to the school? This is embarrassing for the school. Is the college student out of his mind? The teacher is wrong. Kumi Chin Fong, are you sick? We're studying at a kindergarten, not at a university. After speaking, he even touched your forehead with his palm. Kindergarten. I'm 18 and studying in kindergarten. Isn't it that they are acting? It's not that I'm crazy. It's that I time traveled. Nothing has changed. It's just that my academic level has dropped, and the principal started running slowly as if he thought of something. I understand. Math geniuses are different from ordinary people. Isn't there a book called Genius on the left, Lunatic on the right? I can understand. Go ahead and participate with confidence. With your level, work harder. You will definitely get into college. By the way, participating in this competition, first place prize is 10,000. The school will also separately reward 5,000. Think about it carefully again. 10,000. That's your living expenses for a year. Plus, you have a girlfriend. There are many places where you need to spend money. Is the pursuit the same as what you imagined? Wouldn't that make oneself the smartest person in the world? Ha ha ha. Competitions can earn money. Then I'll go all out to participate. Ha ha ha. Director, what time are we leaving tomorrow? We gather at school at 9 in the morning tomorrow. Director, I can tell Afong is not in the right spirits. Let him go home and rest. Teacher Lee is a bit worried about your mental state. Ha ha ha. You can't stop laughing. After saying goodbye to Teacher Lee, I left the classroom, leaving behind a confused group of teachers and classmates staring at your departing figure. It seems like he's really not feeling well. One moment saying we're playing a prank and then laughing out loud. Is this how geniuses are? Teacher Lee, looks like I underestimated him. His skills can be compared to a first grader. I have confidence in him for this competition. Principal, I also have confidence in him. After this competition, I'd like to see who dares to say anything. Our South Mountain Elementary School is always used as cannon fodder every year. You quickly walk to the school gate. Seeing the familiar scene, your speculation in your heart becomes more certain. Sheen Fong, wait. You turn back in confusion. Behind you stands Tang Ziyi, who spoke up for himself in class. Seeing you finally turn around, Tang Ziyi also stops running. Is there something? Seeing you walking towards me, the increasingly close distance made Tang Ziyi's face instantly turn red. It was already beating fast. The heart beats even faster. You must do your best in tomorrow's match. No matter how others see you, I will always support you. Tang Ziyi looks like a startled little rabbit. After saying this, he ran off in a flash. What's going on? What a day it has been. Isn't tomorrow's match just a group of kindergarten kids? You stood there helplessly for a while. Then he walked out of the school gate and hailed a cab. Meanwhile, Tang Ziyi fled in the direction of the wall and hid behind it, muttering to himself with his head down, if only he didn't have a girlfriend. Inside the taxi, Master, do you know what 1 + 1 equals? The driver paused for a moment, then he vigorously shook his head. I don't know. To be honest, I only spent a few days in kindergarten before starting to work. Since then, I never touched math again. Math is just too difficult. What? You really don't know? Master, at what age did you attend kindergarten? At 18. What's wrong? You must have also attended kindergarten. Attending kindergarten at 18. Indeed, it's exactly as I thought. I've truly arrived in a parallel world. Ha ha ha, with my current knowledge, I might just become the world's richest man. Brother, are you okay? The driver chuckled silly in the passenger seat. You're okay. Your dream of becoming the world's richest has been shattered. It's okay. We're here so quickly. Thank you, master. You get off the car after paying the driver. The driver muttered under his breath. I don't know what 1 + 1 equals. Is it that funny? Crazy. Of course, you didn't hear the driver eagerly wanting to share something with his girlfriend. Someone will come in a moment. A slender girl shyly looks at a burly man. No one will come here. Don't worry. The burly man smiles at the girl. Xin Feng will pass by here, the girl said cautiously. What are you afraid of? Your kindergarten boyfriend is probably still figuring out what 1 + 1 is. By the way, darling, do you know what 1 + 1 equals? The man gazes affectionately at the girl. I don't know. We haven't learned that yet. The girl is suddenly taken aback by the math problem. My little silly goose. 1 + 1 equals. The mischievous smile on our man's face becomes more obvious. The girl dislikes being shy and shrugs her shoulders. Coquettishly leaning on the man lifts the girl's face to kiss her. Wipe that dirty mouth of yours. The sudden voice breaks the ambiguity between the two. The girl's face shows a little confusion. The voice trembles a bit. Kindergarten friends. Is it time to go home already? There's a bit of anger and fate on the man's face. Shen Jingjing, you're actually cheating on me behind my back. You saw the ambiguous appearance of the two. A sharp pain came from the chest. Xingfeng, you've seen it all. I'm not hiding anything either. Long Ge and I have been together for a long time. Let's break up. I've tried my best to give you the best. Is this how you repay me? Don't you feel disgusted with yourself? Xin Feng, I didn't ask you to kiss me. Are you jealous? Kindergarten kid, I advise you to speak carefully. Long Ge saw this precious one being wronged and immediately stepped in. I'm talking to my girlfriend. Do you have the nerve to speak? You stare angrily at the man. Didn't you hear him say it's over? Do you know who I am? Brother Long is not angry. On the contrary. Shin Jingjing says arrogantly on the side. Brother Long is a first-grade powerhouse. So terrifying. He's always #1 on the grade list every year. First grade is a height you can never reach. Brother Long seems very satisfied listening to Shin Jingjing's introduction, proudly looking on from the side. Why don't you call me Brother Long? TCH, the first grade god is still so terrifying. So what? You shrug, looking helpless. Brother Long immediately retracts his arrogant look, gazing at you with some anger. You, a preschooler, what are you being arrogant about? You actually don't take me seriously. First grade is a height you'll never reach in your lifetime. Is that so? Very impressive, huh? Alright, kid, you're very arrogant. Since you don't take first grade seriously, do you dare to compete with me? Why not dare? But why should I compete with you? Ha ha, haven't you kissed Jingjing before? If you win, I'll let you kiss her, how about that? But if you lose, you have to give me 1,000 renminbi. Brother Long with a smile on his face. Brother Long and Shin Jingjing realize they are being used as betting chips. I immediately shouted in a hurry. Don't worry, darling, do you still not trust me? We can bet, but this bet is too disgusting. You looked at Shin Jingjing with a hint of disgust in your eyes. Why didn't I notice this about him before? Shin Jingjing was embarrassed and angry. Don't worry, darling, I'll make him kneel down and beg us in a moment. Then, you tell me, how do we do it? Bark like a dog 3 times. You said that I should raise my hand and point at Shin Jingjing. He also has to laugh. As you wish. Anyway, if you lose, you have to give me 1,000. What if you regret it? Just a kindergarten kid. Do I still need to argue with you? I don't believe you. Do you still think you can win? If you don't believe, I'll record a guarantee video, and you taking out your phone to let Long record a video. Is that enough now? Speak like a woman. Fussing and nagging. What are we betting on? You slowly put away your phone. Since you don't think much of first grade, then let's bet on first grade material. Ha ha ha. We'll each ask a math question in a manly way. Then I'll ask first, quick and decisive. What is 6 minus 5? As soon as the words fell, Shin Jingjing beside, smirking, already thinking about what to buy with 1,000 yuan. You didn't rush to answer. Put on a difficult look on your face. Kid, tell your dad to run. You don't listen. Go and find out. Who doesn't know that I, Brother Long, am a first-grade powerhouse? You dare to compare with me? Taking money should be a solution. Seeing Brother Long's appearance. Do you think this dragon looks like a dog? Ha, randomly saying a number. Do you think it's correct? 6 minus 56 minus 5. How is that possible? How could you possibly know? Weren't you just in kindergarten? Brother Long's face showed an incredible expression, staring at you in shock. Although Shin Jingjing also doesn't know the answer, but after seeing Brother Long's reaction, also with a shocked expression, this is impossible. He's only in kindergarten. How could he know subtraction? Isn't kindergarten still teaching addition? Kid, you must be cheating. Knowing the answer to this question in advance, whether I know it or not, just need to answer it. Consider yourself lucky with this question. It's your turn. Don't ask about 1 plus 1. I don't have the time for that. Okay, what's 1 plus 2 equal to? Are you insulting me? Tired of living? Why can't you answer? Ha ha, I actually forgot. With your kindergarten level, can only ask these kinds of questions. Equals 3. Now it's my turn to ask you. Let's see if your luck is still good. What's 9 minus 6? You still pretend to be very difficult, but the corners of the mouth slightly lifted inadvertently. Ha ha ha, can't come up with an answer, right? Haven't you heard how terrifying the first graders are? Do you dare to provoke as well? It's too late to regret now. Quick, get the money. Don't waste time. We still have to use your money to get a room. After speaking, Long Go looked at Shin Jingjing with an evil smile on his face. Shin Jingjing shyly lowered her head. Hearing that Long Go wants to get a room with Shin Jingjing, you instantly lost interest in playing for a while. Just want to make these two disgusting people kneel on the ground. A dog's bark equals 3. Oof. Thinking of randomly mixing numbers, 9 minus 69 minus 6 equals what? This is impossible. How could you possibly know? Even I have to think for a long time. How could a kindergarten student like you know? Brother Long widened his eyes. His legs were trembling slightly. Shin Jingjing was also surprised by Brother Long's reaction. How is it possible that I've been with you for so long? You only know how to sleep every day. How is subtraction possible? This is impossible. Your eyes gradually turned cold. It's my turn to ask. What is the result of 10 plus 2 plus 3 minus 2 minus 1? At this time, Brother Long had not yet recovered from the shock, muttering non-stop. How is it possible that you can't answer? You raise your voice. 10 plus 2 plus 3. We haven't learned this question yet. Are you asking me? I have studied it before. Yes, let's bet now. The first grade champion. I know the answers to the questions I ask you. Do you know the answers to the questions you ask me? Equals 12, still a first grade genius. I don't know any of this. Brother Long quickly took out his phone to calculate the answer. When he saw the dazzling 12 on the calculator, he collapsed completely to the ground. This is impossible. This is impossible. How could you, a kindergartner, know this? Brother Long. Shin Jingjing saw Brother Long collapsed on the ground and shouted to come and help him. Z's, this is a touching scene. Should we bet on the trip? Look at Shin Jingjing's eyes. There is no trace of the initial love. What a bet. I haven't learned the question you asked. How could I possibly know you want to act stubborn? A first grader, isn't it terrifying to be so strong? How did I act stubborn? You're just randomly throwing in a number. I don't have time to play with you guys. Don't forget the video we just recorded. If you don't teach me again, I'll post it on the school forum in a while. When Brother Long hears this, I just remembered the video I recorded earlier. Then take a deep breath. Stare at you with widened eyes. Woof woof, good dog, huh? And him. You pointed to Shin Jingjing squatting on the ground. Shin Jingjing's face also turned red from holding back, staring at you angrily. Woof woof, 2 good dogs. Take your time, have fun. I won't disturb you. I'll just leave after you finish talking. Kid, I won't wait for you in elementary school. I hope you can still smile at that time, but when you turned around, I looked at you coldly. I'm ready to accompany you at any time. Make your figure slowly disappear in front of Brother Long. Brother Long angrily smashed his fist hard on the ground. The humiliation that Chin Fong suffered today, I will definitely pay back double. You're walking on the way back home. In my mind, I couldn't help but think of the bits and pieces with Shin Jingjing. I am now the smartest person in the world. Wait until I become the richest man. Shin Jingjing won't even compensate me for carrying my shoes. Unconsciously, you've already walked to the market. A burst of noisy sounds came from around. You skillfully walked to a vegetable stall. Auntie, I'll buy some cabbage. The actions of the literary women watering were evaluated. Looked up at you. There's a lot of cabbage. You can choose for yourself. You picked a cabbage at the stall, and also took some tofu. Auntie, can you weigh this for me? Auntie happily took the vegetables from your hands, placed it on the electronic scale. 4 pieces of cabbage, 3 pieces of tofu. The total is yours. Wait a moment. Auntie, please calculate. Auntie hurriedly took out her phone. You shook your head helplessly. Auntie, I've put the money here. I'll go first. After saying that, you left without looking back. Wait, let me calculate it quickly. Equals 77 yuan. The aunt looked at the stall with confusion. There are 3 bills placed there. Not more or less, exactly 7 yuan. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. You, who just bought cabbage and tofu, are now appearing at the fish stall. The fish is 8 yuan per catty. A total of 2 catties. The total is Wait, let me calculate on my phone. The fish stall owner is searching the world for his phone. You stand helplessly in front of the stall. Boss, I'll leave the money here. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Saying that, you took out 16 yuan and put it in the boss's hand. The boss sees the 16 yuan in his hand. An angry expression appears on his face. Young man, do you know how long I've been working here? Daring to make a move on me, bullying me because I'm not good at math? Huh? I need at least 20 of this fish. You give me 16 and think you can just leave? Are you trying to cheat me? The boss's voice instantly attracted some nosy old folks. Oh, young man, I didn't expect you to be so fond of taking advantage at such a young age. It must be because of poverty at home. There's no other way. Boss, one fish, 2 pounds, 8 yuan per pound, isn't that 16? Qin Feng actually tried to argue with the boss. What are you pretending for? I think you're just at the age of kindergarten. Can you even do calculations? The boss coldly snorted. My son is also in kindergarten, and he says they're still teaching addition. Young man, it's not right to deceive people. The onlookers of aunties and uncles around kept chattering. Qin Feng was speechless. It turns out this is what it feels like to talk to an idiot. Boss, then take out your phone and calculate it. Qin Feng was starting to get impatient. Hey, who are you shouting at? You're getting impatient with your deceiving temper. The boss was also getting impatient. This young man has a big temper for taking advantage. Hey, young people these days. Kid, you wait, I'll find my phone, and if the answer isn't 16, I'll twist your head off and kick it like a soccer ball. After saying that, the fish stall owner started searching for his phone everywhere, finally finding it in a corner. Found it, just you wait. The fish stall owner gave Qin Feng a fierce look. 1 pound of fish is 8 yuan, 2 pounds, 8 plus 8 equals 16. The boss widened his eyes, looking at Qin Feng in disbelief, and pressed the calculation again, but the answer was still glaringly 16. No, this can't be possible. How can a kindergarten student do this? It's definitely not possible. The boss looked at Qin Feng incredulously, muttering to himself. The aunties and uncles in the crowd were dumbfounded, shocked as they looked at Qin Feng. Heavens, how is this possible? Boss, is there something wrong with your phone? Bodhisattva, my son in kindergarten can only do addition. How is this possible? Boss, can I leave now? Qin Feng was really tired today. He couldn't even buy groceries in peace. Young man, what grade are you in? You can't possibly be a kindergarten student. The boss asked with an unbelieving expression, questioning him. Is it important? Qin Feng helplessly turned his head and prepared to leave. How can a kindergarten student do such difficult addition? Yes, you must be a first-grade genius, so terrifying, just as I suspected. The boss stared at Qin Feng in shock, analyzing to himself. First-grade genius, wait a moment, take this money, take the fish too. My attitude was bad before, don't blame me. The boss immediately changed his expression, smiling as he looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't explain, nor did he bother to explain. He didn't refuse the money the boss handed over. This idiot finally came to his senses. Thank you, boss. Taking the money from the boss's hand, Qin Feng turned around and left. The group of aunties and uncles finally snapped out of their shock. So he's a first-grade genius, his strength is truly terrifying. Oh, young man, don't leave, do you have a girlfriend? Young man, are you a monster in disguise? Can you tutor my son? I'll pay. Qin Feng was surrounded by a group of aunties and uncles, unable to move. He felt like he was suffocating. Hey, all you aunties and uncles, don't you have anything better to do all day? Oh, you must be a monster in disguise, otherwise how could you be so young and already in first grade? Monster, a monster. Tutor my son. I'll pay you whatever. Young man, my granddaughter is really good, leave me your contact information. Faced with a group of aunties and uncles, even if he was a genius, it wouldn't make a difference. Qin Feng helplessly looked at the fish in his hand, sighed, and raised his hand to spin the fish in the air twice before throwing it away. With a whoosh sound, the fish flew 3 meters away along with the bag. Whoever finds it can have it. As soon as he finished speaking, the aunties and uncles who had just blocked Qin Feng rushed madly towards the fish. Qin Feng's surroundings became completely empty, so he quickly ran away. I got it first. It's mine. Ha! The young man ran away. Young man, don't run. First graders, wait for me. When Qin Feng returned home, he collapsed on the sofa, panting heavily. Damn, these aunties are really tough, they even made me lose a fish. Looks like I'll have to wear a mask when I go out to buy groceries in the future. Looking at the tofu and cabbage on the coffee table, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and started cooking. After finishing the meal, it was already late in the evening. Qin Feng lay on the bed, recalling the events of the day as if it were a dream. Since fate has given me this opportunity, I must seize it. Xin Feng quickly took out his phone and opened Baidu Tieba. His fingers swiftly tapped on the phone keyboard. How can I make money quickly? Xin Feng nodded in satisfaction and quickly clicked send. In no time, the comments below the post were filled. Want to make money quickly? Are you a man or a woman? I have a solution. There was even an evil smile emoji added at the end. You can try doing part-time jobs, earn 100 yuan a day. Want to make money quickly? Why not come to me for a loan? Seeing these various unreliable comments, Xin Feng shook his head helplessly. After thinking for a while, he continued typing on his phone keyboard and posted another message on Tieba. How can an 18-year-old kindergarten student become the richest person? Shortly after posting, there were already too many comments to read on one page. Excitedly, Xin Feng opened the comments, but his face immediately fell after reading the first few. Are you crazy? It's people like you who ruin Tieba, most likely just discharged from a mental hospital. Why not stay in the hospital for treatment? Reported. Ha, idiots are everywhere, especially this year. Report me if you want. Tieba shouldn't allow these idiots to log in. Report +1. Richest person? Can you even scrape together 5 yuan? Report +1. Report +1. Xin Feng had originally hoped that the people on Tieba could give him some ideas, but he didn't expect them to be a bunch of idiots. A bunch of idiots. Xin Feng was furious. Ha, why is it still loading? Why can't I send it? A bunch of idiots. Xin Feng typed it again. Still loading. Damn it. Why can't I send it? A bunch of idiots. When I become the richest person, you're not even worthy of licking my shoes. He clicked send again, and this time it didn't keep loading. Xin Feng thought it had been sent, but at that moment, he was automatically logged out of his Tieba account. What's going on? Xin Feng was confused and entered his account password again. Hello, due to multiple reports on your account within a short period of time, your account is suspected of violating regulations involving illegal and inappropriate content. Your account has been banned for 30 days. If you have any objections, please bring relevant documents to the Baidu Tieba headquarters in Beijing to handle the matter. Damn it! What the hell? 30 days? Beijing headquarters? Where do I go to get it unbanned? They're a bunch of idiots. Xin Feng almost threw his phone. When I become the richest person, the first thing I'll do is destroy this Beijing headquarters. Although he kept complaining, Xin Feng switched to another app to continue seeking advice. After the lesson from last time, Xin Feng didn't dare to be so open about it. I have a friend, not me, but my friend is very intelligent, even though he's still in kindergarten. How can he make a lot of money? There weren't many active users on this app, and it took a while before Xin Feng received a few replies. Is your friend mentally disabled? If you hang out with mentally disabled people, you won't go far either. You better have a friend like that. If you're really intelligent, you can help others with their homework. Yeah, helping others with their homework is a good idea. Xin Feng read the comments expressionlessly. Intelligent? You can make money by gambling, but the money you make is fast, and the money you lose is fast too. When Xin Feng saw this comment, his eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, What is gambling? Want to know? It'll cost you 50. The person replied quickly. Damn it! Why don't you go rob someone? 5 yuan, isn't that enough? There was another reply from over there. Just as Xin Feng was about to compromise, another comment appeared below. Don't listen to him, going to the numerology room in kindergarten will only lose money. Go ahead, didn't you see that they said his IQ is high? Going to the numerology room might make a lot of money. The person also saw this comment and quickly retorted, Is the numerology room legitimate? He just finished kindergarten and you want him to go there. What are your intentions? Both of you, it's my friend who wants to make money, not me. I'm just asking on behalf of my friend, Xin Feng said helplessly. I just told him that there is such a place, whether he goes or not is his own choice. How am I being suspicious? Then why are you collecting money from people? What's it to you? The two of them argued fiercely in Xin Feng's comments section, completely ignoring Xin Feng. Fortunately, at least he knew that he could go to the numerology room, and it wasn't legitimate, so the rules should be quite casual. Master, there's a phone call, a phone call. Just then, Xin Feng's phone vibrated at an inappropriate time. Xin Feng took out his phone and looked at it. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. After calming his emotions for a moment, Xin Feng slowly answered the call. Hello? Xin Feng, are you asleep? A soft and gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone, like a gentle breeze, sweeping away all of Xin Feng's exhaustion from the day. Who is this? It's me, Tang Zi. I hope I'm not disturbing your sleep? Oh, it's you. What's up? I heard that there will be many strong players participating in tomorrow's competition, and you. Don't worry, I have confidence. What kind of strong players could there be among that group of kindergarten idiots? Xin Feng couldn't help but find it funny. Then do your best tomorrow, even if you lose, it doesn't matter. In my heart, you're the most amazing. Well, thank you. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Good luck tomorrow. Click. Just as Qin Feng was about to say something else, a cold beep came from the other end of the phone. Master, there's a call, a call. Just as Qin Feng put his phone down, the phone rang again. It was still an unfamiliar number. Hello, Xiao Ming. It's me, Director Ma, hee. This time, a deep and powerful voice came from the other end of the phone, in stark contrast to the previous voice. What's up? Nothing major, it's about tomorrow's competition. The hopes of our school are all on you tomorrow. You must do your best and make me proud. Understood. Then rest well, good luck in the competition tomorrow. The call ended with a beep, and Qin Feng hung up the phone and threw it aside. Whatever. The champion of this small competition has already been decided by me. What is there to worry about? Qin Yunming thought to himself and fell asleep, the sound of even breathing filling the room. The next morning, Qin Feng was waiting at the school gate as agreed. Soon, the sound of a car engine came from the road, and a truck stopped steadily in front of Qin Feng. The car window rolled down, and the slightly weathered face of the principal appeared in front of Qin Feng. Genius, get in the car. Qin Feng nodded and sat in the passenger seat. Genius, do you think my car is cool? It's alright. Boring kid, you don't know how to appreciate. Come back with a first place later and make our Nanshan Elementary School proud. I'll do my best. By the way, only you know that I bought this car, don't tell anyone. I'll do my best. You brat, it's not about doing your best, you absolutely can't tell anyone. Principal, you misunderstood. What I meant was, I'll do my best to tell everyone. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. You little brat, if it weren't for you being a genius, I wouldn't have personally come to pick you up in this car. I won't say anything. That's more like it. Satisfied with the answer, the principal stepped on the gas pedal and headed straight for the competition center. The truss quickly traveled on the road, and in no time, the two arrived at the competition center. Inside the competition center, Director Ma, is this the student you personally came to pick up? A woman wearing a light blue cheongsam was gracefully swaying her body as she slowly walked towards the principal. Principal Su, what brings you here? Principal Ma looked at the alluring woman without any wavering. Our school has produced many talented individuals this year, so I personally brought them here. I was just looking for you everywhere, afraid that Nanshan Elementary School wouldn't have anyone to participate. I didn't expect them to say that you went to personally pick up the students. The woman smiled at the principal, occasionally glancing at Qin Feng. Principal Su, you've really gone through a lot of trouble. Our Nanshan Elementary School has produced a genius this year, so of course I had to go pick them up myself. The principal naturally sensed the sarcastic tone in Principal Su's words, but he didn't get angry and instead laughed. Congratulations, Principal Ma. It's not easy for Nanshan Elementary School to produce a genius. You really need to go pick them up. Unlike us at Donglin Elementary School, we've always been champions, winning trophies left and right. The students just take the bus, without any competition. This competition is becoming more and more boring, the woman said in a disdainful tone. Donglin should take a break. This year, let Nanshan Elementary School take the championship trophy. Principal Ma frowned, then relaxed and laughed again. Principal Ma, this championship isn't something we can just give you. It depends on whether Nanshan Elementary School has the ability. It seems like today's competition will be exciting. Just as Principal Ma was about to speak, an old voice came from the side. Looking towards the voice, an elderly man in a suit, with a slightly aged face, slowly walked towards them. Principal Yang? Principal Yang is a strong one. Why would Principal Yang from the West Campus come in person? Everyone was shocked to see Principal Yang appearing here and looked at him with fear. Principal Yang, why did you come in person? Principal Ma also showed shock on his face and asked in confusion. Principal Ma, I heard that Nanshan Elementary School has produced a genius. I happened to be bringing students over, so I came to take a look. Principal Yang is joking. A little genius is not worth mentioning. Principal Yang, you coming here is also boring. This year, the championship will definitely be Donglin's again. The woman laughed. Principal Yang looked Qin Feng up and down, then slowly spoke after a while. I'm not so sure. Hearing this, the woman frowned, found an excuse, and left. Donglin Elementary School wins first place every year. It's understandable to have such an arrogant attitude. After the woman left, Principal Yang happily spoke. It's alright. Principal Ma forced a smile. Good morning, students, teachers, and leaders. Please find your seats as soon as possible. The competition is about to begin. While the two were talking, the host's voice sounded on the stage. Principal Ma, I'll go take my seat first. After greeting, Principal Yang left. Principal Ma nodded and took Qin Feng to find Nanshan Elementary School's designated area. In the competition, each elementary school had its own rest area. Principal Ma led Qin Feng around in circles but couldn't find Nanshan Elementary School's sign. Organizers, come over here. Where is Nanshan Elementary School's rest area? Principal Ma was furious. Principal Ma's voice was loud and intimidating, causing everyone in the venue to be startled and turn to look at him. Nanshan Elementary School? Isn't this school rarely participating in competitions? I've never even heard of this school. Did they come just to make up the numbers? Discussions could be heard from the crowd. The staff on site also heard about Nanshan Elementary School and slowly approached Principal Ma. Where is our Nanshan Elementary School's rest area? Seeing the staff's attitude, Principal Ma's anger deepened. I'm sorry, Nanshan Elementary School rarely participates in competitions, unlike other schools that come regularly. You were notified to participate this time, so we weren't prepared. Seeing the staff's arrogant attitude, Principal Ma took a deep breath. Then arrange it for us right now. Sorry, the competition is about to start, we need to clear the field, no time to arrange. The staff looked disdainfully at Director Ma, then looked disdainfully at Qin Feng. Just as Director Ma was about to explode in anger, an old voice came from the side. Director Ma, come sit in our West Court, there are 2 seats available. The person speaking was Principal Yang from earlier. Oomph, after the competition, I want to see your manager. Director Ma looked at the time, then looked at Qin Feng, and led Qin Feng towards Principal Yang. Thank you, Principal Yang. Director Ma had already taken Qin Feng to their seats as he spoke. The boy that Director Ma brought, the genius from Nanshan Elementary School? He looks silly, maybe he's just here to make up the numbers. Does Nanshan Elementary School think they can win the championship just by bringing anyone? Whispering voices came from the crowd. Qin Yunming naturally didn't hear them. Just as he sat down, he saw a girl sitting next to Principal Yang. The girl was wearing a red dress, not particularly tall, but gave off a delicate and charming vibe. Her face was exquisite, with a hint of innocence and a touch of allure. What are you looking at? The girl sensed Qin Yunming's gaze and immediately scolded him. Qin Feng didn't know how to respond for a moment. I forgot to introduce her. This is our West Court's talented girl, Lin Xingwan. Originally, there were 2 more, but they couldn't make it, so I brought Xingwan. Principal Yang quickly spoke up to defuse the situation. This is our Nanshan Elementary School's talented young boy, Qin Feng. Director Ma also quickly introduced. Our competition is officially starting. A loud voice came from the stage, interrupting their conversation. The rules of the competition are that each school's participants will send their own students into the examination area. There will be 10 questions in the exam, each question worth 2 points, a total of 20 points, and the competition time is 1 hour. The results will be ranked from highest to lowest, and in the event of a tie, there will be a tiebreaker until a final result is determined. As soon as the words fell, there was a commotion in the audience. Today's competition is divided into 2 parts, one for the kindergarten small class and one for the kindergarten big class. Let's start with the kindergarten small class. Please prepare the kindergarten big class, and now please all the participants enter the field. Just as the host finished speaking, some students stood up and entered the examination area. Qin Feng, go, Director Ma believes in you, bring glory to our Nanshan Elementary School. Director Ma looked at Qin Feng with a serious expression. Qin Feng stood up in response and walked towards the competition area. Xingwan, good luck. Principal Yang continued to encourage Xingwan. Xingwan nodded and followed Qin Feng. Each student who entered the field was given a pair of noise-canceling headphones. After seeing all the students enter, the host announced loudly, "This math competition is open and transparent. Everyone outside the examination area can clearly see the situation inside. There will also be 5 judges roaming the examination area. If any student cheats, their qualification will be immediately revoked, and they will be banned from participating in competitions for 3 years. Let's all safeguard the fairness and justice of the competition. Now please close the entrance to the examination area. Let the competition begin." Ding dash, the large display screen on the podium had already started the countdown. The other participants began to lower their heads and answer the questions. Qin Feng looked at the questions on the test paper, shook his head helplessly, and looked around. There were about a dozen students, and 5 judges were constantly moving around the examination area. Qin Feng looked back at the test paper on the table, and there was a draft paper next to it. Is this it? Do I still need draft paper? The test paper was all addition, and the most difficult question was 2 + 1 + 3. Qin Feng quickly finished it helplessly, and looked at the time. There were still 59 minutes and 36 seconds left. It took me 10 seconds to do these few questions. It seems that my math skills have declined. Shin Fong looked around at the people who were still writing furiously, but he couldn't leave the competition early. Drowsiness struck. Shin Yunming could only helplessly lie on the table and fall into a deep sleep, finding the lights too bright and covering his head with a draft paper to sleep soundly. People outside the examination area were shocked to see this scene, followed by bursts of laughter. Ah, this is hilarious. Did Nanshan Elementary School send a monkey to entertain us? Wow, haha, Nanshan Elementary School is really funny. Haha, does this person have mental problems? Ha, I told you he looks silly. Haha, 6. Some people laughed so hard that tears came out. Fortunately, the people in the examination room were focused on their answers, wearing noise-canceling headphones, otherwise they would have been distracted by this comical scene. Principal Ma looked at the people laughing uncontrollably and frowned slightly. Ha, Principal Ma, it seems like your students from Nanshan Elementary School have some mental issues. Principal Su, who was constantly showing off at the entrance earlier, gloated on the side. I know a good mental hospital, should I introduce it to you? I know my students well, you don't need to worry. Principal Ma looked at Shin Fong, who was sleeping soundly, and said seriously, Principal Ma, it seems like Nanshan Elementary School is going to become famous. This trip wasn't in vain. Principal Su mocked, looking at the people around him laughing uncontrollably. Principal Su, in my opinion, it's too early to make a judgment. Shin Fong is not an ordinary child. Principal Yang smiled and said, Principal Yang, I have heard of the talented girl Lin Xingwan from your school, but Nanshan Elementary School, I haven't even heard of it. After speaking, he looked up and burst into laughter. Principal Su, if it weren't for our principal going to the capital for further studies, would you dare to talk to me like this? Principal Chen Changxing, the peak powerhouse of Nanshan Elementary School and High School, said after Principal Ma mentioned him. When Principal Su heard Principal Chen Changxing being mentioned, his face twitched, his eyes dodged, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Principal Ma, I was just joking earlier, don't take it seriously. Remember to say hello to Principal Chen for me when he comes back. I'll leave first. After speaking, Principal Su left with lingering fear. Amir Donglin Elementary School dares to bully Nanshan Elementary School repeatedly. Principal Ma snorted coldly as he watched Principal Su leave. Principal Su has just been promoted recently, it's normal for him to be arrogant. But Principal Chen has been gone for 2 years, I wonder when he'll be back. Principal Yang casually commented. Principal Yang, you're joking. Principal Su is too arrogant, I'll put some pressure on him. Principal Chen should be back soon. He should be. I wonder what level of education Principal Chen will achieve after his further studies. I don't know about that. It seems that Shin Fong is just a first-grade student who can solve a few problems. I thought we had a genius at Nanshan Elementary School. Principal Ma looked at Shin Fong sleeping in the competition area, his face filled with worry. Principal Ma, don't worry, genius is a matter of fate. Principal Yang comforted him on the side. Principal Ma sighed lightly and turned his attention to the competition. As time passed, the people who were laughing uncontrollably gradually calmed down. They treated Shin Yunming as a mentally ill person and focused on the competition area, silently cheering for their school. The referee who passed by Shin Fong was also encountering this situation for the first time. The competition did not specify that sleeping was not allowed because no one would sleep. For a while, he didn't know what to do, so he simply ignored it. This table is so hard. It's not comfortable to sleep on. After sleeping for a while, Shin Fong was awakened by the table hitting him. He looked at the time and realized that there was still half an hour left. Shin Fong looked around and saw that everyone was still working on their problems. Thinking about how his Baidu Tieba account was inexplicably banned last night, Shin Fong became angry. He picked up the draft paper on the table and started planning on it. After writing and drawing on the draft paper for a while, Shin Fong stretched lazily. There were still 20 minutes left. Shin Fong took off his coat and spread it on the table. He should be able to sleep well this time. Shin Fong lay on the table and fell into a deep sleep. Does this person from Nanshan Elementary School have a serious illness? He brought his own pillow. He must have some serious illness. The people outside couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene, and they all looked at the principal. The principal felt the gaze around him, his face showing embarrassment, and he lowered his head even more. The second one to finish writing was Lin Xingwan. Lin Xingwan raised her jade hand and wiped the sweat from her forehead, muttering softly, "The questions this year are so difficult." From the densely packed drafts on Lin Xingwan's desk, it could be seen that this year's questions were indeed very difficult. Only then did Lin Xingwan take off her headphones and look around. When her gaze swept to the boy on the right, she was stunned. Nanshan Elementary School? Sleeping? Lin Xingwan's face showed an incredulous expression. After Lin Xingwan finished answering, many other candidates put down their pens and took off their headphones, complaining about how difficult the questions were. When their eyes swept over Qin Yunming, they were first shocked, and then burst into laughter. Ha, this idiot, who knows how long he has been sleeping, what is he doing here? Ha, is he the genius of Nanshan Elementary School this year? Ah, what genius, I think he's just a fool. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room burst into laughter. Don't call him, let's see how long he can sleep. A boy instigated from the side. Alright, pay attention. Ha, good idea. There was a chorus of agreement from the surrounding area. Don't you guys think this is boring? Lin Xingwan looked coldly at the people around her who were mocking, and walked up to Qin Feng to wake him up. Wake up, time's up. Qin Feng heard Lin Xingwan's voice and raised his head in confusion, looking at everyone, obviously forgetting that he was participating in a competition. Damn, I almost forgot that I was participating in a competition. I almost overslept. Thanks. Qin Feng scratched his head and smiled at Lin Xingwan. I really don't know what you're here for, you can even fall asleep during a competition. Lin Xingwan muttered softly. Hey, everyone, look, the sleeping god is awake. Lin Xingwan, why did you call him? Nanshan Elementary School sent a sleeping god to compete with us, what a joke. Laughter echoed around. Time's up, please leave the exam papers and draft papers on the table and exit the room. The host's voice sounded at this moment. After hearing the voice, everyone left with laughter. Lin Xingwan and Qin Feng walked at the back. The referees will start collecting and grading the papers, and the candidates can freely move around in the room and wait for the results. The host slowly spoke after seeing everyone leave. As soon as the words fell, the referees went up to collect the papers, organized them, and took them to the office. Qin Feng and Lin Xingwan returned to their seats. Qin Feng, why did you fall asleep? Don't scare the principal. Principal, the questions were, a bit difficult. After the lesson at the market, Qin Feng didn't dare to be too high profile, so he immediately retracted his words. Oh, since even Lin Xingwan finds them difficult, I don't think the top score this year will exceed 15 points. Principal Yang slowly spoke. Qin Feng, if it's difficult, you should think carefully. How can you sleep? This is an issue of your attitude. I have to criticize you. The principal said seriously. Principal, I'm sorry, I didn't sleep well last night. Well, the questions I asked you before were simple, but today's questions are something you can't do, so it's understandable. The principal shook his head helplessly. In this rest area where Qin Feng was, it had become the most eye-catching place in the whole room. From time to time, gazes were cast in this direction, some mocking Qin Feng, and some admiring Lin Xingwan. After all, the temperament that Lin Xingwan exuded with every move and gesture was hard for anyone to resist. Time passed bit by bit, the grading was completed, and the staff handed the rankings and scores to the host. The host took the list and glanced at its contents. A hint of shock flashed in their eyes, but they quickly regained their composure and raised their hand with a smile, saying, Please be quiet and return to your seats. The results of the competition are in my hands. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped joking around and quietly waited for the host to announce the winners. There will be 3 winners in this competition, the champion, the runner-up, and the third place. The champion will receive a cash prize of 10,000 yuan, the runner-up 6,000 yuan, and the third place 3,000 yuan. There will be no ties in this competition. Let's start with announcing the third place. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a commotion in the audience. The champion must be from our Donglin Academy, and the runner-up will also come from Donglin Academy. A student from Donglin Academy was quite excited. The third place is also ours. The other schools are just cannon fodder, haha. Of course, it's always our school every year, without a doubt. The students from Donglin Academy were very confident. Director Ma saw Qin Feng standing by nonchalantly and shook his head helplessly. The third place, with a score of 12 points, goes to Gao Li from Donglin Academy. As soon as the announcement was made, there was applause from the audience. Just as I said, this year is no different from the past. All 3 trophies belong to our Donglin Academy. Well done, Gao Li. Luck, it's all luck. Gao Li's face showed a hint of joy, but his eyes unconsciously glanced towards Lin Xingwan. Unfortunately, Lin Xingwan didn't even raise her head, and Gao Li withdrew his gaze in disappointment, waiting for the announcement of the runner-up. I thought you would at least get third place. Oh well, what a pity. Director Ma looked at Qin Feng helplessly. Next, I will announce the runner-up. The runner-up, with a score of 14 points, is from. The host deliberately paused, arousing the curiosity of the audience. As expected, there were complaints from the audience. This host is playing games. Just say it already. Director Ma laughed as well, knowing that it didn't matter much to Nanshan Elementary School. The runner-up is Lin Xingwan from Xining Elementary School. The host saw that the audience was getting impatient and slowly announced. As soon as these words were spoken, there was applause from the audience. Deserved reputation, the genius girl from Xining Elementary School is truly outstanding. The runner-up is not from Donglin Academy. President Su must be furious. High IQ and beautiful, a prodigy indeed. The audience began to discuss. Principal Yang, congratulations. Xingwan is truly a talented girl, congratulations. Director Ma smiled at Principal Yang and Lin Xingwan. You're joking, Principal Ma. Xingwan was just lucky. Lin Xingwan politely responded. Director Ma smiled at Xingwan but accidentally kicked Xin Feng's leg. Xin Feng almost cried out in pain but managed to smile and congratulate Lin Xingwan. Lin Xingwan looked at Yun Ming's red face and couldn't help but speak up. Don't worry too much. The questions this year were really difficult. You'll definitely do well next year. Principal Yang looked at Lin Xingwan with satisfaction. Thank you. Xin Feng politely replied, but his eyes gave Director Ma a sharp glance. Lin Xingwan remained silent and sat quietly. Humph, the runner-up was taken by Xining Elementary School. Why are you in such a hurry? The champion will definitely be ours. What's the name of the sleepyhead talking to Lin Xingwan? Seeing Lin Xingwan and Xin Feng chatting happily, Gao Li stared at Xin Feng and asked his classmates. I think his name is Xin Feng. Why? Xin Feng? What does it matter to you? He dares to steal my woman. Gao Li muttered fiercely. His classmates looked at Lin Xingwan and then at Gao Li, as if they understood something. Yan, aren't you afraid that idiot will steal your woman? He's just a lunatic, no need to worry about him. Gao Li nodded in agreement, withdrew his gaze from Xin Feng, and looked at the host. Next, it's time to announce the champion. Who will be the champion? Let me reveal it to everyone. The champion's score, you absolutely can't imagine his score. The host is creating suspense. There are complaints from the audience. The host chuckles, the champion scored 20. Shocked. The whole venue is in shock. No one makes a sound, even the staff who have been working here for years are dumbfounded, not making a sound. If you listen carefully, you can hear the sound of breathing. It's like calm lake suddenly creating waves. Everyone present is shocked. Perfect score? How is this possible? The questions this year were so difficult, how could someone get a perfect score? Principal Yang was the first to recover. This is impossible. No one has ever gotten a perfect score in the competition for so many years. The head teacher also expressed shock, looking at Xin Feng next to him unconsciously, then shaking his head and looking at the host. The words of these two people broke the silence. There were immediately various degrees of exclamations in the venue. Oh my god! Perfect score? Is this person even human? Did I hear it wrong? Perfect score? Oh my god, who is so amazing? Everyone is guessing who the monster that got a perfect score is. Lin Xingwan also recovered from the shock and asked, Principal, who is so amazing? Who can get a perfect score? I don't know either. I haven't heard of any amazing person participating in the competition. Principal Yang answered with confusion. At the same time, in the rest area of Donglin Academy. I didn't expect it. Our Donglin Academy produced a monster this time. Principal Su recovered and his joyful expression was self-evident. Principal, it seems that our school's ranking can move forward this time. Upon hearing this, Principal Su laughed heartily, not caring about her image as a woman at all. Everyone, be quiet. I was also very shocked when I first saw it. I have been hosting the competition for so many years and have never encountered a student with a perfect score. Today is truly eye-opening. So let's get back to the topic. The champion's score is 20 points, and the winner is dash. This host is starting again. Host, hurry up and say it. Host, why don't you let me say it? There were anxious voices from the audience. The champion is Xin Feng from Nanshan Elementary School. The host didn't drag it out and said directly, brush. Everyone's gaze turned to where Xin Feng was. Shocked. The whole venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone lost control of their brains and stared blankly at Xin Feng, motionless. Whether it was people from Donglin Academy, Xining Elementary School, or the staff, they all widened their eyes and stared dumbfounded at Xin Feng. Principal Ma's mouth was as wide open as a box, and he was stunned for a moment. Then he swallowed 2 or 3 mouthfuls of saliva and stared at Xin Feng foolishly. If you listen carefully, you can hear the sound of Principal Ma swallowing saliva. Xin Feng, you are truly a genius of Nanshan Elementary School. The worry on Principal Ma's face disappeared, instantly replaced by joy. He quickly went up and hugged Xin Feng, his voice echoing in the venue for a long time. Xin Feng, Lin Xingwan stared at Qin Feng in disbelief for a long time before saying these few words. This? Him? How is it possible? He slapped and got first place? Oh my god. What kind of monster is this? This is impossible. How can he be so fast and get everything right? There is only one possibility, he's not human. Ah, it's a monster. A girl shouted on the spot. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could it be him? Principal Su's face was full of disbelief, like being splashed with cold water from head to toe in winter, trembling in place. This is impossible. That kid has been sleeping all the time. It can't be anyone other than our Donglin Academy. It can't be him. It definitely can't be. How could it be him? Gao Li stared fiercely at Qin Feng. Everyone slowly recovered from the shock. Director Ma, congratulations. I knew this kid was extraordinary. He actually got a perfect score. The ranking of Nanshan Elementary School will definitely improve. Principal Yang congratulated happily. Upon hearing this, Director Ma quickly let go of Qin Feng, his face full of unbridled joy, leaving Qin Feng looking confused. Thank you, Principal Yang. Finally, our Nanshan Elementary School has produced a genius. I believe that from now on, no one will dare to look down on us. Director Ma said, his eyes slightly moist, but the joy on his face remained unchanged. This is impossible. Donglin Elementary School requests a reconsideration. Principal Su firmly looked at the host. Although there are 5 judges, it is still possible for them to make mistakes. They must have made a mistake. I demand a reconsideration. Principal Su repeated excitedly. Don't get worked up. According to the rules, those who disagree with the results can indeed request a reconsideration on the same day. Please give us some time to prepare. The host quickly stepped down after speaking. Principal Su, there's no need to be so upset. You clearly know that the competition rules are strict and it's impossible for there to be any mistakes. Why waste time by requesting a reconsideration? Director Ma gloated. Director Ma, it must be a mistake. The student you brought in was sleeping at the beginning, which everyone saw. If someone like that can still get first place, then anyone can. Principal Su, since you don't believe it, go ahead and investigate. Our Nanshan Elementary School's genius isn't afraid of scrutiny. Director Ma smirked. It must be a mistake. Principal Su muttered. Those who have objections, please stand here. The host walked up to the stage and spoke slowly. As soon as the words fell, many people walked towards the designated spot indicated by the host. It seems that many people don't believe in you, Qin Feng. Principal Yang sat in his seat, watching Qin Feng. They don't believe it. They'll see how they're proven wrong later. Qin Feng was about to speak but was interrupted by the director. Qin Feng, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. I comforted you before, and I'm really sorry about that. Lin Xingwan now fully believed in Qin Feng and expressed her apology. It's just luck. It's nothing. Qin Feng modestly replied. Now, I will bring out the champion's test paper and draft paper, and check them one by one for any issues until there are no objections. The host's loud voice rang from the stage. Soon, staff members brought Qin Feng's test paper and draft paper up. The first person to look at it was Principal Su, who had caused the most trouble earlier. Principal Su took Qin Feng's test paper and his expression went from shock to uncontrollable laughter, completely abandoning any semblance of a principal. The people at the scene all looked at Principal Su in confusion. After laughing for a while, tears started to flow from the corners of Principal Su's eyes. You guys, take a look yourselves. Ha ha ha. After Principal Su finished speaking, he couldn't stop laughing again. The next person took the draft paper with confusion. Like Principal Su, they were shocked at first, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Before this person could speak, the next person quickly took out Qin Feng's draft paper to look at it. Just like before, this person also started laughing uncontrollably. The next person continued to look, and for a while, the venue was filled with laughter. A male student who couldn't stop laughing forced himself to walk in front of the big screen and projected Qin Feng's draft paper onto it. The plan to become the world's richest person, the 3 most important points. First, participate in the district competition, win the championship, and there will be a lot of money. Then, participate in the city competition, where there will definitely be even more money. Finally, participate in the provincial and national knowledge competitions. Second, learn more about the star competition when I go back. After all, I don't know the situation yet, and no one has introduced it to me. Third, start a writing assistance business. First, post information online, then set a price list, and start making money. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Nanshan Elementary School. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The entire venue burst into laughter as they saw Qin Feng's draft paper. I'm laughing so hard. Nanshan Elementary School is not only ranked last now, but it will also become a mental hospital. Ha ha ha. He thinks that winning first place in a kindergarten competition makes him invincible. I always wondered how the last-ranked school suddenly got first place. Turns out there's a lunatic. Ha ha ha. Everyone, quiet down. Does anyone have any objections? Just then, the host cleared his throat and loudly addressed the laughing crowd. I do. Everyone saw it. He fell asleep right at the beginning of the exam and now he's writing all this on scratch paper. How can a lunatic possibly get first place? Principal Su calmed his emotions and looked defiantly at the host. Exactly, Nanshan Elementary School always ranks last, and now they're trying to cheat this year. Nanshan Elementary School is cheating. Nanshan Elementary School must be cheating. With Principal Su leading the way, everyone started agreeing with him. They must be cheating, we need to check his body. Yes, he must be hiding cheating devices on him. The crowd excitedly chimed in, as if they had discovered something significant. Everyone, quiet down. It's possible to file a complaint about the competition results, but searching someone's body requires their consent, the host said, staring at the excited crowd and speaking slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to Chin Fong. Cheating? How could our Nanshan Elementary School cheat? You've gone too far. Director Ma's face turned red with anger as he shouted at the people in the audience. Director Ma, why are you getting so worked up? We caught you cheating, and now you're furious, right? Principal Su's mouth curved into a slight smile as he sarcastically taunted Director Ma. Principal Su, our Nanshan Elementary School has produced a genius, are you jealous? Let me tell you, we can't cheat, and we won't cheat. Director Ma stared at Principal Su's ugly face and spoke loudly. Director Ma, for this garbage competition, do we even need to cheat? Principal Su's words were interrupted by Qin Feng's voice. After a moment of silence, everyone burst into laughter. Garbage competition? When caught cheating, you call it a garbage competition. I'll just quietly listen to your excuses. Ha, exposed, you lunatic. I told you, our Nanshan Elementary School can't cheat. We disdain those despicable tricks. Director Ma's face turned red with anger as he stared angrily at the people present. Oh, is that so? Then let's search you. What's wrong? Are you scared? Principal Su's smile deepened, persistently provoking Director Ma. Search me in front of everyone? Do you want to embarrass my students? Director Ma's gaze was resolute. Ah, it's all because my IQ is too high. I didn't consider your IQ, so I wrote too quickly, and that's why you suspect me. It's understandable. It's understandable. Alright then, next time I'll be more low-key in the competition, take care of your IQ, and spend more time on the questions, okay? Qin Feng took over Director Ma's words, speaking calmly and composedly. Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at Qin Feng. Put. Director Ma and Lin Xingwan burst into laughter at the same time. Qin Feng, I've been telling you to be more low-key. Look, now you've caused trouble. Director Ma's expression finally softened a bit as he teased Qin Feng. Can someone with a mental illness study? Shouldn't they be in a mental hospital? Your arguments are futile, you're going crazy. He. No matter how arrogant you are, you can only be an arrogant lunatic, no, a cheating, arrogant lunatic. Principal Su's face showed a mix of joy and sorrow. Principal Su, you seem quite upset that your Donlin Elementary School didn't get first place this year, huh? Director Ma looked at Principal Su's expression and made a joke. Director Ma, if it weren't for your cheating, first place would definitely belong to our Donlin Academy. Principal Su said angrily. The exams are open and transparent, we watched from the sidelines and saw everything. How could he cheat? Don't slander people without evidence. Director Ma's face began to show anger again. Alright, you've been talking for so long just to search me, right? I can agree to let you search me, but if you don't find anything, you have to apologize to the director and me. Qin Feng looked at Principal Su and spoke slowly. Humph, he must have cheated. If nothing is found, I'll apologize. Principal Su snorted coldly. Please come up to the stage. The host made a gesture to Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded and quickly walked onto the stage. Then several security guards came up with detection devices, and Qin Feng obediently stood on the stage and let the security guards search him. The machine scanned Qin Feng continuously, but the expected beeping sound did not occur. After the security guards repeated the scanning several times, there was still no beeping sound, and everyone stood dumbfounded in their original positions. Inspection complete. No cheating devices were found. The leading security guard raised his voice and, after saying this, led the other security guards off the stage. The words of the leading security guard were very intimidating, and everyone present was shocked. They stared blankly at Qin Feng on the stage, their mouths slightly agape, looking at Qin Feng as if he were a monster. How is this possible? He didn't cheat? A lunatic got first place? Principal Sue's face was unusually ugly, almost black. Oh, Principal Sue, why the long face? We didn't cheat, are you frustrated? Director Ma repeated Principal Sue's words verbatim to Principal Sue himself. You. Principal Sue's face turned iron blue with anger, not knowing how to respond. Apologize quickly. Stop making excuses. Listen carefully. Director Ma deliberately brought his ear closer. This action made Principal Sue stomp his feet in anger, his face turning red and his eyes widening. Everyone in the room recovered from their shock. No wonder he's so arrogant. He does have some ability. Do you think Principal Sue will really apologize to a student? Nanshan Elementary School finally had a moment of glory. Everyone looked at Principal Sue. Principal Sue felt the gaze around him, his face turning red and then green, and he gritted his teeth fiercely, saying, "I'm sorry." What? I didn't hear you? Director Ma laughed loudly and teased. You. Principal Sue, there are always people better than you, and there are always geniuses beyond your East Lynn Academy. Director Ma educated Principal Sue as if he were teaching a student. Humph. Principal Sue coldly snorted. Aren't you going to apologize to my student? Director Ma reminded Principal Sue, who showed no intention of apologizing to Qin Feng. Director Ma, I am a principal, and you want me to apologize to a student? Principal Sue retorted. Didn't we just agree on that? As a principal, don't you have any credibility? Director Ma, you've gone too far. Principal Sue stomped his feet in anger. Principal Sue, by breaking your promise, you not only lose face, but also the face of your East Lynn Academy. You. Director Ma's words indeed struck Principal Sue. Principal Sue looked at the many people around him, his face turning red. Clenching his teeth tightly, he shouted at Qin Feng, "I'm sorry. It's okay, my IQ is just too high. I'll be more careful next time." Qin Feng smiled and nodded. Principal Sue turned his face away and stopped looking at the two of them. Now, does anyone still have any objections? The host stood on the stage and spoke slowly. Since that's the case, let the winners of first place, second place, and third place come up to receive their awards. The host saw that no one was speaking and spoke slowly. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Of course, this applause was for the second and third place winners, while Qin Feng was treated as a lunatic. Qin Feng ignored everyone and thought that in the future, when he became the richest person, he would prove them all wrong. Qin Feng, whether you're a genius or not, if you dare to touch my woman, you'll die. Gaoli stared fiercely at Qin Feng as he went up on stage to receive his award with Lin Xingwan. When the applause of the crowd subsided, the host continued, as everyone knows, the triennial elite horse racing is about to begin, after discussions and decisions by the leaders. This time, the spot from our district goes to today's champion, Qin Feng from Nanshan Elementary School. Bang! As soon as these words were spoken, Principal Sue's teacup fell heavily to the ground. Everyone looked in shock at Qin Feng's direction. Standing there dumbfounded, the person who had just been mocked by everyone was now going to participate in a prestigious elite race? This news was hard for everyone to accept. What? The competition from the city is letting Nanshan Elementary School go? Qin Feng? Let him go? Let a lunatic embarrass us? The elite race, which only selects schools with high rankings, is now letting Nanshan Elementary School, which ranks last, go. Even Qin Feng himself was shocked. Director Ma, what is the elite race? Qin Feng looked at Director Ma with confusion, only to see Director Ma standing there, staring at Qin Feng in a daze. Oh my god, the elite race. Qin Feng, you are truly a god of our Nanshan Elementary School. The triennial elite race, it's finally our turn for Nanshan Elementary School. Director Ma suddenly regained his senses and rushed forward to hug Qin Feng. Qin Feng became even more confused. The elite race has always been for the top 3 ranked schools to qualify. Now they're letting a school that ranks last go? I disagree. Principal Sue stared fiercely at the host, his eyes filled with anger and jealousy. We also disagree. It has always been the top 3 schools that qualify. Why let him go to the elite race? Our school also disagrees. With Principal Sue leading the way, the other schools stood up one after another, looking angrily at the host. Please be quiet. This was decided by the leaders. The champion of this year's competition will go to the elite race. The leaders said that if anyone disagrees, they have to win the championship before speaking. The host's voice echoed in the venue for a long time. Champion? Why didn't you say earlier that the champion would participate? Why didn't you say earlier? Now we're sending a lunatic to the elite race. The crowd below complained incessantly. Everyone, please be quiet. I'm just delivering the message. If you're not satisfied, go find the leaders. Seeing everyone quiet down, the host cleared his throat and continued. The leaders attach great importance to this year's elite race. Many leaders and media will be attending. The top 3 winners of this year's elite race will have the opportunity to go to the powerful Shangshan Group for a paid internship. Damn! Shangshan Group? Damn! Paid internship? This treatment is too good. In the past, there was no such treatment. Why this year? A wave of exclamations erupted from the audience. Oh my god, Jesus, Nanshan Elementary School is going to become a legend. Xin Feng, you are my god. Director Ma's legs couldn't help but tremble as he excitedly looked at Xin Feng. Xin Feng stared at Director Ma in confusion. Congratulations, Xin Feng. Shangshan Group is the largest listed company in the entire Sansan city. The minimum qualification to work there is a 3rd-grade diploma, and those who can intern there will definitely learn a lot and have a good salary. The future is limitless. Lin Qingwan looked at Xin Feng with a calm expression and explained slowly. A listed company only requires a 3rd-grade diploma? I wonder how much salary can be obtained. Hearing Lin Qingwan's explanation, Xin Feng's heart remained calm, with only a slight interest in the paid internship. It's just participating in the elite race. Whether you can make it to the top 3 is still uncertain, Xin Feng modestly said. That's true. The elite race is filled with formidable individuals from various districts. Although it's a competition for kindergartners, the questions are at the 1st and 2nd grade level. You have to work hard. Lin Qingwan looked at Xin Feng with a serious expression. Xin Feng smiled and didn't say anything more. Please be quiet. The competition ends here. The host raised his voice. People gradually left one by one. Xin Feng came down to receive the award and handed the heavy trophy to the principal. Director, can I leave now? The director took the heavy trophy, his face filled with joy. He then proudly raised the trophy towards Principal Su and said, Principal Su, our Nanshan Elementary School actually won this trophy. What do you think? Director Ma ignored Xin Feng's question. Congratulations, Director Ma, Principal Su casually replied and turned his face away, no longer looking at Director Ma. Director Ma, I'm leaving, Xin Feng said helplessly when he saw that Director Ma was not paying attention to him. Don't worry, I'll take you back, Director Ma replied with a smile, still basking in his success in front of Principal Su. He then stopped looking at Principal Su and walked with Xin Feng towards Principal Yang. Seeing the two of them leaving, Principal Su sneered and said, Humph, Nanshan Elementary School? It's just luck. What's the point of showing off in front of me? Of course, neither of them heard this. After bidding farewell to Principal Yang, Director Ma drove Xin Feng back home in his Lamborghini, speeding on the road. Well done, kid. Getting a perfect score, Nanshan Elementary School is proud of you. Great, great. We have hope now. The elite competition is in a month, you need to prepare well. If you can win the championship, it will be a great honor for our school. Director Ma couldn't stop smiling and excitedly kept talking. Getting a perfect score, you've given face to our Nanshan Elementary School. We finally have a genius. Having the qualification to participate in the elite competition, you've made our Nanshan Elementary School proud. But if you come back without a ranking, they will definitely mock us. Thinking of this, the joy on Director Ma's face disappeared, replaced by worry. Xin Feng, you must study hard and strive for a ranking, shut them up completely. Director Ma looked at Xin Feng with concern. Xin Feng turned his face away without saying a word, ignoring Director Ma. Director Ma was already used to Xin Feng's reaction. He turned his head back, focused on driving, and suddenly remembered something. Damn it! I forgot to talk to their manager. They didn't even arrange seats for us at Nanshan Elementary School. Forget it, I won't argue with them since I'm in a good mood today. Anyway, we won the championship this time, they won't dare to disrespect us at Nanshan Elementary School anymore. Director, when will I receive the prize money? Xin Feng shook his head helplessly, looking at the excited Director Ma in the car, and asked with concern. Don't worry, you won't be short of money, you're a genius from our Nanshan Elementary School. By the way, I have to call the principal right away. Director Ma looked at Xin Feng with a smile and immediately made the call. Beep. Hello? After a while, a deep voice with a hint of anger came through the phone. Principal, our school has a genius. Director Ma couldn't hide his excitement. A genius? Only one genius in such a big school? Are you serious? Didn't I say not to disturb me unless it's something important? Principal, let me explain, it's not that kind of genius. Director Ma, do you still want to be the director? With the time you have, shouldn't you think about how to improve the school's ranking? Look at what rank the school has fallen to after I left. Are you still not ashamed? The principal's angry voice filled the car. Director Ma's face changed slightly, showing a hint of embarrassment, but he couldn't hide his excitement in his heart. Principal, our school has hope for its ranking because we won the math competition. Director Ma said proudly. What? Math competition champion? Director Ma, if you want to show off in front of me, you should find a legitimate reason. Don't bother me if it's not important. Beep, beep. Director Ma was about to speak, but the principal had already hung up the phone, leaving a cold beeping sound on the other end. Director Ma looked at Qin Feng and snorted, "That old man, he doesn't believe me even when I tell him the truth. I'll show him." Director Ma immediately parked the car on the side of the road, held the trophy in his hand, and dialed a video call on his phone. After a long time with no one answering the call, Director Ma was about to hang up while cursing, when finally someone picked up the phone. "Director Ma, if you call me again, I'll block you." As soon as the call connected, a burst of anger came from the other end of the line. Director Ma's face changed and he quickly aimed the camera at the trophy. "Principal, take a look at this." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. "What? The math competition champion trophy? Am I seeing things, Director Ma? Aim it better so I can have a good look." The attitude on the other end of the phone suddenly changed 180 degrees, and bursts of astonishment could be heard. Director Ma obediently aimed the trophy at the camera and turned the brightness of his phone to the highest. "Nanshan Elementary School. Champions. Oh my god. Director Ma, am I not mistaken?" "Principal, you're not mistaken. We have a super genius at Nanshan Elementary School, and they also have the qualification to go to the elite competition," Director Ma said with tears and snot. "What? The elite competition that only happens once every 3 years? Director Ma, you've done a great job this time. I will definitely promote you when I come back. Nanshan Elementary School will definitely take a big step forward in the rankings. Director Ma, well done." The voice on the other end of the phone was very excited, and you could even see the principal's eyes getting slightly moist. "Principal, it's the competition for the kindergarten class. And it's a perfect score, a perfect score." Director Ma wiped his tears and said excitedly, "What? A perfect score? 20 points? Director Ma, in all my years as principal, no one has ever achieved a perfect score. Are you telling the truth?" The principal said half-believingly. "Principal, it's absolutely true. Qin Feng from the kindergarten class is sitting next to me right now, and they won the championship with a perfect score." "Great, great. Nanshan Elementary School will definitely become one of the top elementary schools. Let me see who this genius is." Watching the two of them crying and wiping their tears, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and sighed. "Well, there are benefits, but there are also disadvantages." "Qin Feng, what are you muttering? Say a few words to the principal quickly." Director Ma quickly handed the phone to Qin Feng. Seeing Director Ma constantly gesturing to him, Qin Feng reluctantly took the phone. He saw an old man in his 50s smiling at him on the screen. "Old man, what's up?" As soon as he said this, both the smiling director and the smiling principal were stunned. "Ahem, I heard you won the championship?" The principal retracted his smiling face and asked somewhat seriously, "Is that championship difficult?" Upon hearing this, both the director and the principal beside him were stunned. The director was the first to break the awkward silence. "Ahem, I forgot to introduce him. Qin Feng, this is Principal Chen of Nanshan Elementary School." "Principal? I just heard you call him an old man. I thought he was someone else." Upon hearing this, both of them were stunned for a moment. Then, a burst of anger came from the other end of the phone. "Director Ma, how dare you call me an old man?" "Principal, it's a misunderstanding." The director glanced at Qin Feng and quickly took the call outside. After a series of nodding and bowing, he returned to the car. "You little brat, I got scolded because of you. I did hear you call him an old man." Qin Feng looked at the director innocently. "Oomph, I called him that, can you?" The principal attaches great importance to the elite competition in 10 days. He might come to the scene in person. Although you won the championship today, the questions in the elite competition will be several times harder than today. Do some more practice papers in the next few days and review well. You can't win the championship, but in 10 days, it will be the elite competition. Strive to bring back a good result and give Nanshan Elementary School some face. The director looked at Qin Feng with a serious expression. "Qin Feng, review? I don't need that." "Director, now that you've won the championship, I can't say much to you, but you must take the elite competition seriously." "Qin Feng, don't worry, I've already secured the championship." "Director." The director shook his head speechlessly and drove Qin Feng home. The car sped quickly on the road and soon arrived at Qin Feng's house. "Little genius, don't forget what you promised me." After saying this, Director Ma drove away without stopping. Seeing Director Ma's departing figure, Qin Feng helplessly shook his head and prepared to go upstairs. Just as he took a step on the stairs, he heard a furious roar from behind. "Qin Feng, today, I will make you crawl upstairs like a dog. Let everyone see what a lowly dog you are." Xin Feng turned his head in confusion. It turned out to be Shen Jingjing and Long Gu, who were cheating behind his back. However, what was different from before was that there was now another man standing beside them. The man had tattoos all over his arms, a dark complexion, and a scar on his face that was particularly prominent, making him look older. Shen Jingjing and Long Gu glared at Xin Feng with hatred, while the man kept looking Xin Feng up and down. Xin Feng, what are you looking at? 3 idiots. Humph. Xin Feng, without me, you are nothing. No woman would ever be interested in you. Shen Jingjing looked at Xin Feng with disgust. Xin Feng, you don't need to worry about that. That woman will never be you, because you're not even worthy of licking my shoes. You. Humph. I'll make you beg for mercy later. Hearing Xin Feng's words, Shen Jingjing stomped her foot in anger. Seeing this dog-like couple again, Xin Feng's eyes revealed a cold indifference and disgust. Xiaolong, is this the kid from the kindergarten you mentioned? The man looked at Xin Feng and asked Long Gu beside him. Boss Biao, it's him. He even made me and my girlfriend bark like dogs. Long Ji's teeth gritted as he stared angrily at Xin Feng, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Are you still shameless? Losing to a kid from a kindergarten. The man named Boss Biao, after hearing Long Ji's affirmative answer, looked at Xin Feng with a hint of disbelief in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Boss Biao, I was just careless. Is it possible to lose to a kid from a kindergarten even if you were careless? Boss Biao, I think he must have made up those numbers, it was just luck. Seeing the two of them answering back and forth without paying any attention to Xin Feng became impatient. Are you two done talking? Upon hearing this, the two stopped talking and looked at Xin Feng. Boss Biao slowly spoke up. Kid, don't think you're impressive just because you defeated a strong first grader. There are always people stronger than you, and there are always higher heavens. Xiaolong is my person, and I will help him regain his reputation. If you're smart, apologize to him, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Boss Biao slowly spoke to Xin Feng. Boss Biao, not only do I want him to apologize, but I also want him to bark like a dog. Long Gu, who was beside him, heard that Boss Biao only asked Xin Feng to apologize and quickly added, Oh, how ruthless can you be? Xin Feng stood at the staircase, calmly speaking. Xin Feng, don't you see who you are? You're not giving Boss Biao any face? Shen Jingjing, who was beside them, couldn't bear it anymore and angrily shouted at Xin Feng. Interesting, a kid from a kindergarten dares to be arrogant in front of a third grader. You have courage, but recognizing reality is what you should do now. Boss Biao wasn't angered by Xin Feng's words. Recognizing reality is something you should do. First grade was a complete failure for me, and third grade won't be any different. I've never seen such an arrogant kindergarten idiot before. I want to see what you're capable of. I'll give you a question. If you answer correctly, I'll let you go and won't bother you again, neither will Xiaolong. How about that? Diao Yi stared at Xin Feng with a smile on his lips. Diao Ge, he can answer first grade questions without even thinking. You have to be careful with him. Xiaolong cautiously watched Xin Feng and spoke softly. Who do you think you are? A kid from kindergarten can't possibly handle third grade questions. Diao Ge snorted coldly. I'm ready to accompany you anytime. Xin Feng didn't want to waste any more words or get entangled with them. He agreed without hesitation. You've got guts. Don't worry, as long as you answer correctly, we'll leave immediately. My reputation is the most important thing to me. However, if you can't answer, you have to apologize and bark like a dog 3 times. Whatever. What is 45 divided by 5? Diao Ge didn't waste any more time and asked directly. A question that a first grader can solve. Xin Feng, you can't be lucky every time. Look at him, today I must regain the shame from last time. Xin Feng, make your dog barking sound nice. Xiaolong and Shen Jingjing gloated on the side. Is that it? Is that your level? Xin Feng thought Biao Ge would ask a more difficult question. Can you answer it? If you can't, apologize immediately. Xiaolong was already looking forward to Xin Feng barking like a dog. You can ask such a simple question. I feel sorry for you. Simple? Then you answer it. Diao Ji's face showed a hint of anger. 9. Xin Feng replied calmly. This kind of question didn't even require him to think. Upon hearing this answer, Xiaolong burst into laughter. Xin Feng, don't think you can answer correctly every time you randomly say a number. You can't be lucky every time. Long Ge, that time he was just lucky. Otherwise, how could he have won against you? Shen Jingjing leaned against Long Ji's arms and spoke cautiously. Xin Feng felt nauseous seeing their intimate behavior. They were waiting for Xin Feng to bark like a dog, while Diao Yi frowned and looked at Xin Feng in shock. Diao Yi, what's wrong with you? This person is incredibly strong, someone we can't afford to provoke. Let's go. Diao Yi hadn't recovered from his shocked expression yet, but he knew they couldn't stay here. He quickly asked Xiaolong to leave. Xin Jingjing and Xiaolong were puzzled. Biao Good, did he answer correctly? How is that possible? Biao Good, did you make a mistake? Mistake? We discussed this question with our teacher for a week to find the answer. I will remember the answer is 9 even if I die. He answered without even thinking, which shows that he must be an extraordinary genius from some school, someone we can't mess with. Diao Yi stared at Qin Feng in shock, as if he was looking at a monster. How is that possible? Biao Gu, we can't let him off so easily. Biao Gu, how could he answer a third-grade question? I still want him to bark like a dog. Xin Jingjing and Xiaolong also looked at Qin Feng with shocked eyes, unwilling to accept it. That's the reality. I dare not provoke him. Xiaolong, I can't help you with this one. If you don't leave, I'll leave first. I want to stay alive. Diao Yi just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Brother, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I, Biao Yi, am inferior to you. I will keep my promise and won't bother you anymore. Please forgive me if I have offended you. After saying that, he ignored the shocked expressions of the two and left, leaving behind the two standing there in confusion and shock. How is that possible? A third-grade question? Even Biao Yi, who usually dominates, spoke so politely to him? Qin Feng, I don't know why you can answer correctly, but no matter what, I can't swallow this tone. Xiaolong angrily looked at Qin Feng. Even if you can't swallow it, you have to swallow it for me. Just then, a furious shout came from behind. Xiaolong's words were interrupted before he could finish. Biao Yi, why are you back? Xiaolong quickly bowed and said, Humph, I told you, if I lose, you can't bother him anymore. Did you ignore my words? Biao Yi angrily looked at Xiaolong. How could I? From now on, if you dare to oppose him, you're opposing me. Understand? Understood. Xiaolong glanced at Qin Feng, who was standing there watching the show, and gave him a fierce look. But he couldn't do anything to Qin Feng, so he gritted his teeth and nodded obediently. I just like seeing you wanting to do something but not being able to get rid of me. Qin Feng chuckled mischievously. You, wait, continue speaking. Diao Gu, you misunderstood. Then get lost. Are you ready to embarrass yourself here? Yes. Xiaolong unwillingly looked at Qin Feng and left with Xin Jingjing. Humph, brother, let's go first. If you need anything in the future, you can find me at Beijie. I'm called Biao Yi. Seeing Xiaolong's departing figure, Diao Yi coldly snorted and turned to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, wait. Diao Yi looked at Qin Feng in confusion. What's the matter? Qin Feng, do you know where the numerology room is? Diao Yi looked somewhat surprised. Why do you want to go there? Qin Feng, just asking. Diao Yi thought for a moment and nodded. With your strength, if you go to the numerology room and don't challenge higher grade students, you can earn some money. Qin Feng, where is the numerology room? Diao Yi, it's right below the Yulin Road Internet Cafe, but that place is chaotic. It's better for you to avoid going there. Qin Feng, are there any rules? Diao Yi, it's divided by levels. If you have the ability, you can earn money. Qin Feng, what if I challenge higher grade students? Diao Yi, then you'll lose miserably. I advise you to be more humble. Diao Yi left these words and walked away without looking back. Qin Feng stood there, lost in thought. The numerology room seems like a good place, but losing miserably? It's funny to think of that word applying to myself, Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled and prepared to climb the stairs back home. Just then, a voice came from behind. Qin Feng, why is your girlfriend with another guy? The sudden voice from behind startled Qin Feng. Can I still go home today? Qin Feng thought it was someone looking for trouble again. I really don't know why I have so many enemies. Is it wrong to be handsome and smart? Qin Feng turned around helplessly. Tang Zi? Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. It wasn't someone looking for trouble, but Tang Zi, who spoke up for him in class. Bai Xuan was staring at Qin Feng with her big watery eyes, her long eyelashes constantly brushing against her lower eyelids. Bai Xuan was wearing a white dress today, with a sunflower pattern on it. Her slender figure and graceful posture made her a stunning beauty. Her flawless white cheeks were slightly flushed, and she smiled at Qin Feng. Qin Feng instantly felt a warm breeze rushing towards him, and couldn't help but be intoxicated by this warm breeze. Qin Feng, are you okay? Seeing Qin Feng's appearance, Tang Zi couldn't help but chuckle, pretending to be calm as she asked. I'm fine. What are you doing here? Qin Feng was awakened from his trance by Tang Zi. I wanted to say goodbye to you. I found out your home address from the principal. Are you mad at me? Goodbye? Where are you going? Qin Yuan grasped the key point. My dad is working in Shanghai City, where the education is better, so I'm moving to Shanghai City. Will you come back? Probably not. How long will you be gone? Now, my dad is waiting for me at the intersection. Thank you for speaking up for me. Have a safe journey. Qin Feng didn't know what to say at this moment, standing there at a loss. You haven't answered me yet. Your girlfriend just now. You saw it? I saw a little bit. Yes, you didn't see it wrong. I've been cheated on. Why? You're so good. It's that girl who doesn't know how to appreciate you. Sorry, I shouldn't belittle myself. Maybe that girl has some unavoidable reasons. Hearing Qin Feng's affirmative answer, Tang Ziyi instantly lost control of her emotions. After realizing her emotional outburst, Tang Ziyi quickly apologized. There's no unavoidable reasons, but let's just let the past be the past. So, do I have a chance now? Tang Ziyi muttered to herself in a low voice. What? I didn't hear clearly. It's nothing. The smile on Tang Ziyi's face was much brighter than before. Then I'll go first. My dad is still waiting for me at the intersection. Have a safe journey. Qin Feng inexplicably felt a hint of reluctance. Tang Ziyi smiled and was about to leave when she seemed to think of something. She looked at Qin Feng gently and said, Qin Feng, don't pay attention to the mocking gazes of others. You are the best in my heart. Just be yourself. I heard from the principal that you won the championship and can participate in the elite competition. Congratulations, but there are many strong opponents there, so be careful. If possible, I will come to watch your match. You're so amazing. I will catch up to your pace as soon as possible. I won't let you look down on me, and I will miss you. After saying that, a blush instantly appeared on Tang Ziyi's fair face. Without waiting for Qin Feng's response, she turned around and quickly left the scene. Qin Feng stood there, moved but also a little confused. Miss me? Does she really like me? It can't be, right? Qin Feng recalled the time when he was with Shen Jingjing. He had never felt this warm, and Shen Jingjing had never treated him like this. Looking at Tang Ziyi's departing figure, Qin Feng unexpectedly felt a sense of reluctance. What is going on? Qin Feng couldn't figure it out, so after pondering for a while, he went upstairs and returned home. At the same time, in the car at the intersection. Oh, where is my daughter going to meet? Her face is so red? Tang Ziyi's father sat in the car and teased her as she hurriedly got in. A friend. Tang Ziyi blushed and lowered her head, unable to meet her father's gaze. Oh, it's a boyfriend, right? My daughter has grown up, and dad won't object. It's just a friend. I told you to go to Shanghai City with me before, but you refused. Yesterday, you suddenly told me you wanted to go, and you said you must go to the best school. Is it because your boyfriend is better than you and makes you feel unworthy? Truly an experienced person, hitting the nail on the head. Dad. Don't worry, Dad will definitely find the best school for you and fully support you. Tang Ziyi didn't answer. She turned her head and looked out the window, her eyes fixed on the direction of Qin Feng's house. Qin Feng, next time I come back, I will definitely stand by your side. After Qin Feng returned home, he had a simple meal and lay on the bed, boredly flipping through his phone. Suddenly, a text message popped up. Chuncheon Bank, 15,000 yuan has been deposited into your account. Balance, 16,827. 5 yuan. Just as he finished reading the message, a call came in. Without hesitation, Qin Feng answered it. You brat, did you receive the money? The 10,000 yuan reward and the 5,000 yuan from the school. Just received it. That's good. Don't forget what you promised me. By the way, the school has decided, you will directly skip to the first grade. Take a day off and report to the school tomorrow. First grade? Yes. You heard it right, the first grade. Enjoy it secretly. Being able to skip a grade proves that you are a very talented person. Can I skip to elementary school? You brat, don't be crazy. Elementary school is terrifyingly strong. Can you handle it? Don't even think about it for your whole life. The champion of the elite tournament gets a reward of 50,000, and the third place gets 3. Qin Feng interrupted the director before he could finish speaking. The director was confused. What do you mean? Are you not studying? Qin Feng replied, it's nothing, I just hung up. Before the director could respond, Qin Feng hung up the phone. 50,000 in the account. I didn't expect the prize money for the elite tournament to be this much. Then there must be even more competitions in the city, right? I'm one step closer to becoming the richest person. Thinking about this, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. Fantasizing about living in a big villa, looking up at this small house. Looking at the empty house, Qin Feng's thoughts were filled with memories from 16 years ago. At that time, Qin Feng had just turned 2 years old and had just learned to call his parents. His parents took him to his grandmother's house and then disappeared. Qin Feng grew up with his grandmother. From the time he could remember, Qin Feng would often ask his grandmother, "Grandma, where are my mom and dad?" His grandmother would always sit in her rocking chair, basking in the sun, and when she heard Qin Feng ask this, she would smile and answer, "They went to a faraway place to buy delicious food for you." "Grandma, you always say that. Little Qin Ming, isn't it good to be with Grandma?" "Humph, I want my mom and dad." When his grandmother heard this, she would hug Qin Ming. "Qin Ming, be good, Grandma will buy you sugar-coated haws later." Every time Qin Feng acted spoiled, his grandmother would buy him sugar-coated haws to coax him. Thinking about this, Qin Feng couldn't help but tear up. The last time he saw his only relative, his grandmother, was during winter vacation. She had left him forever. "Grandma, I will definitely live up to your expectations and make a name for myself." Qin Feng quickly composed himself. "The dead are already gone, and the living must live well. Since fate has given me this opportunity, I will strive to become the richest person in the world. Tomorrow, I will set the price for doing homework and start my business." After making up his mind, Qin Feng fell into a deep sleep. He woke up early the next morning. He sat in front of the computer and quickly found the forums of various schools. His fingers swiftly typed on the keyboard. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng had filled all the primary school forums in the city with advertisements. Homework writing, test taking, you can get whatever score you want, contact QQ. To avoid exposing his identity, Qin Feng used a newly created account. His username was Score God. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with this name, feeling that it could be compared to the Thunder God in Marvel. Score God. Charge. After everything was ready, Qin Feng sat in front of the computer and waited for QQ messages. He didn't bother thinking about the price, he would charge based on his mood. 10 minutes later, a friend request finally popped up on the QQ interface, and Qin Feng immediately became alert. He clicked on the interface, and it was someone with the username #coldyoung#yuan. Damn! An emo kid. Who cares, as long as I can make money. Qin Feng eagerly accepted the friend request. The other person quickly sent a message. #Coldyoung#Yuan, Score God? Happy face, Score God, the legendary Cold Young? #Yuan, indeed, it is I. Score God, indeed, it is I. #Yuan, can you control scores? Score God, absolutely. #Yuan, fuck. Who do you think you're fooling? I'm a genius in first grade. Score God, fuck, I don't care what grade you're in, if you're not here to do business, then fuck off and stop wasting my time. #Yuan, fuck. How dare you talk to me like that? Which class are you in? Wait for me after school tomorrow at noon. Score God, fuck, tomorrow at noon, meet me at the entrance of Nanshan Elementary School. #Yuan, what? You're from Nanshan Elementary School? The last ranked school? Qin Feng didn't reply. For people like this, not replying was the best solution. Seeing that Qin Feng hadn't replied for a long time, Cold Young sent several more messages. #Yuan, the last ranked school, and you dare to talk about controlling scores? Can't find a sense of existence in real life, so you come online to find it? Score God, get lost. Cold Young $%, not very skilled, but quite temperamental. It's already the last ranked school, and you still won't let people talk? Score God, if you're not doing business, then get lost. Cold Young $%, can you solve the problems from my first grade? If you can, I'll be impressed. Afterwards, Cold Young $% sent a few pictures. Score God, don't you know I charge for this? Cold Young $%, money is not a problem, but what if you can't solve them? Score God, if you can't finish within 30 seconds, I'll refund your money. Cold Young $%, such arrogant words. I doubt I can solve these problems even in a day. Score God, stop complaining and transfer the money. Cold Young $%, alright, let me see if you have the ability. How much? Score God, 500. Cold Young $%, 500? Are you robbing me? Score God, write or don't write, it's up to you. Cold Young $%, fine, if you can't finish within 30 seconds, refund me. Afterwards, Qin Feng received a transfer of 500 yuan. Qin Feng printed out the test paper, quickly completed the content, and sent it over. Cold Young $%, last 10 seconds. Damn, you finished so quickly? When the pictures were sent, it was only 25 seconds. Cold Young $%, who knows if you just randomly wrote something? I'll come find you after the teacher checks it tomorrow. Qin Feng ignored this crazy person. He closed the interface, there were no other messages, and feeling bored, he opened QQ Speed. Just as Qin Feng was immersed in the excitement of QQ Dance, he received a friend request on QQ. Qin Feng immediately closed QQ Speed and opened the friend request interface. Bai Luwei Shuang requested to add him as a friend. by Lu Wei Shuang? Xin Feng didn't hesitate and immediately clicked agree. After waiting for a while, the other person didn't send any messages. Xin Feng took the initiative to speak. Score God, what's the matter? After waiting for a while, the other person still didn't reply. After about 10 minutes, a message finally came from the other person. By Lu Wei Shuang, can you help me write a test paper? Score God, yes. By Lu Wei Shuang, how much do you charge? Score God, are you a girl? By Lu Wei Shuang, yes. Score God, then it's 288. By Lu Wei Shuang, can you help me get a score of 72? Score God, 72? 1 cent per point, you need to pay more. By Lu Wei Shuang. Score God, still want me to write? By Lu Wei Shuang, right. How much more? Score God, 10 yuan per point, so an additional 120. By Lu Wei Shuang, alright. By Lu Wei Shuang, may I ask, how much is it in total? Score God, 288 plus 120. By Lu Wei Shuang, wait a moment, let me calculate with a calculator. Score God, 408. By Lu Wei Shuang, wow, I just calculated it with a calculator and it's also 408. Which elementary school are you from? Score God, Nanshan Elementary School. By Lu Wei Shuang, so that's it. You must be a genius in 6th grade, I've heard about you. Score God. After a while, Xin Feng received a transfer of 408 yuan. He earned 1,208 yuan today, not a bad start. After a while, another test paper was sent. Xin Feng skillfully printed the test paper and started working on it. A few minutes later. Score God, it's done. The blank spaces control the score, so I didn't write anything. Just fill them in randomly. By Lu Wei Shuang, so fast? Truly a 6th grade genius. Score God. Xin Feng didn't reply to Bai Lu Wei Shuang's message and continued to wait for the next business opportunity in front of the computer. He waited until the afternoon, but no more friend requests came. Xin Feng stretched and went to take a shower. Earning 1,200 yuan in a day was not bad, it was a good start. After a refreshing shower, Xin Feng felt much better. After hastily eating dinner, he returned to the computer. His QQ account was still clean without any messages. Sigh. The beginning is always difficult. After setting an alarm, Xin Feng climbed into bed and fell into a deep sleep. Just fell asleep for a while, I was awakened by the vibration of a phone. Xin Feng impatiently answered the call with a hint of anger in his tone. Who is it? It's me, came a gentle female voice from the other end of the phone. Hearing Xin Feng's tone, she spoke cautiously. When Xin Feng heard that it was Tang Ziyi, his attitude improved slightly. What's up? I just wanted to ask, there are many strong players in the elite tournament, how is your review going? Tang Ziyi asked cautiously. It's going well, Xin Feng replied. That's good. If I have time, I'll come to the elite tournament, Tang Ziyi said. Okay, Xin Feng replied. Well, rest well. I won't disturb you. Xin Feng hung up the phone and threw it aside, then went back to sleep. The girl on the other end of the phone sat on the bed in astonishment when she heard the beep of the phone hanging up. She muttered to herself, am I that annoying? The next morning, Xin Feng was awakened by the alarm clock. He quickly got up, dressed in loose clothes, and put on a black mask before leaving. Today, he was going to start 1st grade. It's funny that he's still in 1st grade at this age. In his previous world, going to 1st grade at 18 years old would be laughable. He hailed a taxi at the door and headed to school. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, the principal greeted him with a smile. Little genius, how did you sleep last night? Did you sleep well? It was okay. Let's go, I'll take you to your class. The principal asked me to take good care of you, the principal said, leading Xin Feng towards the 1st grade classroom. At the same time, in the 1st grade class, the teacher was teaching addition and subtraction from 1 to 5 on the podium. Class, today we will learn subtraction, which is more complicated than addition. Subtraction? That's harder than addition. What should I do? I'm afraid I won't be able to learn it. They say it's difficult, I'm also afraid I won't be able to learn it. Quiet, classmates, don't be afraid. As long as you study hard, there's nothing you can't learn. Everyone has a certain foundation from kindergarten, so don't be afraid. Teacherin, come out for a moment. Just as Teacher Li was about to say a few more words to the students, a voice came from the door, attracting everyone's attention. Teacherin saw that the principal had arrived and quickly went out. Principal? What's he here for? Are we going on vacation? Great. We don't have to attend this headache-inducing subtraction class anymore. Didn't you see someone behind? Most likely a transfer student. As soon as Teacherin left, the class started whispering. Teacherin, this is a student who skipped a grade from kindergarten. I assigned him to your class because I trust you, Principal Ma said with a smile, looking at Teacher In. Hearing this, Teacher In looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Principal, is he the math competition champion? Shoo, don't spread it around, it might cause unnecessary panic, Principal Ma interrupted Teacher In before she could finish her sentence. Then, Principal Ma chatted with Teacher In for a few more moments before turning to Qin Feng with a smile. Study well, I'm leaving. Teacher In smiled at Qin Feng and said, Qin Feng, right? Let's go, I'll take you inside. Qin Feng nodded and obediently followed Teacher In. Seeing Teacher In leading his student into the classroom, the classmates started whispering again. He really is a transfer student, and he looks so young. I don't understand why he transferred, it's affecting everyone's learning. I wonder where this transfer student came from. Quiet down. As soon as I leave, you all start chattering. You're not in kindergarten anymore. You're already in first grade. Don't you have any self-discipline? Teacher In scolded the students who were whispering below. The classmates quieted down instantly when they saw the teacher getting angry. Teacher In breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the classroom was finally quiet. This is the new student in our class, Qin Feng. He came from kindergarten. Let's welcome him. As soon as she finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted in the classroom. There were a few people who did not applaud with their classmates, but instead sat in their seats and stared at Qin Feng with malicious eyes. Qin Feng felt a bit awkward standing on the podium. Teacher, why does he skip grades and come straight from kindergarten? Suddenly, a boy in the class spoke up. Yeah, why? We all worked hard to move up from kindergarten, so why does he get to skip? With that boy leading the way, others in the class who were dissatisfied also stood up to speak. Quiet down. Qin Feng was able to skip a grade because he has the ability. If you have the ability, you can skip too, the teacher said, banging on the table. Teacher, does he really look capable? Yeah, I think he used some kind of cheat ability. Yeah, if he's so capable, why doesn't he participate in competitions? Ahem, excuse me, are you talking about the math competition from the day before yesterday? Qin Feng, who had been silent all this time, calmly interrupted. Yes. How come you, being so talented, didn't participate? Yeah, I hate transfer students. If you're talented, you should participate in competitions. Well, that competition you're talking about, I think I accidentally won first place, Qin Feng said, scratching his head and speaking softly. As soon as he said this, everyone in the classroom, except for the teacher, was stunned. They all opened their mouths wide, dumbfoundedly looking at Qin Feng. You? Pretending to be something? The leader of the group didn't believe it. Boss, now that I think about it, the champion seems to be called Ming. Right. It seems like he won the championship after taking a nap. The leader of the group glared fiercely at the two and then turned to look at Qin Feng again. Humph, so what if it's you? That was just a kindergarten competition. That was just playing house in kindergarten. A clown is still a clown in first grade, the man said, glaring at Qin Feng. In this class, he was the boss, and he would not allow anyone to challenge his authority. Oh, is that so? Then why didn't you win a championship? Qin Feng said dismissively. Humph, I don't care about that small championship. The man snorted. Right, our boss doesn't care. We don't want that championship, even if it's given to our boss. Two lackeys chimed in. Oh, is that so? Maybe you guys don't know? I won the championship, and those leaders made me participate in something. What was it again? Oh, it seems like it was some kind of elite, something competition, Qin Feng said mysteriously, slowly speaking. What? Elite competition? Isn't that only for the top 3 schools to qualify for? The class instantly erupted, everyone looking at Qin Feng in shock. They stared dumbfoundedly at Qin Feng, their jaws dropping to the ground. Just then, the leader of the group spoke up from behind. Who are you trying to fool? Do you really have the qualifications? Qin Feng sneered. I don't know if I have the qualifications or not. But I know, you definitely don't. Fuck. How dare you laugh? The man angrily stared at Qin Feng, stood up and slammed the table. The anger on his face was hard to hide. Yan Wei. This is during class. Go stand at the back. The teacher quickly spoke up to stop him. Just you wait. Seeing the teacher intervene, Yan Wei slammed the table and left his seat to stand at the back. Obviously, this wasn't the first time he had done something like this. Who dares to cause trouble in the class? Do I not exist as a teacher? Qin Feng represented our district in the elite competition. If you're not convinced, you can go find the principal. The teacher looked at everyone with a serious expression. Fuck. He actually went to participate in the elite competition. Damn. Are we going to let him embarrass our school? It's just luck. He'll be eliminated in the first round. Yeah, he's just going to be cannon fodder, embarrassing our school. What bad luck, being in the same class as him. The class erupted in exclamations, mocking glances constantly directed at Qin Feng. "Quiet down. Do you still want to continue this class?" the teacher interrupted. The class instantly became quiet, and no one spoke anymore. Seeing the class calm down, teacher and slowly spoke up, "Qin Feng, sit next to Lu Xinxin." As soon as these words came out, the male students in the class looked at Qin Feng with envy. "Who is Lu Xinxin?" Qin Feng asked with a puzzled expression. "Here." A gentle and powerful voice came from the corner. Qin Feng followed the voice and saw a girl sitting in the corner, smiling at him. His gaze moved up and stopped at the girl's flawless delicate cheeks. Her fair skin was as delicate as a blown bubble, with a healthy and attractive rosy glow. A gentle smile adorned her cheeks, giving people a soft and soothing feeling as if all anxieties would disappear in an instant, filled with a strange charm. Qin Feng was a little fascinated. This girl was similar to Lin Qingwan, whom he had met in the competition. He hadn't noticed that there was such a beautiful girl in the class. Qin Feng quickly withdrew his gaze and walked towards Lu Xinxin with some embarrassment. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! She's the great flower of our first year. This guy actually took advantage of her. Damn it! She's our boss's woman." Seeing Qin Feng sitting next to Lu Xinxin, the male students in the class looked at him with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Feeling the gazes around him, Qin Feng could only shake his head helplessly. What a beauty! Qin Feng sat next to Lu Xinxin, feeling a gentle breeze and a fragrance wafting from her side. This feeling was so wonderful. At this moment, an image of a girl wearing a white dress with a sunflower pattern appeared in Qin Feng's mind, smiling gently at him. Qin Feng quickly shook his head. Why did he think of Tang Ziyi? Humph. Qin Feng, just you wait. Yan Wei, who was standing behind, saw that Qin Feng dared to sit next to his woman. Seeing this scene, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He punched the wall, but didn't dare to make too much noise, his angry eyes fixed on Qin Feng. Alright, students, let's start the class now. Teacher and naturally didn't notice the hidden struggles among the students in the class and began teaching. Teacher and tirelessly lectured on 3 to 2. Qin Feng felt sleepy and couldn't hold on for long before he fell asleep on the desk. Suddenly, the teacher lecturing on the stage looked sharp and stared at Qin Feng seriously. Qin Feng, stand up. Qin Feng was fast asleep, motionless on the desk. Lu Yi quickly poked Qin Feng with a pen. Qin Feng finally woke up in pain and raised his head, looking at Lu Yi with a puzzled expression. Lu Yi helplessly said, Qin Feng, the teacher is calling you. Qin Feng then looked at the teacher. At this moment, the teacher was looking at Qin Feng with an impatient look. Qin Feng, this is a class, not your home. Teacher, I'm just too tired. I already know what you're teaching. Qin Feng looked at the teacher innocently. Qin Feng, don't think that winning a competition makes you superior to others. The teacher angrily slapped the desk. The surrounding students dared not speak and looked at Qin Feng with schadenfreude. Alright, I won't sleep anymore. Qin Feng couldn't forget the last time when the world changed just because he took a nap. Pay attention in class. The teacher scolded sternly. Then, the teacher turned around and started teaching addition and subtraction within 5. Qin Feng forced himself to keep his eyes open, his mind constantly thinking about when to go to the math room. Time passed minute by minute. Finally, the bell for the end of class rang, and Qin Feng couldn't hold on anymore. He fell asleep on the desk again. He didn't know how long he had slept. Hey! Wake up! A voice kept urging Qin Feng in his ear. Qin Feng struggled to raise his head from the desk. 3 people stood in front of him, the same 3 who had mocked him in class just now, with Yan Wei as the leader. Qin Feng looked around again, and all the students in the class were gone, including his desk mate Lu Xinxin. Humph! What are you looking at? All the classmates in the class have gone to physical education class. One of the boys saw Qin Feng's appearance and immediately scolded him. You stinky trash! I warn you, Lu Xinxin is my woman. If you dare to touch a single hair on her, I will take your life. No, it's fragrant hair. Yan Wei looked at Qin Feng with anger. Humph! You dare to touch our boss's woman? Don't you want to live anymore? Qin Feng looked at the 3 of them in extreme speechlessness. Are you guys idle? What? Stinky trash, just because you were some champion in a kindergarten, doesn't mean I won't touch you. There is no one in this school that I won't touch. Yan Wei, if you bully Qin Feng again, I will report to the teacher. Just as Yan Wei was about to show his power, a roar came from the door. Lu Xinxin was standing there, staring at Yan Wei with a serious expression. Yan Wei glanced at Lu Xinxin, then looked at Qin Feng. Stinky trash, if you're a man, don't hide behind a woman. He glared at Qin Feng and shouted at his 2 lackeys, let's go. The 2 lackeys obediently followed behind Yan Wei. As they passed Lu Xinxin, Yan-Wei whistled at her. Lu Xinxin, you will be mine sooner or later. After saying that, he walked away without looking back. Lu Xinxin quickly ran to Qin Feng. Are you okay? I'm fine. Is the physical education class over? Sorry, I didn't call you because you were sleeping soundly. It's already over. It's okay, thank you. Qin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Let's get ready for the next class, Lu Xinxin said and started to calculate the subtraction taught by the teacher. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly as he saw Lu Xinxin frowning while calculating 3 to 1. The classmates in the class gradually returned to the classroom. The bell for class soon rang. Teacher Li entered the classroom and started the lesson. Just a few minutes into the class, Yan-Wei and his 2 lackeys ran to the classroom door panting and shouted for a report. You 3 are late again. Deduct points. Hurry up and go back to class, the teacher said angrily. The 3 quickly returned to their seats. The teacher continued the lesson, and soon a note was passed to Qin Feng from behind. Qin Feng treated it as trash and threw it into the trash can under the desk. Damn! An angry roar came from behind, but it wasn't very loud. After a few minutes, another note was passed to him, this time handed to him by the person behind him. Qin Feng turned around and took the note handed over from the back desk. When he turned around, he could still see Yan-Wei smirking at him. Qin Feng smirked in response and unfolded the note. The note had some crooked handwriting, mixed with some pinyin. Qin Feng, don't hide behind a woman. Come to the math room tonight to fight or not. Qin Feng finished reading and turned to look at Yan-Wei, who was still smirking at him. Ha ha, this idiot is quite interesting. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Damn! Yan-Wei, who was behind him, saw Qin Feng laughing at him and withdrew his smirk, angrily staring at Qin Feng. Let's see if you can still laugh tonight. Qin Feng was amused by this idiot. Coincidentally, Qin Feng was also planning to go to the math room. This idiot probably found an older student to wait for me there. Then let's play. Qin Feng cautiously asked Lu Xinxin, do you know what the math room is? The math room? It's a place for math competitions, betting competitions. The winner takes it all. Isn't it similar to gambling? It's similar. There are also different levels there. The higher the level, the more money you need to bet and the more you can win. Levels? Yes, from kindergarten to 6th grade, you can choose freely. I see, thank you. Are you going? I advise you not to go to such a place. It's full of hooligans. Don't worry. Although Lu Xinxin was puzzled, she didn't ask further and nodded, continuing to listen to the lesson. This math room is definitely a paradise for making money. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng quickly wrote a few words on a piece of paper and handed it to the person behind him, who naturally knew who to give it to. Yan-Wei couldn't wait to open the note when he received it. Under the messy handwriting, there was a neat row of big characters. It's not that I'm afraid, it's that your intelligence is not worthy of comparing with me. Yan-Wei flipped the note back and forth, but didn't understand the meaning. He quickly asked the person next to him, who also shook their head. Humph, he definitely doesn't dare to come. Yan-Wei muttered quietly. Qin Feng naturally knew that he couldn't understand, but he didn't have time to deal with Yan-Wei now. The study room was a good place, but he couldn't expose his identity, otherwise it would be troublesome. As for Yan-Wei, he. Qin Feng's mouth curled into a mischievous smile. Time quickly came to evening. Finally school was over. Yan-Wei rushed out as soon as school ended, without causing any trouble for Qin Feng again. Qin Feng took a taxi to the school gate. Taking a taxi every day is expensive. He needs to save money quickly to buy a car. Soon, Qin Feng arrived at the doorstep of his house. He bought some daily necessities at the doorstep and went home. After a simple meal at home, Qin Feng quickly took out his phone and searched for the study room. He carefully looked at the time on it, and sure enough, it was the same as what Louis said. It was 6:30 p.m. now, and the competition would start at 7 p.m. Qin Feng quickly opened his computer and logged into QQ, but there were no messages. Could it be that the money-making method of helping with exams and homework is no longer valid? Annoying. Whatever. Let's go see the study room first. Qin Feng quickly tidied up, put on a black fox mask that he randomly bought at the supermarket, and went out. Following the address marked online, Qin Feng quickly arrived at the entrance of an internet cafe, which was marked to go downstairs from the internet cafe. As soon as he entered, a strong smell of smoke mixed with the stench of various foods hit him. Qin Feng endured the discomfort and quickly passed through the internet cafe. A small door appeared in front of him, which was the entrance marked by the study room. The door was narrow and could only accommodate one person at a time, presumably to prevent people from running away without paying. Qin Feng entered through the small door and walked for a few tens of seconds before discovering a hidden world inside. It was a huge indoor space, magnificent and filled with people gathered together, with noisy voices coming from all around. "Sir, are you here to participate in the competition?" A female waitress wearing black stockings and a tight work uniform walked towards Qin Feng with a smile. "Yes," Qin Feng nodded. "Do you have a membership card?" "No." "Sir, would you like to get one? If you get a membership card and recharge 500, you can get 50 as a bonus today." "No need." "Alright, sir. Which level of competition are you preparing to participate in? How much is it for the first grade?" "Sir, the first grade is based on 200, but you can increase it on your own. However, you need to register here. In order to prevent higher grades from participating in lower grade competitions, we have a rule that requires proof of grade. If you are in a lower grade, you can challenge freely." "Ah, proof of grade? I don't have it." Qin Feng looked confused. But why does it feel like this rule is targeting him? "Sir, if you have a membership, you don't need to provide proof of grade." "Damn. Truly underground, indeed very underground. You still have to get a membership. Truly a shady gambling place. Then let's get one." Qin Feng reluctantly agreed. "Alright, sir, please wait a moment." After a few minutes, a black and gold card and 550 gambling coins were handed to Qin Feng. "Sir, these are gambling coins. We don't use cash transactions here. You can exchange them for cash, and by the way, are you sure you want to choose the first grade?" Can't be too high profile, let's go with a lower level." "Alright, please follow me." The waitress led the way, and Qin Feng followed closely behind. "Sir, each level's room here is different. What you saw in the lobby just now was for kindergarten level. The higher the level, the more luxurious the private rooms are." The waiter led Qin Feng through various private rooms, constantly explaining. "It must be said that this place is really big." The waiter walked for several minutes before stopping in front of a private room. "Sir, we have arrived," the waiter said and then turned and left. As soon as Qin Feng pushed open the door, he heard a voice from inside. "Didn't you say you wanted me to take care of someone for you?" "Brother Hao, he gave me a note, but I didn't understand what it meant," Qin Feng said. He immediately spotted Yan Wei and had already guessed that he would be here. There were many people inside, coming and going, and no one noticed Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't rush forward, but found a corner to sit down. "Useless. Can't even read a single word." Brother Hao's face showed some anger. Yan Wei apologized. "Brother Hao, I'm only in first grade, I haven't learned all the characters yet." "Useless. Let me see." Yan Wei quickly took out the note. Brother Hao snorted and took the note to look at it. "Damn, this kid rejected you. I knew he wouldn't come, just a little Rolo. Still wanted to make some money off him. Forget it, anyone want to bet with me?" After shaking his head vigorously, Brother Hao shouted to the crowd. The people heard the voice but dared not speak. Only a few brave individuals whispered to each other. "I can't believe it, a second grader gambling with us first graders, who would bet with him? Exactly, shameless. I'll do it." Just as the people were whispering, a man wearing a black fox mask and black clothes in the corner suddenly spoke up, attracting everyone's attention. "The fox demon mask? But he looks new. He's in for a big loss. Who doesn't know that Brother Hao is a second grade genius? No first grader has ever beaten him. This person is a walking money bank. Ha ha." Mocking laughter constantly echoed from the surroundings. Brother Hao's gaze also turned towards Qin Feng. "Good kid, I thought you would leave empty-handed again today, you have some backbone." Qin Feng took a step forward towards the gambling table. Yan Wei, who was standing beside him, was surprised and felt a sense of familiarity. "How do we gamble?" Qin Feng quickly walked up to the gambling table and asked. "Ha, interesting, you dare to gamble without even knowing the rules. You give 3 questions, I give 3 questions. There is a red light here, it will light up if you answer correctly, and turn green if you answer incorrectly," Brother Hao patiently explained. "All right." Seeing Qin Feng answer so decisively, Brother Hao couldn't help but be stunned. This kid, what is he pretending for? He's making him pretend. Let's see if he can still pretend after losing." Laughter filled the air from the surrounding crowd. "All right, good kid, how much are you betting?" 550. 550? Very good. I'll match your 550. Brother Hao pushed all his gambling coins to the center, and Qin Feng also pushed the 550 gambling coins given to him by the waiter to the center. "Ha ha ha, courageous, I hope you still have this courage later. Anyone want to raise the bet?" Brother Hao laughed loudly, then shouted to the crowd. The people quickly stood behind Brother Hao, all betting on him. "I raise 100. Brother Hao wins. I raise 200. Brother Hao wins. I raise 200. Brother Hao wins." In the previous second, those who were bad-mouthing Brother Hao were now standing behind him, looking at Qin Feng with mocking eyes. Feng looked at the increasing number of people putting money on the table. A cold smile appeared on his face. Yan Wei was a bit confused on the side. Who are you? Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere? Do I need to reveal my identity here? Feng replied calmly. And no need. But do you know who he is? He's my big brother. You can call him Brother Hao. He's a second-grade powerhouse, a terrifying existence. Yan Wei no longer paid attention to that mysterious sense of familiarity, but proudly said while looking at Brother Hao. It's too late for you to know now. Once you place your bet, there's no room for regret. Hao Gu heard Qin Feng's words and snorted. Did I say I wanted to back out? What does it have to do with you, Chang Gu? Can you stop talking nonsense? Feng was getting impatient. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces turned dark. This is the first-grade super strongman, Hao Gu. He actually doesn't take Hao Gu seriously. Who do you think you are, acting so arrogantly? The person standing behind Hao Gu started to show off in front of him. Stop. It's the first time I've seen someone so fearless who dares to ignore my existence. Everyone, calm down. I will make him know the consequences of underestimating me on this gambling table. Hao Gu stopped everyone and then glared at Qin Feng angrily. Can we start now? Go call the referee. Since you're so eager to give me money, then I won't be polite. After Hao Gu finished speaking, one of his subordinates pressed the call button, and 10 seconds later, a middle-aged man in a suit appeared at the gambling table. Why do you need to call me for a competition? I have to charge an appearance fee. Donggu, don't worry, you won't be short of appearance fees. The man named Donggu glanced at Hao Gu and then at Qin Feng, smiled meaningfully, and then spoke loudly. Let the competition begin. Then Donggu dealt one card to Qin Feng and one card to Hao Gu. Compare the size of the cards. The one with the smaller card goes first with 3 questions, and the one with the bigger card goes second. Understand? Both of them nodded. This rule naturally gave an advantage to the person who went second. The person who went first was unsure of the other's strength and might easily ask questions below the other's level, making it easy for the other person to answer correctly. The person who went second could judge the other's strength based on the questions asked before. Now, reveal the cards. The first one to reveal the card was Hao Gu. As soon as the card reached his hand, Hao Gu couldn't hide his smile and threw the card in front of everyone's eyes. Heaven is helping me too. The King of Hearts. Although I don't need the advantage of asking questions later to deal with you, I can't help it. Even the heavens are helping me. Hao Gu was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth, and the group of people behind him looked at Qin Feng with a gloating expression. What do you have? Why don't you show it? Yan Wei said on the side. Everyone's eyes also focused on Qin Feng, staring curiously at the cards in Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng pretended to be mysterious, hid the cards in his hand, took a secret glance, and then threw the cards on the table. What a pity, the Jack of Spades. Then I'll ask the first question. Qin Feng's mouth curled into a cold smile as he said this. Asking questions later might give an advantage to these idiots, but these stupid rules had no effect on Qin Feng at all. Heaven is helping me too. I'll take your 550. Hao Gu laughed uncontrollably. Referee, what are the rules for overtime? Everyone looked at Qin Feng in confusion, wondering why he was asking about overtime. With your level, kid, you won't even make it to overtime. Hao Gu mocked from the side. Only then did the referee in a suit speak slowly. In overtime, the bets continue to increase. The winning side takes it all, and each round increases the bet. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng looked at the nearly 1,000 gambling coins on the table and started to plan something in his mind. Then he spoke. Let's begin. The red side goes first. The time for asking questions cannot exceed 5 minutes, and the person asking the question must know the answer. If the opponent answers incorrectly or cannot answer, they must say the answer to score. 1 point for a correct answer, no points for a wrong answer. Start asking questions. What is 2 plus 1-3? Qin Feng asked the question without wasting any more words. Upon hearing this question, Hao Gu burst into laughter. Are you a monkey sent to entertain us? It equals 0. While the group of people behind him were busy calculating, Hao Gu had already given the answer. Truly a second-grade strongman, indeed terrifying. He actually asked such a difficult question. Could it be that he is also in the second grade? Impossible. Besides Hao Gu, no one else can enter the second grade. The group of people behind them whispered to each other. Just after answering, the light in front of Hao Gu started flashing red. Seeing this red light, Hao Gu couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're so easy with your money. Correct answer. Blue team earns 1 point. What is 1 plus 1? You're worse than a kindergarten student. It's equal to 2. The red light flashed in front of Hao Gu. Correct answer. Blue team earns another point. What is 3 plus 7? Kid, don't you know I'm a second-grade powerhouse? What kind of question are you asking? Are you playing with me? Qin Feng sneered, second-grade powerhouse? Ha, I forgot you're only in first grade, your level is just like that, it's too late to regret now. So what? Humph, smooth talker. Since you're giving me money, I won't argue with you. It's equal to 10. Just after saying that, the red light lit up in front of Hauga again. Blue team answered all 3 questions correctly, now it's the blue team's turn to ask questions. Hauga is mighty. I can get a share of the winnings. Truly a second-grade powerhouse. Hauga is mighty. Cheers came from behind. Ha, it's the first time I've seen someone so eager to give me money. You're so good to me, don't worry, I'll have your back in the future. Ha ha. Hauga kept laughing. Qin Feng helplessly looked at the group of people. Now it's my turn to ask questions, if you can't answer, you can give up. We won't laugh at you, huh? What is 38 plus 12? Hauga looked at Qin Feng with a smile. This question sounds difficult, this kid is in trouble. He can give up now. It's equal to 50. Just after Qin Feng finished speaking, the red light lit up in front of him. Red team earns 1 point for answering correctly. How is this possible? He actually answered correctly? Could it be that he's also a second-grade powerhouse? Everyone was shocked, their mouths wide open as they stared at Qin Feng. Humph, what's there to be proud of for answering 1 question correctly? He just got lucky. Hauga coldly looked at Qin Feng, a wicked smile appearing on his face. I was just trying not to make you look too bad. After all, you gave me so much money, I have to give you some face. Let's see if you can answer this question. How many seconds are there in an hour? As soon as this question came out, everyone was shocked. Damn, Hauga can actually tell time? This is a very difficult arithmetic question. Oh my god. Hauga is trying to take him down with 1 move. This question is impossible for me to solve. Oh my god, a question about time. I've only heard of it, I didn't expect to hear it here today. This kid is so unlucky. The wicked smile on Hauga's face became even more intense as he eagerly looked at Qin Feng's expression. Don't ask this kind of question in the future, it makes me look as dumb as you guys. Qin Feng helplessly shook his head and spoke lightly. Dumb? You're the first one to dare call me dumb. Hauga looked at Qin Feng's arrogant appearance, anger rising from his heart. Did he just call us dumb? Am I hearing things? Tisk. He can't answer, he's just trying to save face. Exactly, just call Hauga, no need to include us. Hauga also heard this group of people talking behind him. He turned his head and gave a fierce glare to the person who was speaking. The person quickly shut their mouth and moved to the corner. If you don't know, just give up. Don't waste everyone's time here. 3,600 seconds. Tisk. Can you just say whatever you want? You're so confident, but your ability is so limited. Everyone thought Qin Feng was just bluffing and making up random answers. Only Hauga looked at Qin Feng with a shocked expression, muttering to himself, this kid? How is it possible? Just as the words fell, the red light in front of Qin Feng immediately lit up. The referee was somewhat surprised but still spoke. Red team answered correctly, earn another point. What? This is impossible. He actually answered correctly? How is this possible? Could it be that he's also in second grade? Brother Chang's surprised expression turned into anger at this moment. Then, his brain turned, as if he had thought of something, and he stared fiercely at Qin Feng. You're also in second grade? How did you get in? Do I need to report to you? A second grader actually came to first grade. No matter how you got in, do you still have any shame? Brother Hao blared angrily at Qin Feng. You have the nerve to come to first grade as a second grader? Qin Feng didn't tolerate this kind of thief-calling thief person at all. Does it matter to you whether I come or not? Brother Hao stood still, somewhat at a loss, and after thinking for a while, he stared fiercely at Qin Feng. We already have 1 second grader here. Others, don't get involved. There's only 1 question left, even if you're in second grade, so what? You still won't be able to answer it. You really have thick skin. Is it allowed by the rules for a second grader to come to first grade? Qin Feng looked at the referee as he said this. The referee stood awkwardly in place, scratching his head. According to the rules of the dojo, if someone is found to be in the wrong grade, they can be reported. Qin Feng looked at Brother Hao with ill intentions. Cold sweat immediately appeared on Brother Hao's forehead, and then he raised his hand to wipe away the sweat and said, No one here has ever dared to report me. Are you trying to be a scapegoat? And aren't you also in second grade? Should I be afraid of you? Stop wasting time, there's only 1 question left. Qin Feng was getting impatient. Humph. This question is enough to show you that there are always people better than you, and there are always things beyond your reach. Even if you're in second grade, you still have to call me Brother Hao in front of me. What is the largest 3-digit number? Brother Hao asked the question, and then whispers came from behind. Both of them are in second grade. Why are they coming to our first grade? Damn it, if I had known he was in second grade, I wouldn't have bet. What's the rush? Brother Hao has been through many battles, don't you trust him? My money. Everyone began to regret, not knowing what magic the first grade had, why second graders liked to come to first grade. Now they could only silently pray in their hearts that Brother Hao would win. Your level is limited, isn't it? You're really stupid. Xin Feng saw the confident expression on Brother Hao's face and casually spoke. Boom! You son of a bitch. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Upon hearing this, Brother Hao angrily slammed the table and stood up, his eyes widened, his fists clenched tightly, and he glared fiercely at Xin Feng. Brother Hao, you must not act impulsively. Yan Wei, who was beside him, quickly stood up to stop him. Yeah, Brother Hao, if you fight here, you'll be banned from competing for life. It's not worth it for a jerk. The people behind him also quickly advised. Upon hearing this, Brother Hao calmed down and sat back down, but his eyes still stared fiercely at Xin Feng. Can you answer it? I hope you're not all talk. Well, the largest three-digit number is 999, right? As soon as Xin Feng finished speaking, the red light in front of him lit up again. The red team answered correctly and scored 1 point. The two sides are tied, entering overtime, and now you can start betting. Everyone was dumbfounded, gaping at Xin Feng. How is this possible? This is a question that many strong second graders can't solve. Are you from a higher grade? Brother Hao looked at Xin Feng in shock, almost losing his balance. How is this possible? He answered all of them correctly. How is this possible? He answered correctly again? It's over. My 200 yuan. He really is a strong third grader. Why do I suspect that he deliberately gave such a simple question to enter overtime? It seems so. My goodness. Which school's strong student is he? Why haven't I seen him before? That's enough. Upon hearing the whispers behind him, Brother Hao roared in anger. Upon hearing Brother Hao's roar, everyone immediately quieted down and stopped talking. Brother Hao looked at the silent crowd, turned his head, and stared fiercely at Xin Feng. Good kid. Intentionally playing for a draw. Is it because you want to earn more money from me? As a powerful second-year student, do you think I can't see through your tricks? Just when everyone thought Hao Ge was about to enter overtime, Hao Ge waved his hand. As a powerful second-year student, how could I fall for your scheme to earn more money from me? Impossible. I forfeit the overtime. Kid, just you wait. Let's go. After saying that, regardless of the shocked expressions of the people in the arena, he intended to leave with Yan Wei. Damn. I didn't expect Hao Ge to be such a coward. I guess he's out of money. He earned quite a bit in the first year and I heard he spent it all at the footbath city. Hao Ge is such a coward. I should have known not to bet on him. My money. What are these second-year students doing in the first year? I'm speechless. They have thick skin. The crowd couldn't help but curse at Hao Ge's back. Wait. Hao Ge heard a voice and turned around in confusion, only to see Xin Feng calling him with a somewhat proud expression. What? Are you afraid of my retaliation and want to beg for mercy? Xin Feng shook his head with regret and muttered, I didn't expect you to be such a coward, not even daring to participate in overtime. But I have to admit, I did want to enter overtime. I didn't expect you to be so smart, not falling for it. What a pity. Hao Ge, upon hearing this, laughed instead of getting angry. Ha ha, with your little tricks, it's hard for me not to notice. Since you're a second-year student, there's no comparison between us. Consider yourself lucky today. It's not that there's no comparison, it's that you're too scared, right? Ha ha, take back your provocation, it's useless against me. Fine. Since that's the case, there's no need to continue talking to you. Xin Feng turned his head and looked at the referee. I want to report him. He pointed at Hao Ge. The referee glanced at Hao Ge and then picked up his phone to make a call. Everyone in the arena was shocked. What? He's so fierce. Hao Ge's expression changed. Do you think it's useful to report me? You alone can't do anything. Then Hao Ge looked at the referee and winked, casting a threatening gaze at the people present. The referee acted as if he hadn't seen anything, turned his face away, and didn't look at Hao Ge. Seeing that the referee intentionally ignored him, Hao Ge's eyes turned red with anger. Just then, a group of people walked into the private room. These people were holding machines that looked like POS machines. They coldly approached the referee. Who wants to report whom? A leading woman, dressed in a black suit with black stockings on her legs, revealing her fair skin, and wearing bright red lipstick, spoke in a stern voice. The referee quickly spoke up when he saw this woman, Qing Jia. He wants to report the second-year students who came to the first-year arena. Hearing this, the woman named Qing Jia glanced at Xin Feng, then at Hao Ge. Do you know that reporting alone is useless here? I've seen many people who can't accept losing and report others. Xing Jia looked at Qin Feng with a faint smile and said calmly, I also want to report Hao Gu. A boy looked at Hao Gu angrily and said, I want to report too. He has been in our first year for a long time. I want to report too. I'm so angry, he made me lose 200. I want to report too. With the first person leading the way, everyone clenched their teeth and reported Hao Gu. You all. Just you wait. Hao Gu saw everyone doing this and glared at each and every one of them, his eyes filled with despair. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled faintly. This situation was completely within his expectations. Now, is that enough? Qin Feng turned his gaze to Xing Jia. Investigate. Xing Jia immediately ordered the people behind her upon seeing Qin Feng's gaze. Yes. Several of her subordinates picked up their machines and started investigating. It didn't take long for them to get the results. Hao Gui, School Confidential, second-year student. Boom! Upon hearing this, Hao Ji's legs gave way and he fell to the ground. Hao Gu! Yan Wei immediately helped Hao Gu up. Senior students participating in activities with junior students seriously violate the rules of our math room. You are not allowed to enter the math room for 2 years, and all the money you earned in first grade will be taken back. Upon hearing this, Hao Gu was thunderstruck. He collapsed onto Yan Wei, gasping for breath. Then he thought of something else. Who are you? How come I've never seen you before? Do you know that I know your boss? Xing Jia frowned slightly when she heard Hao Gu's words. I'm sorry, the relationships you have don't matter to me. If you don't follow the rules, you should be punished. I'll make your boss fire you. Hao Gu glared at Xing Jia fiercely. Do whatever you want, but for now, you have to follow our rules. Fine, good. Hao Gu turned his head and gave Qin Feng a fierce look. You won't get away with this either. I will report him too. He's also in second grade. Hao Gu pointed his finger at Qin Feng. Yan Wei quickly chimed in, I will report him too. He's in second grade. The group of opportunists turned around and reported Qin Feng. Yes, he's also in second grade. I will report him too. I will report him too. I will report him too. Everyone started reporting one after another. Xing Jia looked at Qin Feng, then instructed the people behind her, investigate. Yes. During this wait, Hao Gu finally regained his senses. Seeing Qin Feng standing there as if nothing had happened, Hao Gu sneered, Humph. Let's see how long you can keep up the act. Dare to report me. Masked face, school confidentiality, first grade. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously noisy private room instantly fell silent. How is this possible? First grade? This can't be. How can he be in first grade? Everyone stared dumbfounded at Qin Feng, their mouths wide open, big enough to fit an egg. Did I hear it wrong? Him? First grade? This can't be. How can he be in first grade and still solve second grade problems so quickly? This can't be. You must have made a mistake. Hao Gu and Yan Wei stared at Qin Feng in disbelief, then turned to Xing Jia and her group. This can't be. I personally gave him the questions, second grade questions. How can he be in first grade? Hao Gu looked at Qin Feng in shock. You should know that we don't make mistakes. Xing Jia's words shocked the already shocked crowd even more. Oh my god. Have we encountered a monster? First grade? That's terrifying. Hao Gu sat paralyzed on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, muttering to himself, this can't be. This can't be. Yan Wei, equally shocked, looked at Qin Feng and prepared to help Hao Gu leave. Please return all the income you earned in first grade within 3 days. And if you harm anyone who reported you, you will be punished by the math room. Upon hearing this, Hao Gu knew that his plan to retaliate against Qin Feng had failed, and his face turned pale. He spoke fiercely, Kid, one day you will be defeated by me. After saying that, Yan Wei left with Hao Gu in a dejected manner. Xing Jia saw Hao Gu leave and turned to Qin Feng. If you are retaliated against, you can seek help from us, but you know the rules here, don't do things you shouldn't do. Qin Feng nodded in response to Xing Jia's words. After seeing Qin Feng nod, Xing Jia left with her staff. Seeing that everyone had left, the crowd dared not mock Qin Feng anymore and left in disappointment. Only the referee and Qin Feng remained in the venue. Qin Feng collected the gambling coins and was about to leave. Wait, call the waiter to exchange them for you. It's not convenient to carry so many gambling coins. Only then did Qin Feng notice the referee beside him, who was rubbing his hands and looking at him expectantly. How much is the appearance fee? Qin Feng immediately understood. Just give whatever you think is appropriate. The referee rubbed his hands and smiled at Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at the gambling coins on the table and grabbed 2 handfuls to give to him. Is this enough? Seeing Qin Feng catch so many, a hint of joy appeared on the referee's face, and he quickly smiled and said, That's enough, that's enough. Then the referee thought of something and said, That guy, he can only bully first grade students. Today, he ran into you and got a taste of his own medicine. I've never liked him, so be careful in the future. Thank you, Shin Feng politely replied. You're welcome. You must be a genius from some school. I envy you. Just good luck. The two continued chatting for a while, and then the waiter came in and exchanged the gambling chips for cash and handed it to them. Referee, I'll be leaving now. Shin Feng smiled and bid farewell to the referee. If you don't mind, you can call me Dong-gu. If you encounter any problems in the future, feel free to ask for my help. Dong-gu, thank you then. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Shin Feng walked towards the exit. He's really a strange person. Are all geniuses like this? Long Gu looked at Shin Feng's receding figure and slowly spoke. Shin Feng quickly passed through the internet cafe and soon arrived home. He quickly took off his mask. Wearing this is really uncomfortable. Then he hurriedly walked into his room. Without even counting the money, he quickly turned on the computer and logged into QQ. As soon as he opened it, Shin Feng was startled. QQ kept beeping with 99 plus messages. Shin Feng immediately became alert and started reading them one by one. Long Xiao, score God. You are my God. You got everything right. I apologize for my rude behavior before. Long Xiao, score God. You're amazing. The standard answer on our test paper was wrong at the teacher's end, and I thought you made a mistake. Lang Xiao, guess what? It was the teacher's mistake, ha ha ha. I'm the only one in the class who got full marks. You don't know how awesome I felt today. Lang Xiao, my classmates kept asking me when they saw me suddenly become so good. I had to mention you. I hope you don't mind. Lang Xiao, score God, why aren't you replying? Are you angry? My classmates keep asking why you don't agree. Lang Xiao, score God? Are you really going to let me die? After reading the long string of messages sent by Lang Xiao, Shin Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry. Score God, so, your classmates added me? Lang Xiao, oh my God, score God, you finally replied. If you don't reply, you won't see the sun tomorrow. Lang Xiao, they keep saying I lied to them. You must help me explain. Shin Feng looked at dozens of friend requests and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Making money isn't that easy. Shin Feng didn't rush to accept them. He grabbed a few bites of food in the kitchen, then rushed to the bathroom for a shower. After half an hour, Shin Feng sat in front of the computer feeling refreshed and started accepting the friend requests one by one. As soon as he finished accepting them, countless messages came in. Bing Ling Mang, score God? Did you really write Ling Xiao's paper for our class? Just now score God, help me write. Awkwardly, I want to. Seeing so many messages, Shin Feng was busy and couldn't handle them all. After working diligently for 2 hours, it was already 11 o'clock. He finally finished writing the last test paper and sent it out. Although writing the test paper only took a few minutes, replying to messages took up most of the time. After finishing all this, Shin Feng stretched and eagerly checked his balance, which was 3,688 yuan. I can earn so much in just 2 hours. It's a busy but happy life. Shin Feng took out the money he earned in the fortune-telling room, which was a total of 1,800 yuan. After deducting his initial investment of 550 yuan, he earned 1,250 yuan. Adding the 15,000 yuan from winning the competition and the 1,208 yuan from the first earnings, it totaled 19,000 yuan. Shin Feng took out 2,000 yuan and looked at the money in his hand, muttering to himself, this is the rent for this month. After deducting the rent, there is only 17,000 left. It's still far from buying a house and a car. I have to continue working hard. I don't care anymore, I'm exhausted. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Shin Feng put the money aside and was about to go to sleep when the phone rang. Annoyed, Shin Feng answered, Who is it? Shin Feng, how's the preparation for the elite tournament? Shin Feng replied, As long as you don't bother me with phone calls, winning the championship is no problem. The director said, You brat. I called to check on you. Do you know that the elite tournament includes questions from 1st and 2nd grade? Shin Feng asked. Is it difficult? The director replied, Shin Feng, the elite tournament is different from the previous competition. Shin Feng asked, Is there anything else? The director said, The participants in the elite tournament are. Beep beep. Shin Feng hung up before the director could finish. He put his phone on silent mode and fell asleep on the bed. On the other end of the phone, the director was furious but helpless. The next morning, Shin Feng woke up early and went to school. He could only check his messages on QQ in the evening. He hailed a taxi on the roadside and quickly arrived at the school. As soon as Shin Feng entered the classroom, someone blocked his way. It was Yanwei, who had been passing notes to Shin Feng. Yanwei stared at Shin Feng angrily and said, Shin Feng, You didn't come yesterday. You're such a coward. Ignoring Yanwei's expression, Qin Feng stood still and sneered. What? Do you finally understand what I wrote to you? Hearing this, Yanwei's anger deepened. Qin Feng, you coward. Do you know that because you didn't come yesterday, my boss got reported by a first-grade powerhouse and can't enter the combat room for 3 years? Oh, is that so? That's great. You, Qin Feng, you coward. Move aside. Good dogs don't block the way. Qin Feng said as he walked past Yanwei to his seat. How dare you call me a dog? Do you dare to compare yourself to me? Yanwei's eyes turned red, and his anger was evident as he fiercely spoke to Qin Feng's back. You're not worthy. You spend the whole day thinking about questions that I can solve in a few seconds. Qin Feng replied as he sat back in his seat. Humph. Don't think you're great just because you won a kindergarten competition. You should know that this is first grade. We have 10 minutes before class starts. Do you dare to compare yourself to me? I told you, you're not worthy. What? Are you scared? If I lose, I'll apologize to you and never bother you again. But if you lose, not only do you have to apologize to me, but you also have to bark like a dog 3 times and leave Louis's side to switch seats with me. Coward! Do you dare or not? Yanwei stood still and shouted loudly, startling the classmates in the class. Louis quickly pulled Qin Feng's sleeve and whispered, Qin Feng, don't listen to him. He's good at academics, you can't compare to him. Don't fall for his trap. Qin Feng felt a warm feeling in his heart seeing Louis's concern for him. For some reason, Tang Ziyi's pure white and slightly red face appeared in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng? Louis raised her voice and called out when Qin Feng remained silent. Qin Feng finally snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Louis in front of him. He slowly said, Thank you for your reminder. Don't worry, he won't win. I admit, your provocation worked. I'll reluctantly compare myself to you, even though it will make me look foolish. Qin Feng sighed and said slowly, Humph, you talk big, but you don't know how good it sounds when you start barking later. Yanwei sneered and smiled slowly. Boss is mighty. I can already hear the dog barking. At this moment, Yanwei's 2 lackeys cheered from their seats. The other students in the class watched with amusement. Qin Feng, you really think you're something special just because you won the kindergarten championship. Although Yanwei is usually overbearing, his grades are among the best in the class. I can only say that Qin Feng has met his match. A bespectacled boy calmly analyzed from his seat. So, how do we compare? Qin Feng didn't want to waste any more words. Let Louis be the referee. The rules are similar to the duo shoe room. But to deal with you, 1 question is enough. Are you up for it? Yanwei smirked. Sure, since we're following the rules of the duo shoe room, then let's bet some money. Qin Feng didn't want to miss out on such a good money-making opportunity. Seeing Yanwei's impulsive nature, even a few thousand might not be enough. A wicked smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Ha, you really care about me, huh? You know I'm running out of money and you still give me money. Well, I'll give you this face. I'll bet everything I have, 500. This idiot really fell for it. It's a pity that this idiot only has 500 yuan. Since that's the case, I'll also bet 500. Anyone else want to bet? Time's running out. As soon as these words were spoken, the students in the class who had money stood up one after another. I bet 50, Yanwei wins. Boss, I bet 100. I even bet my weekly allowance. Boss, me too, I bet 100. What are you guys chattering about? Don't you believe in me? I'll pay you back double later. Yanwei's tone carried a hint of anger. Louis, you be the referee. Louis nodded at Qin Feng and stood between the two. A boy took out a deck of cards from a drawer. Louis took the cards and dealt 1 to Qin Feng and 1 to Yanwei. The smaller one goes first, the bigger one goes second. Flip the card. Boss, good luck. Boss, good luck. Boss goes second. Boss goes second. The little brother following behind Yanwei kept echoing behind him. Ha, spades K. Yanwei happily flipped the card onto the table. Sorry, hearts A. Qin Feng flipped his card onto the table. Yanwei was stunned for a moment. Even if you go second, so what? You couldn't answer the first question. Stop talking nonsense, ask the question. Humph, what is 6 to 2? Hua. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the class looked at Yanwei in shock. It turned out to be subtraction, which is even more difficult than addition, and it was a subtraction that the teacher had just taught in 2 lessons. Yanwei, are you familiar with subtraction? I only knew he was strong, I didn't expect him to be this strong. He's amazing. Qin Feng actually dares to compete with Yanwei, he's asking for trouble. 4. Qin Feng looked at Yanwei, who was excited, with a look that said, you're an idiot. Louis immediately pressed the calculator that was ready. Hearing Qin Feng's answer without hesitation, Yanwei's expression immediately became serious. He looked at Qin Feng in shock and couldn't say a word. Qin Feng, don't pretend to be strong if you don't know. Don't talk nonsense. Exactly. Qin Feng, do you think you can defeat Yan Wei? Qin Feng, it's over for you. Correct answer. Qin Feng scores 1 point. Louis saw that the answer Qin Feng said was exactly the same as the calculator. She was shocked, and quickly reacted and said to everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at Qin Feng, their mouths wide open, with an incredulous look in their eyes, not only at Qin Feng but also at Yan Wei. How? How is this possible? Didn't he just come from kindergarten? How is this possible? Boss, is his answer correct or not? One of the little brothers looked at Yan Wei and only then noticed that his boss had an even more shocked expression than himself. How do you know the answer? Did you study it? Yan Wei calmed down a bit and asked incredulously. Enough nonsense, it's my turn to ask. You can't ask addition or subtraction greater than 6. Yan Wei panicked a bit, looking at the 500 yuan he had worked so hard to save, cold sweat streaming down his face, and quickly spoke up to stop it. Which duo-shu room has such a rule? Qin Feng sneered. If I say it's not possible, then it's not possible. Qin Feng looked at Louis and asked, is there such a rule? Louis glanced at Yan Wei and said, there is no such rule. Louis, you. Yan Wei, you can quit if you can't handle it, but you won't get your money back. Louis saw Yan Wei staring at the 500 yuan in front of him and immediately spoke up, her eyes filled with disgust. Fine. I quit. Consider the 500 yuan as a gift from me. Yan Wei said with a red face, ignoring the mocking gazes around him, and sat back in his seat, staring at Qin Feng with an incredulous look. Boss, what about my 100 yuan? That's my weekly allowance. Boss, mine too. What are you arguing about? He can even do subtraction without thinking, and you still want to challenge him? It's just asking for humiliation. I dare anyone to argue. Whoever does, come out and compete with Qin Feng. Yan Wei slammed the table in anger. The classroom fell silent again, and no one dared to speak. Only Qin Feng happily collected the money on his desk. It felt like picking up money for free. Ha ha, today is truly a wonderful day. Qin Feng put away the money he earned today and sat back in his seat. The bell for class rang at that moment. The teacher entered the classroom and started the lesson. Everyone in the class looked at Qin Feng with different eyes, no longer mocking him, and some even admired him. Finally, after enduring until the end of the school day, Qin Feng rushed home. He immediately sat in front of the computer and turned it on. As soon as he logged into QQ, a wave of messages kept coming in. Qin Feng slowly opened each one. Cold Lord #Yuan, score God, there's something big. Cold Lord #Yuan, score God, why do you never reply to messages? Cold Lord #Yuan, score God, please reply as soon as you see the message, it's urgent. Many of the other messages were thank you messages for Qin Feng. It's that Cold Lord again. Although he's not mainstream, he has introduced a lot of business to Qin Feng. So Qin Feng decided to reply to Cold Lord first. Score God, what's the big deal? After a few seconds, the other person sent a message, almost instantly. Cold Lord #Yuan, score God, you finally replied. Score God, get to the point. Cold Lord #Yuan, score God, I have a set of math problems that I need your help to complete. Business is here, isn't it? Score God, sure. Cold Lord #Yuan, but because I have class, I need you to personally write this set of problems. Are you free today? I'll give it to you. Finally, I get to meet the Score God, so excited. Score God. Cold Lord #Yuan, score God. The price is negotiable. Score God, how about this, you leave it at public booth no. 9, and I'll pick it up. Cold Lord #Yuan, can't I give it to you in person? Score God, you know, people like us at this level, how can we easily show our faces? Cold Lord #Yuan, sigh. That's true. Then I won't be able to meet the Score God. Score God, still want me to write it? Cold Lord #Yuan, of course. I'll leave it at booth no. 9, give it to me tomorrow. Score God, if I personally write it, the price will definitely increase. Let's go for a lucky number. 666. Cold Lord #Yuan, okay. In no time, Qin Feng saw 666 deposited into his account and smiled slightly. Score God, how many points do you want? Cold Lord #Yuan, just a little higher than my usual grades, too high and no one will believe it, so let's go with 65. Qin Feng almost spit out the water he was drinking. How dumb is this idiot? He can't even pass the passing line usually? No wonder he gets full marks. Classmates in the class are all eager to find me. Score God, alright, let me know when you've left it. Cold Lord #Yuan, I'm going right now. Qin Feng didn't reply further and started reading other messages. Xin Feng kept tapping on the keyboard, patiently replying one by one. After finishing almost all of them, he looked at the time, 7:30. After a simple goodbye meal, Xin Feng put on a mask and a disguise and went out. This time, he was more experienced than last time when he almost got suffocated by the smell in the internet cafe. This time, he prepared a mask, so it was slightly better. Xin Feng quickly passed through the internet cafe and saw a familiar small door, so he quickly walked in. At the same time, in the numerology room, Xingjie, that Hauga is my distant cousin. He skipped a grade and went from second grade to first grade. Just close one eye and let it go. Why do you have to punish him? A slightly chubby man, wearing a suit, with a big belly and oil around his mouth, was picking his teeth with a toothpick. Boss, if we can't achieve fairness and justice, who will come to the numerology room? It's not good for our reputation if it spreads. Xingjie, wearing a black suit with a white collar and pure red lipstick, showed off her figure without a doubt. Alright, he's just a distant cousin. Let's handle it then. Don't be angry, baby. The chubby man put down the toothpick and raised his hand to embrace Xingjie. Boss, please behave yourself. Xingjie dodged with disgust. Haven't thought it through yet? Come with me and enjoy the good life. The boss touched his belly, and Xingjie's evasive actions seemed to be within his expectations. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. It's okay, no rush, take your time. One day, you'll willingly climb onto my bed naked. I'm looking forward to it. He. The boss's face showed a wicked smile, turning red. I still have things to take care of, so I'll leave first. Xingjie's face didn't show whether she was happy or sad. Go ahead, take care of things here. I'll leave first, waiting for you. He. After saying that, the boss left without looking back. Seeing the boss leave, Xingjie breathed a sigh of relief, and her phone rang at that moment. She quickly took out her phone and answered it. I know, give me a little more time. How is mom now? Take good care of mom, I'll figure out the money issue. Understood. Xingjie hung up the phone expressionlessly and looked up to see a person wearing a mask standing in front of her. Hello, I'm here to participate in the competition. This person was Xin Feng. It's you. Xingjie was stunned for a moment, remembering that this person was the one who defeated the second graders in the first grade last night. Surprised? No, do you have a membership card? Is it this one? Xin Feng took out a gold and black card from his bag and handed it to Xingjie. It's this one. Please wait a moment. Xingjie took the card and went to the front desk. She returned with the card shortly after. Hello, your card balance is insufficient. Do you want to recharge? Only then did Xin Feng remember that he got the card that day, and he had taken all the money from it. Recharge, 500. Okay, please come over here to make the payment. By the way, yesterday was your first time here, so we didn't deduct any handling fees. Starting today, we will deduct a 20% fee. Hearing such a high handling fee, Xin Feng was stunned for a moment. Didn't that mean 100 would be deducted from the 500? Hello, I have already recharged for you. Our event is over. After deducting the handling fee, you have a balance of 400. Xin Feng nodded helplessly. If there's no problem, let me take you in. After saying that, Xingjie led Xin Feng towards the first grade private room. At the door, Xingjie greeted Xin Feng and left. As soon as Xin Feng entered, he saw a group of people gathered together, making a lot of noise. The competition was in progress. Xin Feng quickly walked up and found a seat to wait. This girl, a girl actually came to the numerology room. Maybe she can win. I've never seen a woman come here before. Some onlookers were chattering about something. Hearing this, Xin Feng couldn't help but feel curious. A woman, coming to a place full of men like this? Although curious, Xin Feng did not go forward to see, sitting in place and waiting quietly. The match quickly determined the winner. You cheated! An angry voice came from the crowd. This voice sounds so familiar? How did I cheat? You said you didn't need a referee, but now that you can't accept losing, you accuse me of cheating? Everyone saw it. You let the person behind you use a calculator to tell you. I heard it too. The girl stood up angrily and pointed her finger at the boy with the calculator. Lu-yi? What is he doing here? Xin Feng recognized her as soon as the girl stood up. Then you ask everyone if they heard it. The man who competed with Lu-yi laughed and looked around. The girl looked expectantly at the crowd, but no one stood up. Finally, her hopeful eyes turned into a plea, but still no one stood up to speak for Lu-yi. Lu-yi couldn't help but mock herself when she saw this indifferent group of people. This place, I knew it would be like this. Why did I come? Lu-yi held back her tears, looked at the 500 yuan on the table, shook her head, and prepared to leave. Bullying a girl, is it fun? Suddenly, a voice attracted everyone's attention. Fox Demon Mask? Could it be the legendary genius who defeated the second grade? Damn, it really is him. Everyone saw who was speaking. It was Qin Feng sitting in the corner whispering. Louis also saw Qin Feng, but at this time, Qin Feng was wearing a large black outfit. With the mask on, Louis couldn't recognize him at all and stared at this mysterious boy in confusion. Who are you? The man who competed with Louis looked at Qin Feng with a puzzled expression. Do I need to tell you who I am? Qin Feng stood up and walked quickly to the man. The man behind the man, holding a computer, hid it behind him. If I remember correctly, cheating results in a ban, right? Cheating? Do you have evidence? Don't admit it? Then let them come in and check. You. Upon hearing this, the man's face showed a hint of panic. Aren't you the one who defeated a second grader? What's with the arrogance? The man looked at the fox demon mask on Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng, you? You're even worse than trash. Dare to compete with me? Don't think there's only one person in the second grade. The man's face became fierce as he stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, for this trash question, you still need to use a calculator? You're not qualified. The man, I only used a calculator to save time and finish the competition quickly. Qin Feng sneered. What an idiot. Everyone heard it. He admitted to using a calculator himself. Louis was the first to laugh, and the people around her laughed along, looking at the man with a mocking gaze. The man realized that he had been played by Qin Feng. His face turned pale with anger. Seeing everyone treating him like a fool, his pale face turned embarrassed. Fox demon mask, right? If you can beat me today, I'll voluntarily ban myself. But if you lose, you have to kowtow to me 3 times. The man seemed to want to regain some face, staring at Qin Feng with widened eyes, almost shouting his words. Qin Feng, why do all of you like kowtowing so much? The man's face turned red as he shouted loudly. I'm asking you, do you dare to accept? Qin Feng, why are you barking like a dog? The man became anxious and slammed the table. Coward. Coward. Do you dare to accept? Qin Feng, if you kowtow to me, I'll reluctantly compete with you. The man's face finally eased a bit. As long as Qin Feng agreed, he could defeat Qin Feng and regain some face for himself. Man, if I lose, I will kowtow, and if you lose, you also have to. Qin Feng, no need to say the rest, the word lose doesn't exist in my dictionary. Before the man could finish speaking, Qin Feng interrupted him. The man smirked, his previous anger disappearing. I will regain my dignity and show you what a true second grade powerhouse is. Qin Feng, stop blabbering and let's get started. Man, when I see blood on your forehead when you kowtow. Qin Feng, if you keep talking, I won't participate. The girl behind them, Louis, couldn't help but laugh. The man was taken aback, then clenched his teeth and stopped making threats. Didn't expect the fox demon mask to encounter a second grade student without any panic. A first grade student dares to act arrogantly in front of second grade powerhouses. Do you really think we second grade powerhouses are pushovers? Lin Gu, get him. Let him know how terrifying second grade powerhouses can be. The person behind the man, holding a calculator, said fiercely to the man sitting across from Qin Feng. The man named Lin Gu had a smug expression on his face. Don't worry. I will give this ignorant person a profound lesson. Qin Feng, no need to compare. Before the man could finish speaking, Qin Feng interrupted him. Lin Gu, let's start. Let's call the referee. Qin Feng, give the gambling coins on the table to Lu. This girl. Qin Feng realized he almost slipped up and quickly changed his words. Louis looked slightly surprised. What did you just say? Qin Feng, take the money and don't come back again. Lin Gu shook his head helplessly and waved his hand. Take it, take it. Louis, why did you help me? Lin Gu, don't disturb me while I deal with him, just go. Louis didn't say anything else. She glanced at Qin Feng again but didn't notice anything suspicious. Louis, thank you, I really need this money now. I can't help much here, so you should do your best. After saying this to Qin Feng, Louis picked up the money on the table and left. As soon as Louis left, the referee came in. Lin Gu glanced at the referee. Let's begin. Lin Gu took out the gambling coins from the basket and placed them on the table. Lin Gu, aren't you going to put yours? Qin Feng, I never said I would bet. Lin Gu, alright, very well, but I will still make you kowtow to me. Qin Feng, let's start. Lin Ji's words were once again interrupted by Qin Feng. Lin Ji's mouth twitched as he stared fiercely at Qin Feng. The referee stood between the two of them and started dealing the cards. Lin Gu, ha ha ha, Queen of Hearts. Qin Feng calmly turned over his cards on the table. Everyone's eyes were fixed on them. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I've never seen such bad luck. Ha, 2 of spades. This is hilarious. Ha, still wearing the fox demon mask. The big 2 of spades on the table made everyone burst into laughter. Qin Feng had a speechless expression. Xin Feng, a bunch of idiots. Lin Gu, haha, say whatever you want. I've already won. Xin Feng, 20-5-6 equals how much? Lin Ji's words were once again interrupted by Xin Feng, his face filled with anger. Lin Gu, humph, let me think. After saying that, Lin Gu started counting on the table with his fingers. Xin Feng had a speechless expression. It's actually a mixed question? A first-grade student can solve this? I bet he doesn't even know the answer himself. The people behind them kept chattering. Xin Feng, referee, is the 30 seconds almost up? Referee, last 5 seconds. Lin Gu, hurry up and calculate. Lin Gu, hurry up. The people behind him kept urging Lin Gu. Just as time was about to run out, tiny beads of sweat appeared on Lin Ji's forehead. Are you rushing me? It equals 9. The people behind him let out a long sigh of relief. Lin Gu encountered 2 bright red lights ahead. Referee, blue team answered correctly, earns 1 point. Lin Gu proudly smiled and said, hee hee, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Xin Feng asked, what is 27 plus 5-3? Lin Ji's expression changed. Mixed addition and subtraction? You know mixed addition and subtraction? Referee, there are still 27 seconds left. Lin Gu panicked and quickly wrote and drew on the table. This is mixed addition and subtraction. How could a first grader know this? Did I hear correctly? Mixed addition and subtraction? I seriously doubt that he doesn't even know the answer to the question he asked. The people behind him looked at Xin Feng in shock and discussed quietly. They didn't notice the beads of sweat on Lin Ji's forehead. Referee, there are only 10 seconds left. Lin Gu didn't know if he heard it. He buried his head and kept gesturing with his hands. The people behind him didn't urge Lin Gu anymore. They quietly waited for him to come up with the correct answer. Referee, 5 seconds left. Referee, 2 seconds. Referee, time. Lin Gu equals 15. At the last moment, Lin Gu finally looked up and answered. It seems like I answered incorrectly. Xin Feng sneered. Humph, whether I'm right or wrong, it's not up to you to decide. Lin Gu coldly snorted. As expected, a green light lit up in front of Lin Gu. Wrong? How is that possible? Lin Gu actually got it wrong, but he definitely can't answer it himself. Referee, blue team answered incorrectly. No points. Red team, your turn. So what if I'm wrong? Can you answer this question? Although Lin Gu answered incorrectly, there was no panic on his face. Xin Feng, 29. Xin Feng interrupted Lin Gu once again. Lin Gu was stunned for a moment. Do you think you can just say any number and be right? As soon as he finished speaking, a red light lit up in front of Xin Feng. Referee, red team answered correctly, earns 1 point, both teams are tied, 1 question left. Damn, I don't even need to think about it? Damn, this is mixed addition and subtraction. He actually got it right. Oh my god, could it be that he's not in first grade? The people behind him looked at Xin Feng in shock, constantly sizing him up. This is impossible. How can you be in first grade? Lin Gu stood up from his seat, staring at Xin Feng in disbelief. Xin Feng, 35 plus 8-5-4, what is the answer? How could you know a second grade question? You're cheating. You must be cheating. Lin Gu ignored the last question and shouted angrily at Xin Feng. Yes, he must be cheating. Quick, call someone to search, he must be cheating. A group of people behind Lin Gu shouted excitedly. Xin Feng remained calm. Did you hide your calculator? Lin Gu, anyway, even if you win today, I'll still be banned. Soon, a group of people came in with machines. One of the leading men waved his hand, and the group of people walked towards the 2 people at the gambling table. Who's cheating? One of the men said coldly. Him. It's him. Lin Gu excitedly pointed at Xin Feng with his finger. Xin Feng, search, let's search together, including the people behind. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Gu and the men behind him's expressions changed. Search them all. The leading man coldly snorted, and the group of people began scanning with their machines. Beep beep beep. The machines beeped. Beep. The man behind Lin Gu looked nervous, anxiously watching the scanning people. 1 calculator. One of the staff members found a calculator from the man's clothes. Tell me, who were you cheating for? The leading man looked coldly at the calculator and slowly spoke to the man. The man was so nervous that he couldn't speak, his forehead was sweating profusely, and he didn't dare to lift his head. The leading man, if you don't speak, we have surveillance footage. Lin Ji's face didn't look any better. Search again, he definitely cheated. Leader, don't you believe us? Search again. Those people took out their devices and scanned Xin Feng several times. Leader, do you believe now? Lin Gu, this is impossible. This is impossible. He's only in first grade. Lin Gu, how is this possible? How can a first grader do mixed addition and subtraction? Lin Gu stared in shock, his eyes wide open, his mouth forming a big O, standing there like a wooden puppet. Oh my god! He didn't cheat? The legendary fox demon mask? Oh my god! Lin Gu is in big trouble this time. The people around also looked incredulous. Leader, how did the surveillance go? We found it. The staff handed the tablet to the leader. Leader, our numerology department strongly opposes cheating. I'm sure everyone knows the consequences. The leader looked at Lin Gu and slowly spoke. Will you walk out on your own, or shall we take you? Lin Gu hadn't recovered from the shock yet, his eyes blank, and he kept muttering, this is impossible, this is impossible. The leader shook his head. Take him away. He will never be allowed to enter the numerology department again. Yes. The person behind quickly walked to Lin Ji's side, dragging him and the man behind him who was still standing in place. This is impossible, this is impossible. Lin Gu shouted again as they approached the door. The group followed, and the numerology department, which was originally crowded, was almost half empty. Qin Feng slowly accepted all the gambling coins on the table, put them in a basket, and walked towards the door. Wait! Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Qin Feng turned around in confusion. Which school do you attend? A man asked. Qin Feng, do I need to tell you? Man, I heard that the last-ranked Nanshan Elementary School won the competition this year with a perfect score and can participate in the elite competition. Man, the person who can get a perfect score is the first in our district, and your demonstrated ability. So I can only connect you together. Qin Feng remained calm and smiled. So, it turns out that not everyone in this world is an idiot. The man was puzzled. What do you mean? Qin Feng, that competition was for kindergartners, I'm in first grade. The man suddenly realized, right, I forgot about that. The champion was from kindergarten, and you're in first grade. My guess was wrong. After saying this, the man lowered his head, pondered, and no longer paid attention to Qin Feng. Qin Feng also stopped talking, turned around, and left the numerology department. Just as he passed the staircase, he saw a familiar figure standing by the window, with hair gently swaying in the breeze. Her index finger was holding a long cigarette, and smoke continuously wafted out of her mouth, floating in the air and slowly rising. From a distance, it gave a fragmented feeling. If a woman who doesn't smoke is like a rosy blush, then a woman who smokes is a cold-hearted mandrake. Do you have something on your mind? Seeing this scene, Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. Hearing the voice, Qin Jia quickly turned around. When she saw Qin Feng, she stomped out the cigarette that was only half smoked under her foot. After doing all this, Qin Jia spoke to Qin Feng. Hee, little brother, don't imitate big sister, it's not good. Very beautiful. Qin Feng didn't answer her question, but said to himself, what's beautiful? Qin Jia looked at Qin Feng in confusion. The way you smoke is beautiful. Hearing this, Qin Jia's face visibly turned red, then she quickly recovered without leaving a trace. Hee, am I not beautiful when I don't smoke? Qin Jia couldn't help but tease the just-turned adult brother in front of her. Such a good cigarette, what a waste. What? Faced with Qin Feng, who only talked about what he wanted to say regardless of what she asked, Qin Jia also felt helpless and asked in confusion. Qin Feng didn't say anything, his gaze fixed on Qin Jia's shoes, where there was a crushed cigarette. Qin Jia smiled and understood Qin Feng's meaning. It seems like you had a good harvest today. Qin Jia imitated Qin Feng's manner and didn't answer him. She saw the handful of gambling coins in Qin Feng's hand and asked. Qin Feng smiled at her words, you learned fast. Hee, you're at it again. Qin Jia didn't get angry but laughed instead when Qin Feng didn't respond to her teasing. Being teased by Qin Feng improved Qin Jia's mood quite a bit, and her smile deepened. I'm sorry for interrupting your smoking. It was quite bothersome. Take me to exchange these for money. Do you have time? Of course, you're a guest here, so naturally, I have to serve you, even if you made me waste half a cigarette. Isn't the commission you deducted from me enough to buy half a cigarette? Qin Feng joked. Little brother, that's the company's requirement, it has nothing to do with me. Qin Jia explained cheerfully, leading Qin Feng to the front desk as she spoke. Can you lower the air conditioning a bit? It's so hot. How many things are you dissatisfied with here? Qin Jia joked with a smile. There are plenty. Can you keep the low IQ people away? This is the underground black market, as long as you have money. Even the mentally challenged? Little brother, you have so many questions, give me the gambling coins quickly. Qin Feng swallowed his question and handed the gambling coins to Qin Jia. Qin Jia took the coins and started exchanging them. Her eyes were fixed on the gambling machine, her fair face, delicate oval face, and mature charm exuded from her. Qin Feng was somewhat fascinated by her serious expression. What grade are you in? Qin Jia looked at the gambling machine and asked seriously. After waiting for a while and not getting a response from Qin Feng, she looked up at him in confusion. When she saw his face, she was startled. Qin Feng was staring at her with a fascinated expression, almost drooling. Seeing this scene, Xingjie couldn't help but laugh. She said with a smile, "A man's nature never changes, no matter how old he is." Qin Feng snapped out of it when he heard Xingjie's words. Is that what the old man said? This isn't lust, it's appreciation. Hee, you're quite interesting, little brother, but don't be infatuated with me. I'm about to get married. Xingjie didn't listen to Qin Feng's explanation and joked with a smile. Really? Then why are you so unhappy? Qin Feng felt a hint of disappointment in his heart when he heard this, then asked. It's something a little kid like you wouldn't understand. I'm already an adult. Even so, you're still a little kid. After deducting the cost, you earn 200 yuan. Not bad, a first-year student can earn so much money. I can calculate it myself. A first-year student can calculate 700 to 500? Why not? Besides, I have no costs. It's not good to lie. If that guy how comes to bother you again, give me a call. Xingjie didn't believe that Qin Feng could calculate 700 to 500, so she treated it as a joke and handed her business card to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took it without hesitation. The business card had Xingjie's photo on it, and 3 big characters were written next to it, Zhuang Qingqing. It was the first time Qin Feng knew Xingjie's full name, and he read it word by word. Just call me Xingjie. It's getting late, go back quickly. I'm leaving, I'll come again next time. Qin Feng said these words and left. It was indeed getting late. Watching Qin Feng's figure leave, Zhuang Qingqing smiled helplessly. Qin Feng quickly returned home and immediately turned on the computer. There were 99 plus messages, and most of them were from Leng Xiao. Score God, I said Leng Xiao, can you send fewer messages? I can't keep up with all of them. Qin Feng complained helplessly. Leng Xiao #Yuan, Master, you finally replied to me. I waited for you at the 9th pavilion for 2 hours. Score God, waited for me? Didn't I tell you to leave it there and go? Leng Xiao #Yuan, but I wanted to see your face. I got bitten by mosquitoes for 2 hours there. Qin Feng didn't forget. He thought that after putting it away, Cold Xiao would definitely be waiting there, so he planned to take it when he went to school in the morning. It seems that his thoughts were indeed correct. Score God, do you know that you are doing something very dangerous? Cold Xiao, what thing? Score God, violating the rules, never cooperating. Cold Xiao, I'm innocent. God, I just wanted to see how handsome you are. Satisfy my curiosity. Score God, this is an exception. Where is the test paper? Cold Xiao, since you were taking so long and not replying, I took it back. Score God, it's up to you, but you won't get a refund. Cold Xiao, I'll put it back immediately, sob. Score God, do as you wish. After a while, there was still no response from the other side, most likely because they went to put the exam papers. Qin Feng dealt with other messages. Another hour passed, and it was already 11 o'clock. Qin Feng looked at the time and took a photo of the test paper in his hand and sent it. Let's stop here for today. Qin Feng turned off the computer and checked his phone balance. After deducting the rent last time, he had 17,000 yuan left. He earned 1,800 yuan today. Now he has a deposit of 18,000 yuan. This earning speed is impressive even in the previous world. Master, there's a phone call, a phone call. The sudden phone call interrupted Qin Feng's fantasy of being a rich man. Qin Feng picked up his phone and saw an unfamiliar number. Curiously, he answered the call and put the phone to his ear. Hello? Is this Qin Feng? A gentle girl's voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Feng asked in confusion, who is this? I'm Lin Xinwan, from Xining Elementary School. Do you remember me? Qin Feng suddenly realized, I remember, what's up? Lin Xinwan said, I got your number from the principal. You represent our Qingshan district and are participating in the elite competition. You must do your best. Qin Feng helplessly replied, okay. Lin Xinwan said, you are excellent, so I believe in you. Qin Feng replied, okay. Lin Xinwan said, well, I won't disturb you anymore. Study hard and bring glory to our Qingshan district. Before Qin Feng could hang up, he heard a beep from the other end of the phone. Qin Feng didn't think much about it. He just turned off his phone and fell asleep. The next morning. Damn. It seems like I have to participate in that elite competition in 2 days. I have to personally take part in such a small competition. If it weren't for the 50,000 yuan prize for the champion, I wouldn't bother participating. Qin Feng muttered as he quickly packed up. After a simple tidy up, Qin Feng left the house. Qin Feng, still half asleep, sat in the classroom. At this moment, his classmates dared not mock Qin Feng anymore, but they also kept their distance from him. They whispered to each other, and he didn't know what they were saying. Just then, the entire class's attention turned to the girl who entered through the door. Louis was wearing a school uniform today, with long and slender legs without any flaws. Her hair was adorned with many cute hair clips, and her figure was impeccable. Seeing the class's gaze all focused on her, a blush appeared on her youthful cheeks. Wow! She truly deserves to be the school flower. She looks really beautiful today. The classmates couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing these words, Louis quickened her pace and blushing, sat next to Qin Feng. Suddenly, the malicious gazes of both male and female classmates were directed towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly at these gazes and sighed as he looked at the lowered head of Louis. She's truly a disaster for men. Louis is my woman, who dares to have any ideas about her? Yanwei loudly declared his sovereignty, but his gaze was fixed on Qin Feng. When Yanwei said this, the classmates' gazes finally shifted away from Qin Feng. Qin Feng naturally understood that Yanwei's words were directed at him, but he didn't mind and gave Yanwei a grateful look. Seeing Qin Feng's expression, Yanwei's mouth twitched in annoyance, but he couldn't do anything about it. He snorted and turned his face away. Yanwei, don't talk nonsense. When will I be your woman? Dear Yi's head had already lifted, anger replacing the shyness on her face as she glared at Yanwei. Yi, why are you angry? You will be my woman sooner or later. What's wrong with me saying it in advance? Yanwei, it's impossible between us unless I die, dear Yi said seriously. Yi, did someone say bad things about me to you? You never got angry when I joked like this before, Yanwei explained to dear Yi, but his gaze shifted towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained unaffected. If someone's family doesn't like me because I'm ugly, it's not my fault for being handsome. Just promise me that you won't say I'm your woman anymore. Alright, I won't say it anymore, so don't be angry, Yanwei replied gently to dear Yi, even though she embarrassed him in front of the class. Dear Yi sat down after hearing Yanwei's response, and she glanced at Qin Feng, who was sitting there gloating. She shot him a fierce look and then lowered her head to focus on her work. Qin Feng looked at dear Yi in confusion. What does that look mean? Why does it concern me? I was just curious about what dear Yi was doing in the math room. Now it seems like my good intentions were wasted. What's the point of asking? Xin Yunming shook his head helplessly, unable to sleep and could only plan for the future on a piece of paper. Occasionally, he would listen to the class. When he heard the teacher and classmates struggling with a simple addition and subtraction problem within 10, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Because Qin Feng often did this, the whole class thought he had a problem with his head. But Qin Feng didn't care. After all, geniuses are on the left, and madmen are on the right. Finally, it was time for the class to end, and Qin Feng was the first one to rush out of the classroom. Humph. I used to be the first one to rush out of the classroom, now it's him. Yanwei couldn't help but comment when he saw Qin Feng running faster than a rabbit. In front of a red GTR, many girls and boys were gathered, praising the car nonstop. Biaoyi saw Qin Feng coming out and waved his hand to call him over. Qin Feng was puzzled. Why would Biaoyi look for him? He thought as he walked quickly towards Biaoyi, receiving envious glances from those around him. Qin Feng, what's up? Biaoyi, I happened to pass by and thought I'd give you a ride home. Qin Feng, I can take a taxi myself. Biaoyi, I have something to ask you. Qin Feng, I won't pay for the fare. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and prepared to get in the car. Biao Yi! An excited voice came from behind. Biao Yi and Qin Feng turned around at the same time. They saw Yanwei walking towards them with a smile. Biao Yi, why do you have time to come to our school today? Yanwei quickly walked to Biao Yi's side and asked with a smile. I came to find someone, Biao Yi said expressionlessly, looking at Yanwei. Yanwei looked at Qin Feng with glee and whispered to Biao Yi, are you taking him somewhere to beat him up? I've never liked him. Take me with you. Biao Yi's face changed when he heard this, then he spoke loudly, do you know him? We're classmates, Yanwei replied with a smile, a wicked smile appearing on his face. Then let me tell you, if you dare to mess with him, you're messing with me. Don't think that having Big Brother How backing you up means you can do whatever you want. That Big Brother How of yours is just a little brother in front of me. Yanwei's face showed disbelief upon hearing this, his mouth twitched as he looked at Qin Feng, who was gloating on the side, then he looked at Biao Yi. Yes. Also, don't go around saying that we know each other. We've only met a few times in the math room. Yes. Yanwei's face visibly darkened, but he still obediently agreed. Get in the car. Biao Yi ignored Yanwei and personally opened the car door for Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't refuse and glanced at Yanwei with a gloating expression before getting into the car. Seeing Qin Feng get in the car, Biao Yi also sat in the driver's seat and slowly started the car. With a swoosh, the car disappeared from the sight of the crowd. Humph. Who is Qin Feng? Biao Yi actually personally opened the car door for him. Yanwei saw Biao Yi stomping in anger, but his eyes revealed a slight fear towards Qin Feng. The GTR sped along the road. Inside the car, Biao Yi said, I heard you're representing the district in the elite competition the day after tomorrow? Qin Feng nodded. Biao Yi said, your strength is indeed not as simple as it seems. Qin Feng asked, is that why you're here? Biao Yi replied, there's something else too. Qin Feng said, just say it. Biao Yi said, I want you to help me defeat someone. Qin Feng said, tell me everything at once. Biao Yi gritted his teeth and his anger was evident on his face. A strong student from the 3rd grade. He made me lose face in the calculation room yesterday. Qin Feng asked, 3rd grade? Do you think I can defeat a 3rd grade strong student? Biao Yi said, you can participate in the elite competition. I believe in your strength, at least the 3rd grade won't be a problem. Qin Feng asked, why should I help you? Biao Yi said, after it's done, I'll give you 2,000 yuan as a reward, and I can also be your bodyguard for a month. Qin Feng asked, bodyguard? Biao Yi said, if you often go to the calculation room, relying solely on your brain won't be enough, someone will eventually seek revenge on you. Qin Feng said, I'll consider it. Biao Yi said, the 3rd grade strong student from yesterday is named Gao Qifeng. He's mastered the content of the 3rd grade textbooks. Biao Yi's anger resurfaced as he continued, I underestimated him and lost to him yesterday. Qin Feng said, just a piece of trash. Biao Yi was surprised, although he knew Qin Feng's strength deep down. Biao Yi asked, are you confident? Biao Yi knew Qin Feng wouldn't make empty promises. Qin Feng asked, when should I go? Biao Yi's face lit up with joy, you agreed? After you participate in the competition with the strong opponents, I'll inform you then. Qin Feng said, turn left up ahead. Biao Yi said, this isn't the way to your house, is it? Although Biao Yi was puzzled, he turned the steering wheel to the left. Qin Feng said, pull over, wait for me for a moment. Biao Yi obediently did as he was told and parked the car safely by the roadside. Qin Feng got out of the car and quickly walked to the pavilion, looking around. Finally, he saw a red bag in a corner. He opened it and indeed found a set of test papers. However, there was a sticky note attached to the test papers with a few big words written on it. Score God, please sign your name after completing it, okay? Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry. He put away the test papers and walked back to the car. What's this? Biao Yi asked curiously as soon as Qin Feng sat down. Test papers, do you have a pen? Qin Feng replied casually, wanting to finish writing in the car and quickly return it later, so he wouldn't have to come back again. Yes, I do. Biao Yi looked around and finally found a pen in the drawer, handing it to Qin Feng. Wait for me for a minute. Qin Feng said, burying his head in the test papers. It was just some addition and subtraction within 10, and the most difficult one was 2 plus 1-2. Qin Feng finished it in 10 seconds. Since Leng Xiao asked for a score of 65, Qin Feng left many places blank. Just as he was about to put away the test papers, he remembered the content of the sticky note. Let's fulfill the small wish of the fans. Qin Feng imitated the appearance of a celebrity in a movie and wrote a barely legible score God at the end of the test papers. He looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction and then put away the test papers. He quickly got out of the car and returned the test papers. He sat back in the car just in time. 1 minute later, Biao Yi looked at this scene in shock. Biao Yi said, no way. You finished a test paper in just a few seconds? Qin Feng replied, yeah, is there a problem? Biao Yi asked, how many surprises do you still have up your sleeve? Qin Feng said, just random writing. Qin Feng explained casually. Biao Yi naturally knew that he was just brushing him off, so he reluctantly drove Qin Feng back home. In no time, the car parked steadily in front of Qin Feng's house. Do you want to come to our house for dinner? Biao Yi was surprised to hear Qin Feng inviting him to his house for dinner. The shocked expression on his face took a while to recover. No, I'm not going. All right. Qin Feng actually sympathized with Biao Yi. After all, they were both lonely people in this city. Prepare well for the elite tournament and bring glory to our district. Biao Yi didn't expect Qin Feng to invite him to his house for a meal, and he looked excitedly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng got out of the car, and Biao Yi didn't stay and drove away. Master, there's a phone call. Qin Feng's phone rang in his pocket, constantly vibrating. Without looking, Qin Feng knew who it was, and he answered the call as he walked towards his house. Hello, little genius, it's me. A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Feng, about the elite tournament? Director, you're still smart. Beep. Qin Feng hung up before the director could finish speaking. Impatiently, Qin Feng put his phone in his pocket. After a while, the phone vibrated again. Qin Feng took it out and put it on silent mode. Just as he was about to put the phone back in his pocket, a text message came in. You brat, how dare you hang up on me? I have prepared the past year's questions for the elite tournament. Your classmates will give them to you tomorrow. Xin Feng shook his head helplessly, put his phone away, and walked towards the front door. He immediately rushed to the computer desk after opening the door. Ding ding ding. Xin Feng sat in front of the computer, crazily looking at the messages. Business was getting better and better. Cold young master #Yuan, score God, how did I do on my test? Score God, if you did well, go get it yourself. Cold young master #Yuan, score God, did you sign it for me? Score God, you'll know if you go get it. Cold young master #Yuan, alright, I'll go get it now. Xin Feng opened other messages, all of them were about homework. Xin Feng replied to each one. Just as he finished replying, several friend requests came in. Xin Feng accepted them one by one. A completely black profile picture caught Xin Feng's attention. The username was Person with Big Deals. Xin Feng still clicked agree. In no time, the black profile picture kept jumping, sending a long string of messages. Person with Big Deals, do you accept big deals? Person with Big Deals, will you accept? Big deal? Xin Feng quickly typed on the keyboard to reply. Score God, what should I write? Person with Big Deals, 10 sets of test papers. It really was a big deal. Xin Feng couldn't help but smile. Score God, okay. Person with Big Deals, but I have a requirement, face-to-face transaction. Score God, you leave it in the pavilion, I will go get it. Person with Big Deals, no, I want to meet you in person. Score God? Person with Big Deals, which school are you from? Score God, Nanshan Elementary School. Person with Big Deals, then let's make the transaction at Nanshan Elementary School. 10 sets of test papers? Earn 1,000 for one set, wouldn't that be earning 10,000? Let's just meet, wear a hat and a mask, no one will recognize. Score God, alright, give me the money first. Person with Big Deals, what if I give you the money and you don't do it? Score God, I'm not that kind of person, then let's first exchange half of the deposit. Person with Big Deals, 3 days later, hand over the money and the goods at the same time at Nanshan University. Score God, full payment? Person with Big Deals, 3 days later, full payment. After saying this, the person went offline. Xin Feng couldn't help but smile, he would have 10,000 yuan in his hands? But why does this person need so many? Who cares? As long as he can make money. Xin Feng didn't think too much, he printed out today's test paper and started working on it. Xin Feng took pictures of the questions and sent them over. He received unanimous praise in the replies. Matchstick seller, score God. You are my God. You're amazing. Mushroom picker, score God, I'm your fan, can you give me an autographed photo? Lonely wolf, score God. Both my son and I are your fans. Looking at this strange string of usernames and content, Xin Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry. He looked at the time and it was already 8 o'clock. Xin Feng immediately changed his clothes and put on the familiar fox demon mask before heading out to the numerology room. It was a good place that he visited every day. Xin Feng skillfully made his way through the internet cafe and quickly arrived at the numerology room. Taking a glance around, Xin Jia was not there today. Another girl came to receive Xin Feng. This time, Xin Feng topped up 1,000 yuan. Topping up 500 yuan each time was too troublesome, and he came here every day anyway. After topping up the money, Xin Feng had a sudden idea. No one in the first grade dares to compete with me anymore. It's only said that higher grades cannot go to lower grades, but lower grades can challenge higher grades. He. In order to not attract too much attention, Xin Feng slowly walked into the second grade classroom. The second grade was indeed different. As soon as Xin Feng entered, he could feel a slight chill, which was in stark contrast to the outside temperature. 2 words. Comfortable. The space inside was much larger than the first grade, and there were fewer people, so it wasn't as noisy. Even the sofas were made of leather, and there were cakes and drinks on the tables. If the second grade was like this, wouldn't the higher grades be even more amazing? Xin Feng quietly sat on the sofa, casually picked up a glass of watermelon juice, and started drinking. 2 people at the gambling table were arguing fiercely over a question. Shen Hao, can you answer this question yourself? A man stared at the man sitting opposite him with his eyes wide open. Xin Feng listened to the voice and looked over. He saw a familiar figure. Brother Hao? Wasn't he banned? How could he appear here? Of course I can answer the question I asked. Brother Hao stared at the man in front of him with a sly smile. Shen Hao, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have some connections? You were banned for 2 years and you secretly came here. Aren't you afraid that I will report you? The man's face turned red, and he shouted at Shen Hao. Hey, why are you barking like a dog? If you can't answer, you want to report me? My cousin is the boss, why don't you try reporting me? Brother Hao remained calm. Humph. Remember this. Who are you threatening? There's no one in the entire Qinghua district that I'm afraid of. Brother Hao's mouth curved into a smile as he spoke slowly. The man gave Chen Hao a fierce look and left in a carefree manner. You dare to threaten me even if you can't answer? Come on, who wants to come? Let's continue. Chen Hao looked at the man's back and spoke slowly, shouting at everyone else. I'll do it. Qin Feng finished his glass of watermelon juice and slowly walked towards the gambling table. Fox Demon Mask, it's you? Chen Hao clearly recognized Qin Feng and was somewhat surprised. That's right, it's me. Qin Feng sneered. Do you think I won't do anything to you? Chen Hao's face showed anger as he stared at Qin Feng. If you dare, go ahead. Qin Feng calmly sat down at the gambling table. Is he the Fox Demon Mask who dominated the first grade? Wow, the Fox Demon Mask. The Fox Demon Mask is here, no one will be spared. The first grade actually dares to challenge the strong in the second grade? He dares to challenge the second grade? I think he's just here to show off. The surrounding crowd stood there in shock, whispering to each other. Hee, do you really think I can't beat you? Last time, I underestimated you, but this time, I won't show any mercy. Chen Hao sneered, and the anger on his face gradually faded. Wow, then let's give it a try. Qin Feng joked. Smooth talker, we'll see if you're still laughing later. Chen Hao laughed and said fiercely. Stop talking nonsense, let's start. Qin Feng urged impatiently. You have the courage, a first grader daring to come to the second grade. Don't think you can win so easily this time just because of some stupid rules. Chen Hao waved his hand, and the referee came in. Let the match begin. The referee didn't waste any time and started dealing the cards on the table. Ah, ace of spades. Chen Hao's laughter filled the numerology room. Qin Feng, on the other hand, flipped open the cards in front of him without any expression. Six of spades, I'll go first, bet 500. Those stupid rules didn't apply to Qin Feng. Ha, heaven helps me too, I have courage, I'll bet 500. Chen Hao said loudly. A first grader dares to challenge a second grader. I have to say, you have courage, but no strength. I'll bet 100 with Chen Hao. A man standing behind Chen Hao slowly spoke. Then I'll bet a little too, not much, 50. I'll bet 100. Everyone took out their money and placed it on the table. What is 8 divided by 4? Qin Feng looked at the money on the table, wasting no time. Chen Hao's face changed. How do you know a second grader's question? Do you know the answer yourself? If you know, answer it, don't waste time. Qin Feng urged impatiently. It's 2. Chen Hao gradually spoke up. A red light lit up in front of Chen Hao. Correct answer, 1 point. The host slowly announced. Cheers erupted from behind. Qin Feng smirked. What is 16 divided by 8? Chen Hao's face changed, staring angrily at Qin Feng. Do you know the answer to this question yourself? If you can answer, then answer. Shut up. I'll forfeit this question, you answer it. I don't believe you know. Qin Feng was interrupted by Chen Hao before he could finish his sentence. It's 2, idiot. Qin Feng helplessly shrugged. After speaking, a red light lit up in front of Qin Feng. The blue team answered correctly, 1 point, the red team doesn't score. The host slowly announced. How is this possible? This is content we haven't even learned yet. Chen Hao's face was filled with shock. Damn! He can answer questions that even Chen Hao can't answer. Oh my god! What kind of monster is he? Are you sure he's a first grader? The people behind Chen Hao stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. I am at a level you will never reach in your lifetime. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Who are you exactly? Chen Hao stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. There's one question left. What is 36 divided by 6? Qin Feng calmly spoke. These questions are all second grade level. Qin Feng didn't expect this idiot to be so idiotic that he couldn't answer them. Humph. I don't believe you know the answer to this question either. I forfeit. Chen Hao's face broke out in a cold sweat, but his words were firm. I already said you're an idiot, you don't believe it, it's 6. Qin Feng couldn't help but tease. As soon as he finished speaking, a red light lit up in front of Qin Feng. The red team answered correctly. The red team wins, the host slowly announced. How is this possible? He's a first grader. This can't be. He must be in a higher grade. A first grader defeated a second grader. The people behind were shocked, their jaws dropped to the ground. Qin Feng casually said, second grade questions are too easy. I'll go to the third grade when I have time. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him, who were still shocked, became even more shocked. Third grade? A first grader challenging the third grade? Has the fox demon gone crazy? Does he think the third grade is the same as the second grade? Third grade? I think he's addicted to showing off. Chen Hao hadn't recovered from the shock. Who are you exactly? This is impossible. Chen Hao stared at Qin Feng in shock. Who are you? Take off your mask. Seeing Qin Feng's silence, Chen Hao raised his hand and reached towards Qin Feng's face. Stop! Qin Feng was about to dodge, but a deep voice came from the entrance. Big Brother Dong. Everyone looked towards the entrance. There's freedom of dress here, Chen Hao. What are you doing? Big Brother Dong at the entrance snorted and walked in slowly. Is this the referee from last time? Big Brother Dong. Although we checked that he's a first grader last time, today he can answer second grade questions. I suspect he's in a higher grade. Chen Hao looked at Big Brother Dong with indignation. Do you suspect that our calculation room is covering for him? Big Brother Dong walked up to the two of them and said without any dissatisfaction. I dare not, it's just possible that the machine is malfunctioning. Chen Hao said somewhat humbly. Chen Hao, don't forget that you are someone who has been banned for 2 years. For the sake of our boss, I will turn a blind eye to it, but don't push it too far. Donga spoke slowly. Donga, do you want to make a big deal out of this and send people to investigate? Donga interrupted Chen Hao. Humph, don't let me catch you with any evidence. Hauge glanced at Donga, then at Qin Feng, and left with a cold snort. Are you okay? He has a connection with our boss, so I can't be too obvious. Donga looked at Qin Feng. I'm fine, thank you, Donga. Qin Feng happily put away all the gambling coins. You've gained quite a bit. Which school are you a genius from? Donga curiously asked, looking at Qin Feng's spoils. Nanshan Elementary School. Qin Feng didn't hide it. Oh, that school that ranks at the bottom. I never expected such a genius to come from that school. Donga was slightly surprised. You flatter me, Qin Feng humbly replied. By the way, since you're so talented, will you participate in the ranking competition this time? Donga seemed to remember something. Then your Nanshan Elementary School won't be at the bottom anymore. Donga laughed. Donga, these are for you. Thank you. Qin Feng handed 2 handfuls of gambling coins to Donga. Do we still need this between us? Although Donga said this with his mouth, he quickly took the gambling coins from Qin Feng's hands. Donga, I'll be leaving now, Qin Feng smiled. Take care, if you need anything, you can always find me. Donga shouted after Qin Feng's departing figure. Qin Feng walked quickly out of the second-grade private room. As he passed by the window, Qin Feng habitually looked out, where a beauty stood yesterday, but today, only the cold wind was blowing. Qin Feng didn't linger for long and took the gambling coins to the front desk to exchange them. When people in the lobby saw Qin Feng, they whispered behind his back. The Fox Demon Mask? It's him, he just defeated a second grader. He even said he wants to challenge a third grader. Just him? Why do I feel like his strength is extraordinary? In just a few minutes, the waiter packed the money for Qin Feng, and Qin Feng skillfully put the money into his pocket and left the gambling room. Just as he reached the entrance, a cold wind blew, causing Qin Feng to shiver. Damn it! There was a strong contrast between the gambling room and the cold outside. Qin Feng didn't rush home but prepared to go to the supermarket to buy some printing paper. When he was close to the supermarket, Qin Feng saw a familiar figure on the roadside. Xingjie was wearing a purple pencil skirt with a white collar, her hair tied up, exuding mature beauty from head to toe. However, what was different was that there was a man beside Xingjie, and the two were arguing fiercely about something. This should be Xingjie's fiancé. Let's go and see, then I'll know. Qin Feng quickly hid behind a big tree, not too far or too close to Xingjie, just enough to hear their argument clearly. Yang Gang, I told you to give me some more time. I will give you the money to treat your mother. Isn't the time I gave you enough? If my mother doesn't pay, she can only wait to die at home. You want me to give it to you, but I can't come up with the money now. Why are you so useless? You still want to marry me like this? Damn it! His own mother doesn't earn money, but he expects the woman to give it. Qin Feng cursed the man in his heart 10,000 times. Yang Gang, don't forget. It was you who begged me to marry you in the first place. I was wrong. I had a bad attitude just now. Just when Qin Feng thought the man was about to explode, he didn't expect the man to soften at this moment. That boss of your gambling room is interested in you, right? Just sleep with him for a night, and you'll have the money, right? Yang Gang, you, slap. Xingjie slapped the man's face, and the man took a few steps back in pain. You disgusting man, who knows if you've slept with your boss or not? Now you want me to sleep with him? The man glared angrily at Xingjie, but he didn't make any move to hit her. Yang Gang, I never expected you to be so disgusting. Give you 2 more days, no matter what method you use, you must give me the money. If you can't come up with the money, let's not get married. Qin Feng muttered behind a big tree. He's really shameless. Xingjie heard these words, cold sweat broke out on her face, and there was no more tenderness in her eyes. She angrily stared at the man named Yang Gang. Smack! Another crisp sound. Yang Gang quickly covered the other side of his face. Yang Gang, when did you become like this? The man who had been slapped twice was not angry, but his eyes stared at Qingjie with a hint of malice. I changed? What about when you were fooling around with that boss? I can let you slap me, but you must give me the money too. I won't give you any money, not a penny. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't have the money, forget about getting married. Married? You're not worthy. I won't marry you. Haven't you always wanted me to propose to you, to get married? Now, get lost. Qingjie didn't want to waste any more words with the person in front of her. She stared at him fiercely. Ha, you've got some backbone. If you have the guts, don't come crying to me in a couple of days. After uttering these harsh words, the man left in a huff. Qingjie watched his retreating figure, her eyes moist, and finally, she sat down on the ground and cried. Fortunately, it was late at night and there weren't many people around, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Qingjie held her body and tears kept flowing down, a cold wind blew, and Qingjie shivered in place. Suddenly, she felt a warmth on her body. Qingjie stopped crying and looked up with teary eyes. Qingjie, it's not good to cry in front of a little kid. Xin Feng saw the man leave and cursed a few words, then saw Qingjie crying there, so he quickly went over and put his coat on her. Looking at the usually proud woman staring at him with red eyes, Xin Feng felt a hint of pity in his heart. He didn't know how to comfort her, so he casually said a sentence. Qingjie looked up and saw Xin Feng, somewhat surprised. How did you end up here? Then she wiped away her tears and immediately took off the coat and handed it to Xin Feng. Sorry for letting you see this scene, this is your coat, thank you. Qingjie stood up and spoke. What? Do you despise me? Xin Feng took the coat and put it back on Qingjie. No need, you're also cold, you wear it. Qingjie forced a smile. Don't move. Xin Feng stopped Qingjie's hand that was halfway through taking off the coat. Alright, I'll wash it clean and return it to you tomorrow. Qingjie no longer refused and smiled as she put the clothes back on. Was that your fiancé just now? You saw that? I even heard it. Yeah, he's the guy I almost married. It's a good thing you didn't get married, he looks like a bear. Put. Qingjie couldn't help but laugh at Qin Yunming's teasing. Seeing Qingjie's genuine smile, Xin Feng also smiled awkwardly. Did you go to the fortune-telling room again today? Yeah, I thought you would be smoking by the window, but I didn't expect you to come here to argue. Hearing this, Qingjie's smile disappeared and she walked ahead without saying a word. Qingjie, let me take you back. Realizing he said the wrong thing, Xin Feng quickly caught up. Qingjie didn't respond and walked on her own. Seeing Qingjie not answering, Xin Feng wisely closed his mouth and followed behind Qingjie at a steady pace. The two walked on the street, one in front and one behind, without speaking. Xin Feng was worried about Qingjie being alone, so he had been following her. After about half an hour, Qingjie finally stopped. Qingjie suddenly stopped, catching Xin Feng off guard, and he bumped into her directly. Qingjie immediately turned around. Little brother? You've been following me all this time? Qingjie looked at Xin Feng in surprise. Yeah, I was afraid you might do something rash. Xin Feng quickly took 2 steps back and distanced himself from Qingjie. I won't, don't worry. Qingjie's gaze at Xin Feng became gentle. Well, then I'll leave first. There are so many men in the world, and you're so beautiful, don't hang yourself on one tree. After saying this, Xin Feng walked away without looking back. Hee, little brat. Qingjie watched Xin Feng's figure and slowly spoke, tightening her coat and turning to go upstairs. Ah, just got home and it's already 11 o'clock. Xin Feng sneezed loudly. So cold. Xin Feng quickly rushed to the bathroom and took a hot shower. After about 10 minutes, Xin Feng came out feeling comfortable, wrapped himself in a blanket, and sat in front of the computer. There were still many messages, and Xin Feng patiently opened and checked each one. Cold Lord #Yuan, score God, I received the test paper, thank you for the signature, your signature is so unique. Score God, still want one? 500 for a signature. Cold Lord #Yuan, rare things are valuable, one is enough. Score God, then what's the point? Cold Lord #Yuan, score God. What do you think of Nanshan Elementary School participating in the elite competition this year? Score God, use your eyes to see. Cold Lord #Yuan, score God, you're really humorous. Although I couldn't participate this time, I will go and watch. Score God, with your intelligence, it's strange if you can participate. Cold Lord #Yuan. Xin Feng sneered and didn't reply anymore. After replying to the remaining people, he prepared to lie down in the warm bed. Master, there's a phone call, a phone call. The phone kept vibrating on the computer desk. Why do these people always call when I'm about to sleep? Xin Feng reluctantly picked up the phone, without any notes, forgetting whose call it was. Hello? The elite competition is the day after tomorrow. How are your preparations going? Tang Ziyi's voice came from the other end of the phone. It's okay. Xin Feng was helpless, but still perfunctorily replied. Even if you don't get a ranking, in my heart, you have always been the most outstanding. Tang Ziyi sounded a bit worried. Xin Feng remained calm. No matter what, keep up the good work. Xin Feng, got it. Tang Ziyi, okay then, I won't disturb you anymore. Xin Feng thought the call had already ended, so he was about to throw the phone aside and go to sleep, but a voice came from the other end of the phone. Tang Ziyi, or, you hang up. Xin Feng, okay. Without hesitation, Xin Feng hung up the phone. He threw the phone aside and fell into a deep sleep. He slept until dawn, and the next morning Xin Feng got up early and got ready to go out. Just as he sat in his seat, Yan Wei walked towards Xin Feng hesitantly. You're participating in the elite competition tomorrow. The principal just came to find me. Seeing Xin Feng's indifferent attitude, Yan Wei couldn't help but get angry. These are the materials from past exams. The principal asked me to give them to you. Yan Wei threw a stack of materials on Xin Feng's desk and then walked away angrily. Xin Feng saw the materials on the desk, didn't even look at them, and swiftly threw them into the trash can in front of the whole class. Don't give me this kind of trash in the future. Xin Feng, you're representing our Qingshan district in the elite competition this time. I hope you don't embarrass our school. Yan Wei couldn't tolerate this scene and looked at Xin Feng angrily with a red face. It's you who's embarrassing yourself. Xin Feng didn't care. Yan Wei, do you think winning that competition is something great? The elite competition is much harder than that. Xin Feng, are you so capable? Then why didn't the leaders let you participate? Yan Wei, Yan Wei sat back in his seat and stopped paying attention to Xin Feng. Xin Feng also couldn't be bothered to talk to this idiot anymore. Class ended quickly, and Xin Feng hurried home, not wanting to waste time on the way. He sat in front of the computer and dealt with messages, all greetings from fans, but no business. After dealing with them for a while, Xin Feng put on the fox mask, changed into loose clothes, and walked towards the fortune-telling room. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the fortune-telling room, he saw a girl sneaking towards him. Lu Yi? Xin Feng took a closer look. Damn, it really is her. Who else could it be if not her? Why is she here again? Didn't I tell her not to come? Lu Yi looked around while walking towards the fortune-telling room. Lu Yi walked forward sneakily and didn't notice Xin Feng standing at the door of the fortune-telling room. She bumped into Xin Feng directly. Who is it? Are you blind? Lu Yi's face hit Xin Feng's chest hard, and her eyes went black. She quickly stepped back and cursed. Lu Yi stabilized herself and saw the fox mask that had helped her that day. She quickly apologized. It's you? I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. Didn't I tell you not to come here? Xin Feng said in a deep voice. Lu Yi struggled to speak. What about you? You can't always rely on someone to save you. Xin Feng was furious. Lu Yi never listened when he tried to reason with her. Leave quickly. This is not a good place. Xin Feng advised Lu Yi earnestly, considering that she had helped him a lot. I need money. Lu Yi finally spoke up. Money? You should be grateful if your money isn't stolen here. Why do you want money? Xin Feng was annoyed by the woman in front of him. Last time was just an accident. I believe I won't encounter bad people again this time. Lu Yi explained slowly. How much do you need? Xin Feng sighed helplessly. This woman was so stubborn. 50. Lu Yi lowered her head and dared not look at Xin Feng. 50? Do you still need to come here for 50? Just be honest. Okay, 500. Xin Feng looked at Lu Yi in front of him and handed her the 500 yuan he had prepared for recharging. Consider me unlucky. Lu Yi looked at Xin Feng in surprise but didn't reach out to take the 500 yuan. Consider it a loan, but you have to pay me back in the future. Xin Feng said helplessly when he saw Lu Yi's reaction. Thank you, I will definitely repay you. But why did you help me? Lu Yi took the money from Xin Feng's hand and asked in confusion. There's no reason, just go. Xin Feng urged. Thank you, I don't have a boyfriend. Lu Yi shyly bit her lip. I didn't mean that. Xin Feng was confused. Okay. Lu Yi's face darkened noticeably. The first time I saw you, you were wearing a fox mask, and it looked mysterious. When you appeared and saved me, I felt like you were a beam of light illuminating me. Today, you helped me again, and I really don't know how to repay you. Lu Yi smiled at Xin Feng. Lu Yi's smile was very clean and refreshing. Her light brown eyes curved like a crescent moon, which was very refreshing. Xin Feng's heart was about to melt from the smile, but was his charm really that great? He couldn't even emit his charm properly. Lu Yi couldn't possibly have fallen for him, right? How can I make girls not like me? So annoying. Do you have feelings for me? Xin Feng asked directly. No, I just think you're a good person. Louis panicked. That's how it should be. Go quickly, don't go to the fortune-telling room anymore. There aren't many good people there, you know? Xin Feng advised. Thank you, can you take off the mask and let me see your face? Forget it. What would Louis's reaction be if she knew it was Xin Feng? Okay, thank you, I'm leaving. Don't come again next time. Xin Yunming shouted behind Louis, worried. Louis didn't reply and made a playful gesture towards Xin Feng before turning and leaving. Xin Feng smiled gently and shook his head. I'll walk you home. Xin Feng was worried about Louis going home alone, so he shouted at her back. No need. Louis replied loudly and disappeared around the corner. Xin Feng shook his head dumbfoundedly and prepared to go to the fortune-telling room, but his phone kept vibrating. Hello? It's me. A lazy female voice came from the other end of the phone. Xin Feng, what's up? Tang Zi, tomorrow is the elite tournament, and you. Xin Feng, don't worry. Tang Zi was interrupted by Xin Feng before finishing his sentence. Tang Zi, will the director come to pick you up? Xin Feng, yes. Tang Zi, good luck, I'll be praying for you here. Xin Feng, okay. Tang Zi, I'm sorry, I have to attend a training tomorrow, so I can't come to watch your match in person. Xin Feng, it's okay. Tang Zi, still, in my heart, you are the most outstanding person. Xin Feng, thank you. Tang Zi, then I won't disturb you anymore. Xin Feng hung up the phone expressionlessly, but as soon as he hung up, his phone vibrated again. The director? Seeing that it was the director, Xin Feng hung up directly. After a few seconds, the phone kept ringing. Xin Feng impatiently answered, there's no need to talk about the elite tournament. Director, you brat, how dare you not answer my call? Xin Feng, it's nothing, I'll hang up. Director, I'm telling you, the elite tournament is different from the previous matches, you should take it seriously. Xin Feng, is there anything else? Director, you have to go to the city for the competition, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. Xin Feng, okay. Director, review well tonight, got it. Before the director could finish speaking, Xin Feng hung up. Looking at the time, it was almost 9 o'clock. Forget it, I won't go to the divination room to practice today. Xin Feng waved his hand and hailed a taxi to go home. When he was almost home, Xin Feng saw Louis squatting at the intersection, not sure what she was doing. What exactly is Louis doing so mysteriously? Master, please stop the car here. Xin Feng handed the driver money and got off the car. Slowly, he walked towards Louis. What are you doing here? When he got closer, Xin Feng asked slowly. Upon hearing this, Louis quickly turned her head. Why are you here? Louis turned her head, and Xin Feng could finally see clearly. In front of Louis were some stray cats, about 4 or 5 of them, with cans of cat food and a few cat treats beside them. Is this why you're earning money at the divination room? Louis nodded and slowly replied, yes, before there were only 1 or 2, and my living expenses were enough to feed them. But later, there were 3 or 4, and now there are 5. My living expenses are simply not enough, so, do you come to feed them every day? Xin Feng imitated Louis's tone and slowly squatted down, picking up the can of food nearby and started feeding them. Once or twice a week. Louis smiled and answered, meow. Ah, just as Louis finished speaking, 2 cats fiercely scratched her hand while fighting for the can of food in Xin Feng's hand, and they rushed towards Xin Feng. Louis screamed in fright, and the cats left a deep scratch on her arm. Xin Feng quickly threw the can of food away, and the 2 cats chased after it. Are you okay? Xin Feng hurriedly grabbed Louis's hand and checked the injury. You must get a vaccine. Xin Feng looked at the bleeding scratch on Louis's hand and said seriously. Louis quickly pulled her hand out of Xin Feng's grasp. It's okay, I'm fine. You must go. Xin Feng wasn't joking. How could such a big wound go without a vaccine? Seeing Xin Feng's serious expression, Louis felt a warm feeling in her heart. Without waiting for Louis to speak, Xin Feng hailed a car on the side of the road and helped Louis up, walking towards the hospital. Xin Feng was busy dealing with various medical forms in the hospital. The tests are all fine, just get 3 shots of the vaccine. Okay, thank you, doctor. Are you her boyfriend? You can wait outside for her. The doctor sat in his seat and looked at Xin Feng as if he could see through everything. Upon hearing this, both of them looked stunned for a moment, then said in unison, he's not. I'm not. Young people these days, I just don't understand. The doctor shook his head. Louis's face turned red, and she stood shyly in place. Xin Feng also awkwardly left the doctor's office. As soon as Xin Feng left, the doctor began to give Louis an injection. It didn't take long for Louis to come out with her arm wrapped up. Xin Feng took Louis home and then took a taxi back home himself. It was already 11 o'clock when he arrived home. Xin Feng turned on the computer and logged into QQ. Today was just like any other day, nothing special. Xin Feng spent half an hour dealing with things on the computer, then shut it down, took a shower, and went to bed comfortably. As for the elite tournament, Xin Feng wasn't worried about it. The next morning came quickly, and Xin Feng was still sound asleep in bed. Knock, 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 knock. Urgent knocking came from the door. Who is it? Xin Feng, annoyed at being woken up, asked impatiently. Xin Feng, do you know what time it is now? Hurry up and open the door. Don't you know today is the elite tournament? A furious voice came from outside the door. Xin Feng, still half asleep, took out his phone and looked at it. 8:30? Damn it! The elite tournament starts at 9 o'clock, and it takes 20 minutes to get to the city. That means there's still half an hour, it's not too late. Xin Feng calmly got up from bed and put on his clothes. Knock, knock, knock. Xin Feng, open the door. Knock, knock. I know you're in there, open the door. The knocking on the door didn't stop. Xin Feng calmly walked towards the door after putting on his shoes. Knock, knock. You brat, I know you're in there. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. I know you're in there. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and the director's hand, which was knocking on the door, stopped in midair, almost hitting Xin Feng. Director, what's the rush? Xin Feng opened the door and saw the director, who was wearing a suit, stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but complain. Why are you in such a hurry? Look at the time. The director's newly styled hair was a bit messy from anger. Xin Feng, unperturbed, said, Isn't it still early? Still early? Hurry up, we're running out of time. So early in the morning. Can't you let people sleep? Before the director finished speaking, a fat-faced old lady, wearing pajamas, angrily came out from the neighboring door. Xin Feng looked at the old lady, then at the director, gave the director a look that said he would handle it himself, and went into the house to freshen up. The director helplessly shook his head and looked at Xin Feng's back, reminding him, Hurry up. Auntie, I'm really sorry. The director saw the old lady, who was coming towards him with an imposing manner, and quickly turned his head to apologize to her. Disturbing someone's sweet dreams so early in the morning, no manners. The director's apology did not improve the old lady's attitude. The director, instead of getting angry, smiled at the old lady. Hee, I'm the principal of Nanshan Elementary School, here to find a student. I hope you won't blame us for the sake of Nanshan Elementary School. The old lady was stunned for a moment. Nanshan Elementary School? The worst school in our district. What face do you have? It used to be the worst, but now, you should have heard, right? This year's competition champion. The old lady looked disdainful. This year's competition champion? It seems like it was won by Nanshan Elementary School, but it's just luck. Have you heard about this year's elite tournament? The old lady replied, The elite tournament that happens every 3 years? I know. The director smiled proudly. Do you know which school is going this year? The old lady said, Who else could it be? It's either Donglin Elementary School or Xining Elementary School. The director looked proudly at the old lady. Hee, it's our Nanshan Elementary School this year. The old lady was stunned for a second. Do you really think I'll believe that? Nanshan Elementary School has no manners. The director, not getting angry, continued to ask, When does the elite tournament start? The old lady was puzzled. Today, of course? The director looked at the old lady with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. I'm here today to pick up our students to participate in the elite tournament. Now do you believe me? The old lady stepped back a few steps, clutching her chest. What kind of look is that? I'm already married. You pervert. The director panicked. Auntie, you misunderstood. I didn't. Are you leaving or not? After Xin Feng finished washing up, he hurried to the door and urged, Damn it, it's already past 8:40. We won't make it to the elite competition. Let's go. The director glanced at the clock and hastily pulled Xin Feng downstairs. I wonder if he said that on purpose for the old lady at the door to hear. The old lady stood there dumbfounded, staring blankly at the departing duo. Inside the car, the director controlled the steering wheel with one hand and scolded Xin Feng, You brat, on such an important day for the elite competition, you actually slept for so long? Director, don't worry. Xin Feng's ears were almost calloused from listening. Worry? Do you know that if you get in the top 3 in the elite competition, you can participate in the city-level competition? Before he finished speaking, the director mocked himself. It's already good enough to participate in the district-level elite competition. What am I thinking? The director continued, In any case, you must give it your all and take it seriously. Xin Feng replied, I will also participate in the city-level competition. The director chuckled and brushed it off. I was just saying that casually. Don't get your hopes up. The director smiled and moved on. The director sighed. The principal was supposed to come today, but he suddenly had something come up and couldn't make it. I don't know if I'll have a chance to see my own students in the elite competition in the future. The director said, in my lifetime, being able to bring students to participate in the elite competition, I would die without regrets. The director's impassioned speech did not move Qin Feng in the slightest, but it did catch his attention. The director was still moved to tears by his own impassioned speech. Qin Feng looked the director up and down and slowly spoke, Director, why are you wearing a suit with red socks? Ha? What did you say? The director was immersed in his own world and didn't hear what Qin Feng said. Qin Feng patiently asked again, black shoes with red socks? Ha? The director didn't quite understand what Qin Feng meant, quickly looked down at his own shoes, then focused on driving. The director explained slowly, it's just to ensure that your competition goes smoothly. We wear red when we leave our hometown, symbolizing a smooth journey. The director chuckled and said, I even wore red underwear. Qin Feng smiled speechlessly, it seems like that tradition doesn't work. It's already 8:50. What? The director's smile instantly turned into panic. He stepped on the gas pedal hard, and the car sped down the road. The time was now 8:57. The director and Qin Feng hurriedly arrived at the venue for the elite competition. There were hardly any people at the entrance, a huge square with only a small tent at the entrance of the venue. Inside the tent sat a staff member, and there were several large characters posted on it, check-in for elite competition participants. 2 security guards stood at the entrance. Several people stood in front of the tent, and the director led Qin Feng towards it. Hello, we're from Qingshan District, here to participate in the competition. The director smiled at the staff member at the entrance. The staff member, a middle-aged woman, looked them up and down. When she looked at the director, she couldn't help but laugh. Suppressing her laughter, the staff member said seriously, you're late. According to the rules of the competition, if you're late, you automatically withdraw. The director looked at the time. 8:59. The director said, isn't there still 1 minute left? The staff member was stunned for a moment, paused for a few seconds, and then slowly said, it's exactly 9 o'clock now. Anger appeared on the director's face. You, let us in. The staff member taunted indifferently, I already said, if you're late, you can't go in. Country bumpkins like you, go back where you came from. The director said, who are you calling a country bumpkin? The staff member laughed mockingly, wearing black shoes with red socks, aren't you a country bumpkin? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Laughter echoed around them. The director stood awkwardly in place, not knowing what to do. We arrived here at 8:59. You deliberately delayed us and didn't let us in because you're afraid we'll win the championship and take away your district's spot, right? Qin Feng looked at the staff and spoke slowly. The staff burst into laughter and disdainfully said, just the 2 of you country bumpkins, do you even deserve to win the championship? Qin Feng replied, then why don't you dare let us in? The staff replied, I don't dare? Every year, the Qingshan district is just cannon fodder. Even if you go in, it would be a waste of my time. But since this big brother is wearing leather shoes with red socks to amuse us, I'll let you in, but even if you go in, it's just going through the motions, The staff laughed, stamped the document, and handed it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng took the document from the staff's hand and said, sorry, this year's championship belongs to the Qingshan district, represented by me. After speaking, he entered the venue with the director without looking back. The staff mocked as they watched Qin Feng's back. 2 country bumpkins with such arrogance. Humph, let them see their ranking. The director was still indignant. Qin Feng reassured him, don't worry. The director comforted him, you child, do your best. It's okay if you don't get a ranking, you're already amazing. The 2 of them entered the venue while talking. Inside the venue, each district had its own area, with 4 large screens distributed around the venue, and 2 drones capturing in real time from above. Hello, please show your entry pass. A man in a pure blue work uniform blocked their path. Qin Feng handed over the document in his hand. The man observed the document for a while and said, okay, please turn off your electronic devices and put away anything unrelated to the exam. Qin Feng and the director nodded, turned off their phones, and put them in the cabinet behind them. The man was surprised and asked, didn't you bring any review materials? The director waved his hand and said, just brought our phones, hurry up. Okay. The man scanned them with a device for a while. You can go in now, a staff member will take you to your area. After confirming the scan was fine, the man let them in. The 2 of them walked further inside for a while. Excuse me, the competition is about to start. Which district are you from? Another staff member, a woman in a red suit, smiled at them. The director calmly replied, Qingshan district. The woman's smile froze for a moment, then she slowly said, please follow me. The woman led the way, with Qin Feng and the director following behind. The woman stopped at a location near the restroom and didn't continue forward. We've arrived, Please take your seats quickly, the competition is about to begin. The woman's smile disappeared, and she coldly looked at the two of them. After speaking, she covered her nose in disgust and walked away without looking back. This was the most remote location in the entire venue, next to the restroom, with people coming and going, and the floor covered in water stains. The area where the Qingshan district was located was noticeably narrower than the other districts, separated from the restroom by a whiteboard. Inside, there was a sofa, a table, a fruit platter, and 2 bottles of mineral water. Somehow, Qin Feng felt that the fruits on the table were not as fresh as those in other districts. After seeing this scene, the director couldn't help but curse, "Ha! Look down on people with dog eyes." Qin Feng shook his head helplessly, stepped over the water stains on the floor, and sat down first. The director also grumbled as he sat down. Hasn't the Qingshan district arrived yet? If they don't arrive, it will be considered an automatic forfeit. The host's voice sounded from the stage. The director quickly stood up and shouted towards the stage, "The Qingshan district has arrived." The host was stunned for a moment. If they've arrived, why didn't anyone inform me? Where are the staff? The director sat back down and grumbled, "These staff members look down on people with dog eyes." Everyone's gaze turned towards Qin Feng. Qingshan district? Ha, it's more appropriate to call it the restroom guarding district. They're here to be cannon fodder again. I heard that the Qingshan district is the second to last school this year. Ha, I'm sure you think that even a good school is just cannon fodder, so it's better to let a bad school go through the motions. Ha, why bother coming to Qingshan district? Just withdraw from the competition. Qin Feng felt the unfriendly gazes coming from all directions and shook his head helplessly. Oh, Director Ma, what brings your school here this year? The speaker was a middle-aged man who had just come out of the restroom, adjusting his pants. Principal Lu, our school was lucky, and we brought our students here this year. Director Ma finally saw a familiar face and smiled. That's right, I brought the geniuses from our Hebei district. We're going to win the championship this year. Principal Lu smiled insincerely. Director Ma, why bother coming here? It's a waste of time and embarrassing for you. Principal Lu continued. Director Ma smiled awkwardly. Principal Lu, our Qingshan district won a perfect score in the championship last time, so we came here to compete for a place. Principal Lu looked Qin Yunming up and down and sneered. Director Ma, even if we held that competition, our school could still get a perfect score and be second to last. Just forfeit next year, save some fuel expenses. Principal Lu pretended to give well-intentioned advice, but his face couldn't hide his mocking smile. Seeing Director Ma standing awkwardly in place, Principal Lu's smile grew even wider. People around were also attracted by the commotion and looked over. Ha, the district that guards the restroom. They came to be cannon fodder again this year. I really don't understand why they have to come here and be humiliated. Hearing the voices around him, Principal Lu's face showed a proud expression. Director Ma, how much did it cost to use the restroom last time? Is 1 yuan enough? Principal Lu laughed and fumbled in his pocket for a long time before throwing a 1 yuan coin in the area where Qingshan district was located. Director Ma's face turned green with anger, and his whole body trembled. Unconcerned, Principal Lu seemed to know that Director Ma wouldn't dare to do anything and stared mockingly at him. After a moment of hesitation, Director Ma realized that the competition was still ongoing and that he needed to consider the bigger picture. Otherwise, other districts would look down even more on Qingshan district. Director Ma wasn't an impulsive person, so after weighing the pros and cons, he slowly loosened his clenched fist and sat back on the sofa. Just then, Qin Feng coldly looked at Principal Lu and asked, "Which district are you from?" "Hebei district, the CC, the North's North." "Remember that, young man?" Principal Lu was momentarily stunned before slowly speaking. "Hebei district, huh? Do you produce sea clams there?" Whether intentional or not, Qin Feng blurted out this sentence. Principal Lu frowned. "You're such an impolite kid. All of Qingshan district is like this. No matter which district you're from, the championship has already been decided. Go back to your sea and catch sea clams." Qin Feng coldly retorted. "The championship has been decided? Ha ha ha. Qingshan district, the champion? It's laughable. You must be crazy if you think you can win the championship." The people around couldn't help but burst into laughter. Principal Lu was initially taken aback but then laughed heartily as well. "Qingshan district, the champion? You can't even spell champion correctly. It's hilarious. Get lost." Qin Feng ignored the laughter around him and coldly uttered these words. "Ha, Qingshan district, the champion? It's hilarious. I don't want to stay in this lousy place anymore. It stinks." Principal Lu disdainfully glanced at Qin Feng, covered his mouth, and left. The people around continued to whisper, but Qin Feng couldn't be bothered. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Look, people from Sichuan district are here." "Oh my god, It's Murong Bowen, the pride of Sichuan district. He's so handsome. I love him. Some girls couldn't help but drool. He's handsome and smart. He's mine. Everyone's attention was drawn to the entrance, where three people appeared, two middle-aged men and one person carrying a backpack and holding some documents. Following behind a boy, the boy had a clean short hair, with sharp and handsome eyebrows. His long and sharp black eyes were filled with a lock of sharpness, thin lips, and distinct contours. He had a tall and slender figure, like an eagle in the dark night, cold and proud, yet imposing. He exuded a dominant aura that seemed to overlook the world. He coldly looked at everyone with a noble gaze. The champion's temperament is different. Oh my, if he could just look at me, I would be satisfied. All the girls were infatuated with him. So handsome. Even I, as a guy, fell in love. A voice came from the crowd, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Xin Feng looked at the direction they were in, and it was obvious that it was not the same place he entered. It must be some kind of VIP channel. This elite competition really looked down on people, with differences in each area from the inside out. Even the time could be adjusted for these people. Morong Bowen ignored the people in the venue and walked straight to the center of the stage, taking a seat slowly. This is Morong Bowen, the champion of Sichuan. He also scored full marks in the math competition and is one of the candidates for this year's championship. The principal's emotions finally eased as he slowly spoke. Don't worry, principal. I have already decided on the champion, and it's a perfect score. Xin Feng said slowly. The principal sighed and shook his head. This child, does he still think we haven't been humiliated enough? The principal only hopes that you can achieve a ranking, then today's humiliation will be worth it. The principal paused for a moment and continued, today's competition is different from our own. It includes questions from the first and second grades. It would be good enough to achieve a ranking. Look, Luo Qingchuan from Qingchuan district is here. The proud girl of heaven, Luo Qingchuan. Damn, I feel like I'm falling in love again. No, it's not her who's here, it's my spring. Before the principal could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the cries of the crowd. In the VIP channel, there stood a woman with an extraordinary temperament. She had waist-length naturally silver curly hair, and her light purple eyes emitted a cold and sharp light. Her doll-like long eyelashes were slightly curled. Her petite and elegant nose, along with her thin lips, shone like crystals under the light. Her fair and delicate skin, along with her melon seed-like cheeks, perfectly complemented her exquisite and perfect facial features. Looking further down, she wore a light purple long dress, lightly pursed her lips, and had a faint smile, enough to drive many boys crazy. Luo Qingchuan raised her hand and handed the documents in her hand to the person beside her, who immediately bent down to receive them. Luo Qingchuan then walked towards the center, exuding a fresh and ethereal temperament with every move, making it impossible for the boys in the venue to shift their gaze. Wow, this woman is truly beautiful. If you can achieve a ranking, you might be able to strike up a conversation with her. The principal's eyes were fixed, as if he was about to drool uncontrollably. Even Xin Feng was somewhat surprised by such beauty. Compared to Tang Zi, she had a bit more sexiness, compared to Lui, she had a bit more elegance, and compared to Qingjie, she had a bit more charm. Ahem, let's get back to business. Her name is Luo Qingchuan, the proud girl of Qingchuan district, and also a competition champion. And she also scored full marks. She is one of the favorites to win the elite competition. The principal's face was somewhat excited. He had never been to a district competition before and didn't know that they could achieve full marks. Seeing so many perfect scores now felt like a dream. If only all of them were from Nanshan Elementary School. Whatever, they're just slightly better than those idiots. Xin Feng looked coldly at the principal. You always have such a big attitude. This time, the competition is different, including questions from the first and second grades. Hey, do we have to pay to use the restroom here? Before the principal could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a man. Standing at the entrance of the restroom was a tall man with a bronze complexion and distinct and deep facial features, like a Greek sculpture. His dark and wild eyes gave off a sense of recklessness and seductiveness. His three-dimensional facial features were beautifully carved, emitting an aura of a world-conquering king. A wicked yet handsome smile played on his face. The director awkwardly smiled. No need, we're here to participate in the competition. Oh. The man looked at the two of them in confusion, then saw the sign on the table that said Qingshan District. He laughed as if he had figured something out. Ah, so it's Qingshan District. My apologies, I thought you were here to guard the toilets. The director's smile immediately faded. Did Qingshan District offend you somehow? Qingshan District didn't offend me, I just thought they would charge for using the restroom at this event. The man waved his hand helplessly. Everyone turned their attention towards the restroom. Black Devil Luo Wenhao. Why did he come out of the restroom when everyone else enters through the hallway? Oh my god. Luo Wenhao? Although he's black, it can't hide his handsomeness. There was a burst of exclamations from the sidelines. You're Luo Wenhao. The director was surprised. Ha, are you scared now? Luo Wenhao laughed and looked at the director triumphantly. Morong Bowen and Luo Qingchuan also noticed the commotion. Qingchuan, that's Luo Wenhao, this year's hot favorite to win the championship. Be careful, this guy always likes to do things on his own. It seems like he came with Principal Yang today. A middle-aged woman sitting next to Luo Qingchuan whispered. Qingchuan raised his eyes and looked at Luo Wenhao, furrowing his brows, then shifted his gaze to Qin Feng. The middle-aged woman followed Qingchuan's gaze and a mocking smile appeared on her face. You don't need to worry about Qingshan district. They've always been at the bottom every year. Look, they've even resorted to guarding the toilets. Qingchuan frowned upon hearing this, whether out of disdain or thinking that the organizers were unethical, it was unclear. Teacher Lin, no matter what happens today, I will do my best. Qingchuan withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and continued to look at the review materials in his hands. Aunt Lin smiled and nodded, no longer disturbing Qingchuan. Morong Bowen also curiously looked over in that direction. Bowen, with your abilities, if you perform normally, the championship is guaranteed. Don't worry about those little roosters. The man next to Morong Bowen laughed. Morong Bowen stared at Qin Feng, remained silent for a while, and then slowly spoke. I heard that someone from Qingshan district got a perfect score in the competition? So what? Even the last place in our school can get a perfect score in Qingshan district's exams. That black guy, Luo Wenhao, might be a bit tricky, but he's not your match. The man laughed and spoke. Morong Bowen glanced at Qin Feng again, then lowered his head to look at the review materials, no longer saying anything. The man beside him wisely kept quiet. At the same time, the director was puzzled. How did you come out of the restroom? Can't a genius use the restroom? What are you guys from Qingshan district doing here? Luo Wenhao retorted. We're here to participate in the competition. The director firmly looked at Luo Wenhao. Competition? Qingshan district? Have you participated in any competitions before? I don't remember. Luo Wenhao pretended to be confused. The director didn't know what to say. It's Qingshan district again. They come every year and always end up at the bottom. They've become famous for it. Ha ha ha, the indestructible cockroach. Ha, I really don't understand why they insist on joining in on the fun. Seeing that the director wasn't saying anything, Luo Wenhao looked at Qin Feng and scrutinized him up and down. The genius from Qingshan district? Him? Luo Wenhao pointed at Qin Feng with his finger. Qin Feng looked at Luo Wenhao speechlessly and didn't want to pay attention to him. Seeing that Qin Feng ignored him, Luo Wenhao furrowed his brows but quickly relaxed. How about I talk to the organizers and get you guys some wages for guarding the toilets? Otherwise, every year you come here, you leave empty-handed. It's not good. Luo Wenhao pretended to shake his head. Laughter erupted from the surroundings. Don't bother worrying about it. I'll take the championship this year. Just keep quiet. Qin Feng, who had been silent all along, slowly spoke while sitting on the sofa. Hee, are you telling me a joke? It's quite successful. This joke is indeed funny, said Luo Wenhao, bursting into laughter. Ha, just now I wasn't sure if he was crazy or not, but now I'm sure. Qingshan district brought a madman to compete. Ha ha ha, still a champion? It's good enough to get some salary. Qingshan district is beyond saving. Everyone thought Qin Feng was crazy. Qingshan district is at a dead end. Bringing a madman to the competition. Luo Wenhao laughed happily. The level of this competition is getting worse, even madmen can participate. Luo Wenhao walked towards his area while speaking. Seeing Luo Wenhao leave, the people around also felt bored and returned to their seats. See, we can only endure the humiliation. As long as you can get a ranking, it's worth it even if the director suffers and works hard, the director said, tears welling up in his eyes. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. His name is Luo Wenhao, the champion of Chunhua District's competition, and he got a perfect score. These three are the favorites to win today, the director continued. Qin Feng didn't like playing with idiots, but he had no choice but to play with this group of idiots. Just then, the host said, the competition is about to begin. Non-participants, please leave. Staff, clear the area. As soon as the words fell, staff members cleared out the unrelated people, and in no time, the originally bustling venue was left with only half the people. The competition is finally starting. I wonder who will win this time. I think it should be Luo Qingchuan from Qingchuan district. What a great name. Finally, it's starting. Will there be a perfect score this year? The crowd below chattered about something. The host said, Dear leaders, dear students, good morning. With the morning sun, our city welcomes the triennial elite competition. First, let us warmly welcome the leaders and fair judges to the stage with our enthusiastic applause. The intense applause resounded from the audience. 3 judges and 2 leaders walked onto the stage at the same time. One of the leaders stepped forward. Dear students, you are all elites from various districts. Today, you are the protagonists of the competition. Compete with style, compete with skill. The host said. Applause for our deputy mayor. Another round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. The host said, next, please let the representative of the judging panel speak. As soon as the words fell, a referee wearing a black jacket took out a speech from his pocket. First of all, congratulations to all the students for participating in the elite competition. In order to ensure the smooth progress of this competition, on behalf of all the referees, I solemnly swear, this competition will be fair and just. The rules of this competition are as follows. Representatives from each district will participate in the exam, with 10 questions on the test paper, each question worth 2 points, for a total of 20 points. The highest scorer will be crowned champion, followed by the rest. In case of a tie, the tied individuals will have an additional round of competition until a winner is determined. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. The host said, I announce that the elite competition is officially beginning. The results of our competition will be announced on site. Now, please wait in the waiting area, contestants. As soon as the words fell, the contestants from various districts stood up one after another. The most attention-grabbing were naturally the 3 favorites for the championship. All 3 of them stood up and walked towards the waiting area. Shin Fong, go and take the exam confidently. Even if you can't get a ranking, it doesn't matter. Just give it your all, the director said, looking worried. Shin Fong nodded and walked towards the waiting area. The host said, we have 4 large screens on site, 2 drones for real-time monitoring. Those outside can clearly see every move inside. The champion of this competition will receive a cash reward of 50,000 yuan and can also have a paid internship at Xianxin Group for 1 month. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the audience. Wow! Xianxin Group! I heard about it earlier. I heard about it. It's really shocking. Who will be qualified to participate? That's the largest publicly listed company in the whole Sonshan city. Host, cheaters will permanently lose their eligibility. Candidates enter the examination room. As soon as the words fell, all the candidates in the waiting area entered their seats in order. Luo Qingchuan, Luo Wenhao, and Morong Bowen, their seats were all in the front row. Shin Feng was the last one to enter, and the staff gave him a glance, last row, on the side. Shin Feng was already used to it. He found his seat expressionlessly and sat down. Host, candidates, take your seats. Referees distribute the test papers. Raise your hand if there are any issues with the test papers. The referees entered and started distributing the test papers. Host, candidates, carefully check the contents of the test papers. If there are no issues, put on your headphones and start answering the questions. After carefully looking at the test papers, all the candidates in the room put on their headphones. Shin Feng glanced at the test paper. The most difficult question was a mixed addition and subtraction operation for second graders. 26 plus 19 plus 58-6-5 plus 5 equals? There was also a question to fill in the or equals symbols. Compared to kindergarten questions, it was much more difficult, but still manageable. The referees gave each person a draft paper. That's right, just one. This competition actually required a draft paper. For just these few questions? Shin Feng was helpless, but calmly took out a pen and quickly wrote down the answers on the test paper. People outside the competition were all focused on the top contenders for the championship, and no one noticed Shin Feng. After finishing the last question, Shin Feng slowly put down his pen and looked at the time. The competition lasted for 2 hours, and there was still 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 26 seconds left. Last time, he finished in just over 10 seconds, but this time it took 2 minutes. Shin Feng was very dissatisfied with his speed. It took him 2 minutes for such a simple question. Looking around, everyone was focused on answering the questions, including the top 3 contenders for the championship. Shin Feng couldn't help but yawn, feeling sleepy. For some reason, whenever Shin Feng saw the test paper, he would feel drowsy. Learning from his previous lesson, Shin Feng took off his jacket and spread it on the table as a pillow, then fell into a deep sleep. Because Shin Feng's movements were too exaggerated, it attracted the attention of some people. Damn! Everyone, look at this! Ah, it's hilarious! Damn! What a lunatic! Ha ha ha! Damn, is Qingshan District a mental institution? Ha ha ha, he just boasted about winning the championship. Put! Ha ha ha! Damn! It's raining! A girl who was drinking water looked at this scene, and the mineral water she had just put in her mouth sprayed all over the man in front of her. Laughter erupted throughout the venue. The host had to come out to maintain order. "Everyone, please be quiet." The crowd gradually calmed down a bit. They all looked at Director Ma. Director Ma wished he could find a hole to hide in. Who knew Qin Feng would do the same thing again and fall asleep? Did he think the questions would be as easy as last time? Director Ma's face turned red with anger, but he forced himself to remain calm and sat on the sofa. In his heart, he cursed Qin Feng 10,000 times. Qin Feng was completely unaffected. Seeing the embarrassed look on the director's face, the crowd couldn't help but laugh again. "Qingshan District, are they here to perform? Ha ha, ha, not only guarding the toilet but also insisting on performing. This fearless spirit is worth learning. Ha, you've moved me with your words. If they guard the toilet without asking for a salary, I really want to hire them for our shopping mall's toilets. Such good people, I will definitely pay them." "Ah, you're so mean. It's been a long time since I laughed so heartily." Participating in an elite competition and still being able to witness a performance. The crowd burst into laughter again. The host had to speak up once more to stop them. After a while, the laughter gradually subsided, and everyone focused their attention on the other candidates. Occasionally, their eyes would sweep over Qin Feng, unable to suppress their smiles. The director looked at Qin Feng helplessly, trying hard to control his emotions and make himself look less embarrassed. Time passed by minute, and the surroundings gradually quieted down. Except for Qin Feng, who was sleeping, the other candidates had nervous expressions, with beads of sweat constantly forming on their foreheads. Mu Rongbowen, Luo Wenhao, Luo Qingchuan, and others also had a hint of cold sweat on their faces. Outside the venue, everyone was anxiously waiting, hoping to achieve a good ranking in their respective regions. The large display screen showed that there were only 10 minutes left. Luo Wenhao put down his pen and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. As he looked around, he was about to check his own questions when he noticed someone sleeping in the corner. Luo Wenhao thought he was mistaken, but when he took a closer look, he exclaimed in surprise, "What the heck?" He saw Qin Feng sleeping soundly on the table. "What the heck? Sleeping during the elite competition? Ha! Qingshan District." Luo Wenhao burst into laughter. Fortunately, everyone around him was wearing headphones and couldn't hear Luo Wenhao's voice, otherwise the venue would have been filled with laughter. Luo Wenhao laughed heartily, his laughter echoing in the venue. "This is hilarious. Ha ha ha, Qingshan District, ha ha ha." Luo Wenhao sat in his seat, holding his stomach and laughing. When the people outside saw this scene, they also laughed along. Luo Wenhao laughed until his stomach hurt before finally stopping. At this moment, Mu Rongbowen slowly took off his headphones. "Bowen, look. Ha ha ha." Luo Wenhao couldn't wait to share with Mu Rongbowen. Mu Rongbowen turned his head in confusion and saw Qin Feng lying there, sound asleep. Boring. Unexpectedly, Mu Rongbowen didn't mock Qin Feng. He replied indifferently and began to check his own questions. Luo Wenhao instantly lost interest as well. "People who don't understand the joy of life," muttered Luo Wenhao under his breath. Then he turned to look at Luo Qingchuan, hoping that Luo Qingchuan would take off his headphones. Under Luo Wenhao's fiery gaze, Luo Qingchuan finally slowly took off his headphones. "Qingchuan, look. Look at the person from Qingshan District." Luo Wenhao laughed and pointed in the direction where Qin Feng was. Luo Qingchuan also looked in the direction Luo Wenhao pointed with the same confusion. Surprise appeared on Luo Qingchuan's face, but then it quickly faded as he turned to check his own test paper. TCH only knows how to study, doesn't know how to enjoy life. Seeing that Luo Qingchuan not only didn't mock, but also ignored him, Luo Wenhao complained. After a few more minutes, one by one, the candidates in the examination room took off their headphones. As expected, Luo Wenhao loudly told everyone, "What the heck? Ha ha ha. Tired of guarding the restroom, so I slept. Ha ha, Qingshan District. This is hilarious, the restroom guard district." Laughter filled the venue and the surroundings. Qin Feng was awakened by the unreserved laughter. He slowly lifted his head from the table, his eyes still sleepy, and looked at the laughing crowd. Seeing this scene, both inside and outside the venue burst into laughter. Director Ma sat awkwardly in his seat, his face showing embarrassment. "A bunch of idiots." Qin Feng picked up his coat from the table, put it on, and spoke slowly to the crowd. The crowd looked at each other in astonishment. "Restroom guard, aren't you the idiot? How could you come here to sleep during the elite competition?" Luo Wenhao was the first to express his dissatisfaction. "Who are you calling an idiot?" Qin Feng coldly retorted. "I'm calling you an idiot." Luo Wenhao raised his voice and shouted at Qin Feng. "You called yourself an idiot, what else can I say?" "What? You?" Luo Wenhao finally realized that he had fallen into a trap, his face turning red as he stood there. The others also gradually reacted, wanting to laugh but held back due to Luo Wenhao's face, so they stifled their laughter. Some couldn't hold it in and burst into laughter, only to be scared back by a glare from Luo Wenhao. The restroom guard is different, smooth talker. The anger on Luo Wenhao's face subsided, and he sat back in his seat, annoyed. Beep, beep. The timer on the screen reset to 0 at that moment. The exam is over. Candidates, leave your test papers on your seats and exit the examination room. The host's voice rang out. As soon as the words fell, all the candidates slowly left their seats after leaving their exam papers behind. When passing by Qin Feng, they couldn't help but laugh a few times. Qin Feng was the last one to leave the classroom. As soon as he stepped out, laughter could be heard all around. Ha, the madman from Qingshan district is here. Crazy, he actually slept during the elite meeting. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and quickly walked back to the Qingshan district. Qin Feng, how did you do in the exam? Why did you fall asleep again? Principal Ma looked at Qin Feng with a worried expression. Don't worry. Qin Feng coldly said a sentence and stopped talking, playing with his phone instead. Principal Ma didn't know what else to say and sighed heavily. Please take a rest, wait a moment, our results will be out soon. The host stood on the stage and said to everyone. The people below were discussing who would be the champion. Qing Chuan, how did you do? The middle-aged woman sat next to Qing Chuan. It's okay. Qing Chuan replied lightly, then looked at the review materials in her hand. The champion must be you. Why are you still looking at the review materials? The middle-aged woman ate fruit, but her mouth didn't stop. The questions this year were relatively easy. There might even be a second round of competition. Qing Chuan raised her eyes slightly. Ah, easy? No way. These are second-grade questions. The middle-aged woman was somewhat surprised. For me, Qing Chuan said and then lowered her head to look at the materials, no longer speaking. Genius is different. The middle-aged woman sighed. At the same time, on the other side, Bowen, can you win the championship? The man next to him calmly looked at Bowen while drinking his beverage. Not necessarily. Bowen shook his head. Oh, are the questions difficult? The middle-aged man asked in confusion. No, but there are still talented people this year. Morong Bowen looked towards Luo Qingchuan's direction. Luo Qingchuan happened to raise her eyes at this moment, and for a moment, their eyes met, but quickly looked away. The middle-aged man followed Morong Bowen's gaze. Are you talking about her? Indeed, she has some ability, but compared to you, she's still lacking. Morong Bowen smiled and didn't say anything. Haha, Principal Yang, did you see that? The guy from Qingshan district was sleeping inside. Luo Wenhao looked in Qin Feng's direction and said jokingly. Ha, I saw it clearly, he's just here to make an appearance, don't worry about it. How did you do in the exam? Principal Yang paused and asked. Those questions were too easy, it was child's play. Luo Wenhao looked proudly at the principal. That's good, we have a genius from Beihai district, it's our honor. Principal Yang smiled with satisfaction. Unlike Qingshan district, they haven't had a genius in so many years. Ha ha, ha ha. The two of them laughed and talked. Ahem. Everyone, please be quiet, the results of the competition are in my hands. The host cleared his throat. Two staff members handed a piece of paper to the host, who looked at it and showed surprise on his face, but quickly returned to normal. The noisy venue instantly quieted down. Host, the top 3 are already in my hands, and I will announce them one by one. You will never guess the top 3 this year. Everyone focused their attention on the host. The first place should be Luo Qingchuan from Qingchuan district. I think it must be Morong Bowen. This girl's eyes couldn't help but look towards Morong Bowen, full of admiration. There's also a possibility for that black guy Luo Wenhao. Anyway, it definitely won't be someone from the toilet district. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around them laughed softly. The third place is from. At this point, the host deliberately paused. This host, playing these tricks, testing our patience. Host, give me some applause. There was instant applause from the audience. Host, the applause is not enthusiastic enough. After saying that, there was another round of enthusiastic applause. Host, here, I would like to thank once again all the leaders and teachers who took the time out of their busy schedules to attend our elite meeting. This host. A group of people in the audience were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The director sat on the sofa silently praying, and the third place was Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked confidently at the host. Host, ahem, the third place is from the Beihai district, Luo Wenhao. There was a warm applause from the audience, as if they had expected it. Damn! How am I only third place? Luo Wenhao was very dissatisfied with his performance. It's already good, there are many strong competitors in the elite competition, and the questions were difficult. The middle-aged man next to him comforted. Humph, my goal was first place. Luo Wenhao snorted. The middle-aged man shook his head with regret. On the Qingshan district side, What a pity, what a pity, couldn't even get third place, what a pity, what a pity. The director's hopes were dashed, constantly sighing on the side. Director, can you please be quiet? Shin Fong said helplessly. Shin Fong, I thought you could at least get third place. Sigh. The director shook his head and sighed. The first place hasn't been announced yet, right? Shin Fong slowly spoke. First place? Do you think this is our Qingshan district's math? Host, now announcing the second place. Before Director Ma could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the host. Director Ma stopped talking and listened attentively to the host. Host, the second place is from Dash. This host is starting again. The second place should be Qingchuan. I think so too. It can't possibly be the toilet district. Ha ha. Laughter filled the surroundings. Faced with occasional mocking glances, Director Ma felt extremely embarrassed, while Qin Feng sat on the sofa with an indifferent expression. Host, the second place is from Qingchuan district, Luo Qingchuan. The host paused for a moment before slowly speaking. There was another round of enthusiastic applause from the audience. The signalmen clapped the loudest, sending congratulatory glances towards Qingchuan district. Qingchuan, getting second place is not bad, you can go intern at the strong corporation. The middle-aged woman next to him comforted. Qingchuan didn't even lift his head, just softly responded. The middle-aged woman tactfully stopped talking. The first place is yours, Bowen. It's a great honor for our Sichuan district. The man next to him excitedly looked at Morong Bowen. Not necessarily. Morong Bowen calmly spoke. At the same time, in the Beihai district, Principal Yang. Am I still not as good as that bookworm Bowen? Luo Wenhao angrily spoke. How is that possible? You're much better than him, he just got lucky. Principal Yang consoled him. Does Qingchuan deserve second place? Does he deserve first place? Luo Wenhao looked towards Morong Bowen. Host, now announcing the first place. Do we even need an announcement? Of course it's my brother Bowen. Well deserved. But why isn't the host mentioning the score? Yeah, why didn't the host mention the score? The host paused for a moment. The first place is from Sichuan district, Morong Bowen. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Bowen, you've brought glory to our Sichuan district. Although they had expected it, the middle-aged man couldn't contain his excitement. Bowen's face remained expressionless. This competition was too easy. Qingshan district. Let's pack up and leave. The director's last hope was shattered, and he started packing up. Do you think the host is implying that we should leave? Shin Feng, although confused about why he didn't have a ranking, suddenly seemed to understand something. What do you mean? The director looked at Shin Feng in confusion. Look, Qingshan district is getting ready to leave. Ha ha ha. The toilet district is preparing to sneak away. How embarrassing. Ha ha. Just then, everyone also noticed the commotion in the Qingshan district. They burst into laughter. Host, do you all think it's over? At this moment, the host smiled and spoke on stage. Everyone was puzzled. Right, the scores haven't been announced yet. Host, you forgot to mention the scores. The audience thought that the host had forgotten to mention the scores and reminded him one after another. Host, do you want to know why I didn't mention the scores? Watch an advertisement and I'll come back to tell you the correct answer. This host. Quite interesting. Host, just say it already. The audience below couldn't help but urge. Host, today is a historic day, and you will soon know why I didn't mention the scores. Say it already. It's making us anxious. Host, because in today's competition, host, for the first time in history, there is a tie. As soon as these words were spoken, there was shock in the audience. A tie? Could it be that the three of them tied? This is too dramatic. Host, but it's not over yet. Do you think only 3 people tied? I'll tell you, no. What do you mean? Could there be a fourth person? Oh my god. 4 people tied? Who else? Who could it be? Definitely not from the toilet area. This remark was followed by laughter from the surrounding people. Ha ha, I knew I couldn't lose to that kid Morong Bowen, turns out we tied. Luo Wenhao burst into laughter. Host, we have a 4th place today, and these 4 will compete in another round. Host, who is the 4th person? Stop teasing us. Qingshan district. Qin Feng, are you ready? Let's go. Hey, Director Ma sighed, not feeling any connection with the 4th person. I told you, I've already decided the champion. Qin Feng sat still in his place. Ha ha, even if it's the 100th place, it won't be your turn. Crazy. Ignore him. The people around kept mocking Qin Feng. Host, 4th place. From. Host, 4th place. From Qin Feng of Qingshan district. Silence. The whole venue fell silent. Host, the 4 of them all scored 20 points. They will compete in another round. The host had already anticipated this result, ignoring the quiet venue and continued speaking. Everyone stared blankly at Qin Feng. Qin, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Director Ma's eyes were blank, and the clothes he was holding slowly fell. I told you, I've already decided the championship. Qin Feng calmly spoke. Oh my god, did I hear it right? Full marks? Director Ma swallowed a mouthful of saliva, staring at Qin Feng in astonishment. The sound of Director Ma swallowing saliva was heard by everyone present. Everyone also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Toilet area? Finally, someone came to their senses and looked at Qin Feng with a blank expression. Qin Feng, you are truly the pride of our Qingshan district. Director Ma recovered after a while, disappointment disappeared from his face, and he rushed over to hug Qin Feng in excitement. Damn! It's actually Qingshan district. Damn! Getting full marks even in sleep? Is there a mistake? One by one, the people came back to their senses, staring at Qin Feng in disbelief. Damn! What level is this? He got the same score as me? Luo Wenhao looked at Qin Feng in shock. Morong Bowen and Luo Qingchuan were also shocked as they looked at Qin Feng. The toilet area got full marks? Principal Yang also stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. I guess he just got lucky. There's still another round. He's destined to be a toilet area person. Luo Wenhao coldly snorted. Yeah, I guess he just got lucky. Otherwise, how could he get full marks? This is an elite competition. There's still another round. Look, how proud the toilet area is. Don't they know there's another round? The people gradually came back to their senses from the shock. The principal excitedly held onto Qin Feng and refused to let go. Principal, please let go. Qin Feng pushed Director Ma with all his strength. Good kid. When you go back, I'll put your photo on the honor roll. Director Ma patted Qin Feng's back and slowly released his hands that were embracing Qin Feng. To get full marks in the elite competition. It's the glory of our Nanshan Elementary School. Even if there is no ranking in the extra round, it's already impressive to make it this far. Director Ma couldn't hide his excitement. Host, our extra round is about to begin. Candidates, please wait in the waiting area. After the host finished speaking, the four of them stood up simultaneously. Qin Feng, being a restroom attendant is different, you even have good luck. Luo Wenhao sneered. Ha ha ha, that's a fitting description. Ah ha ha ha, hilarious, this extra round will show him what an elite competition is. Everyone burst into laughter instantly. Host, for this competition, we will have questions from the third grade. Candidates, prepare yourselves mentally. Damn, third grade? I thought first and second grade were already crazy. There are still questions from the third grade? This is just the level of a first grade competition. The three of them had the same expression of difficulty on their faces. Damn, I've never even touched third grade questions, how am I supposed to do it? Luo Wenhao complained. Just go. You don't know, and they don't know either. What are you afraid of? Principal Yang urged from the side. That's right. I don't know, and they don't know either. He. Luo Wenhao smirked and walked towards the waiting area. The other two also had the same mindset and walked towards the waiting area. For Qin Feng, it was child's play. Host, the competition is about to begin. Candidates, enter the examination area. It's starting. So exciting. Who will be the first? It must be my Morong Bowen. He's mine. I think the black guy is pretty strong. It definitely won't be someone from the restroom attendant area. This remark was followed by laughter from the surrounding area, a joke that never gets old. Supporter, the referees are distributing the test papers. Candidates, put on your headphones and start the exam if there are no issues. As soon as the words fell, the four of them put on their headphones one after another. Each of them was given a piece of draft paper. The bench is so hard. Qin Feng muttered coldly and directly used the draft paper to cushion his buttocks. Much more comfortable. Qin Feng murmured in comfort. This action immediately caught the attention of the people outside the field. Ha, does the restroom attendant area not have money to buy paper? Doesn't he need to do a draft? It seems like he didn't do one in the previous round either. With his level, does doing a draft even matter? Shouldn't the restroom attendant area have plenty of toilet paper? Ha ha. With the experience from last time, everyone's attention was focused on Qin Feng. The whole audience burst into laughter. Qin Feng naturally didn't notice the commotion outside. He flipped through the test paper in his hand and saw the last big question, 6 multiplied by 6 divided by 2 equals? Qin Feng filled in 18 with a helpless expression. The most difficult question was easily answered. Not to mention the ones before that. It only took 10 seconds for Qin Feng to finish writing again. Looking at the other three, they were still working hard with their heads down. They had no sleepiness at all after taking a nap just now. Qin Feng was bored in every way, so he took off his headphones directly. As soon as he took them off, he heard a drone buzzing above the examination hall. It was so noisy. Qin Feng raised his hand helplessly to signal the referee. The referee saw it and walked towards Qin Feng. "What's wrong?" the referee asked in a low voice. "I want to submit my paper," Qin Feng said slowly. "What?" The referee thought he had misheard and asked again in a low voice. "I said I want to submit my paper." Qin Feng raised his voice. The referee looked at Qin Feng in shock. In all the years he had been a referee, no one had ever submitted their paper early. He didn't know how to respond for a moment. "Wait a moment." After saying that, the referee hurriedly went to consult the head referee. When the head referee heard about it, he looked at Qin Feng with astonishment and then nodded slowly. After speaking, the referee quickly walked to Qin Feng's side. "You can submit your paper early, but have you thought it through?" "I couldn't be clearer," Qin Feng replied helplessly. Upon hearing this, the referee asked Qin Feng to leave the test paper and Qin Feng put it down and left. "He can't do it, so he was kicked out." "Ha, ha, the Qingshan district has brought us so much joy today. Why did he even participate if he can't do it? Is he trying to show off? Ha ha." Qin Feng ignored everyone and walked back to the Qingshan district. "Why did you come out as soon as you went in? Was the question too difficult?" The director looked at Qin Feng with concern. "It was too easy," Qin Feng replied slowly. The director sighed helplessly. "Well, it's already good to get a perfect score. I don't have anything else to say." The director shook his head. "Qingshan district? Didn't you participate in the finals?" At this moment, a girl's voice came from the entrance of the restroom. The director took a closer look and saw that it was the female staff member who had given him a hard time during registration. The director glanced at her and ignored her. "Oh, look at the country bumpkin, getting lucky and being able to participate in the finals. But it seems like you also know that you're not qualified to participate." "Ha ha." The female staff member mocked while covering her nose. "Please leave." The director impatiently looked at the woman. He. "You really think you're the boss of the restroom? I'll give you your territory. I've been assigned inside. I want to see you make a fool of yourselves later." "Ha ha, country bumpkin." After saying that, she covered her mouth and left. Qingshan district still has some self-awareness, knowing that they're not qualified. The referee actually let him out. He should have made him stay inside for the full duration. Ha ha. Laughter echoed around. The director didn't mind. "Qin Feng, the director didn't expect you to get a perfect score. If you can get a ranking this time." "Damn. You already handed in your paper early. How is that possible?" the director muttered to himself. As Qin Feng handed in his paper early, the atmosphere outside the exam room became quieter. Time was ticking away. Everyone's hearts were silently cheering for their favorite person. There were only 5 minutes left. None of the three took off their headphones. Each person's draft paper was filled to the brim. Looking at the questions this time, they really gave them a headache. Seeing this, the people outside the exam room also worried for them. Finally, the time on the display screen reached 0. "Host, time's up. Candidates, stop writing immediately." The referee immediately announced through the headphones that time was up. The three heard it and stopped writing, taking off their headphones. They shook their heads, stood up, and walked outside. Luo Wenhao saw that Qin Feng's seat was empty and was first stunned, then seemed to realize something. With a wicked smile on his face, he voluntarily withdrew because he knew the questions were difficult. The three returned to their seats. "Host, please wait a moment, the results will be announced soon." "Qingchuan, how were the questions this time?" a middle-aged woman next to Qingchuan asked with concern. "I spent a long time on the last question, but couldn't figure it out," Qingchuan replied casually. It's okay, if you couldn't solve it, they couldn't either," the middle-aged woman comforted. Qingchuan nodded. "At the same time, how did it go?" Principal Yang asked anxiously. "The last question was too difficult, but they definitely didn't solve it either," Luo Wenhao replied with a smile. "That's good. Ha ha." Principal Yang laughed. "On the other side, Bowen?" the middle-aged man asked. "No need to worry," Morong Bowen calmly replied. Hearing this, the middle-aged man didn't say anything more. The entire venue was filled with discussions. Everyone was discussing who would win the championship. After a period of silence in the venue, the staff handed the list to the host. Similarly, the host's face showed shock, but quickly returned to normal. "Host, I have the competition results in my hands. Attention! There are no ties this time, so I will directly announce the scores. Host, I will start with the last place. As soon as the host's voice fell, everyone prayed for their own region's contestant. The director looked at the host attentively. Based on his previous experiences, he inexplicably had some confidence in Qin Feng. Host, next, I will announce the third place. Host, third place. Let me first announce their score. Host, come on. Hurry up and say it. This is so nerve-wracking. Host, please say it. The host paused for a moment before slowly speaking. Third place. Perfect score of 20 points. Their score is 18. Damn it. Only third place in 18 minutes? This is a third-grade question. Who could it be? Definitely not someone from the restroom area. Laughter filled the surroundings. Host, in third place, from Qingchuan District, Luo Qingchuan. Damn. How did she only get third place? So second and first place must be He Gui and Morong Bowen. My goddess is only third place? Gasps filled the venue. Qingchuan glanced at the host and let out a sigh. A middle-aged woman beside her comforted, it's already very good, and there's also an opportunity to intern at Xiangxing Group. Qingchuan nodded, her face expressionless. Morong Bowen looked at Qingchuan in surprise, then casually played with the apple in his hand. So I'm either first or second, this result is unexpected. Luo Wenhao happily looked at the principal. The pride of Haibei District. When you go to Xiangxing Group, work hard and strive to graduate and work there. Principal Yang also looked happily at Luo Wenhao. Luo Wenhao nodded happily. Host, next is our second place, who will it be? The host pretended to hesitate. Host, second place is from. The host pretended to pause. Host, just say it. Say it already. The audience below lost their patience. The host cleared his throat and said, second place with 19 points is Morong Bowen from our Sichuan campus. What? Second place? Then first place is 19 points in second place? In previous years, first place was only 18 points. Damn, only second place. Just as everyone was surprised, laughter from Haibei District echoed throughout the venue. I never expected to be first place. Luo Wenhao stood up excitedly and laughed loudly at everyone. My Haibei District produced a champion in the elite competition. Principal Yang also laughed heartily. They completely forgot about Qin Feng's existence. Some congratulated while others felt helpless. Bowen, second place is not bad. A middle-aged man comforted. Morong Bowen ignored him, but upon closer inspection, there were slight cracks on the apple in his hand. Qin Feng, let's go. The headmaster was prepared, so he wasn't disappointed and picked up the clothes on the sofa. Don't rush. Qin Feng sat motionless on the sofa. The headmaster sighed, put down the clothes, and sat back on the sofa. Host, next is the exciting moment. The champion of our elite competition will be revealed. No need to say, right? Host, your mysterious act is useless. We already know who it is. Exactly, we can go home now. The audience had lost interest. Host, the score for the champion of this elite competition, you absolutely won't expect it. Host, the score for the champion of this elite competition is 20. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole venue was shocked. Everyone stared at Luo Wenhao in disbelief. This is a third-grade question. Full marks? Haibei District's genius. Luo Wenhao was initially stunned, then a proud expression appeared on his face. Principal Yang. I randomly guessed the last question and got it right. Luo Wenhao was also shocked by his own achievement. Principal Yang hadn't recovered yet and was vigorously shaken by Luo Wenhao. Luo Wenhao, you actually got full marks. This is like a myth. Principal Yang shouted excitedly. Morong Bowen and Luo Qingchuan also looked at Luo Wenhao in disbelief. By now, the apple in Morong Bowen's hand had cracked open. Bowen, there will be another chance next time. The middle-aged man consoled. Morong Bowen didn't say anything, staring at the cracked apple in his hand. Even the leaders who had seen storms and waves in the city looked at Luo Wenhao in disbelief. Host, and the champion of our elite competition is, let me say it for you, host. The champion is Luo Wenhao. Some audience members couldn't wait and blurted it out. Upon hearing this, Luo Wenhao's smile grew even wider. Principal Yang immediately picked up his phone and announced the good news to the school. The host continued without missing a beat. The champion of this elite competition is Qin Feng from Qingshan District. A deathly silence fell over the room. It was as if someone had dropped a bomb in the venue. The bomb exploded instantly, and the entire room fell into silence. Just moments ago, Luo Wenhao had been proudly standing on the table, ready to receive congratulations from all sides. Now, as if struck by lightning, he stood dumbfounded in place, his mouth gaping like a box, his limbs numb, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng. Crack! The first sound came from Principal Yang's phone, which slipped from his ear and fell to the ground, instantly shattering into pieces. Principal Yang stood frozen in place, as if nailed to the ground, unable to move, his hands still frozen by his ear, staring at Qin Feng in shock. Even the female staff members who had been giving Qin Feng a hard time at the entrance had their mouths wide open, their eyes filled with disbelief. With the sound of the phone hitting the ground, someone finally reacted. "Oh my god! Oh my god! Qingshan District!" One person raised their finger in the direction of Qin Feng and said, their voice trembling. Although this person's voice was small, at this moment, it seemed to have its own amplifier, and everyone present could hear their words clearly. "I told you, I had already decided the champion." The calmest person in the room spoke slowly, as if they had expected it. "Finally! Oh my god, he actually won the championship? Oh god, a genius from the toilet district? OMG, it's actually him?" The venue instantly erupted. "This is impossible! This is impossible! This is impossible!" Luo Wenhao's eyes turned red, he clenched his teeth, and his fists tightened. This was too sudden. Everything should have already settled, everyone should have known who the champion was, but now, driven by anger and humiliation, Luo Wenhao punched the table, and the glass table instantly shattered into pieces, just like his heart. Principal Yang quickly tried to stop Luo Wenhao, using tissues to wipe the glass shards that had pierced his fist. "Wenhao, please calm down," Principal Yang loudly reprimanded Luo Wenhao. After all, Principal Yang had experienced many things, so it was easier for him to calm down. "I still can't believe it. The champion is actually from the toilet district? Oh my god." There were bursts of exclamation from the crowd. "Qin Feng, oh my god. Qingshan District, I love you." Director Ma looked at Qin Feng excitedly. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, it seemed like Director Ma wanted to kneel down directly in front of Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, you are truly our treasure from Qingshan District." Director Ma excitedly patted Qin Feng's back. Qin Feng couldn't help but defend himself. Cough cough, "Director, are you trying to kill me?" "Qin Feng, I'm so excited. I love you so much." Director Ma almost kissed Qin Feng on the face. "Host, please everyone, be quiet. If you have any objections, you can contact us. If not, the three of you can come up on stage to receive your awards." "The champion is from the toilet district? I still can't believe it." The crowd continued to discuss below the stage. "Wait, I have an objection." Just as Qin Feng was about to go on stage to receive his award, a voice came from behind him. Qin Feng looked back helplessly, shaking his head. There were always some people who had objections whenever he won a championship, and he had long been used to it. "I have an objection." The female staff member looked excitedly at the host. The host frowned. "What's the matter?" The female staff member walked slowly towards the stage, and all eyes in the room were focused on her. People from Qingshan District were late. According to the rules, their competition qualifications should be cancelled. The female staff member's eyes were firm and playful as she looked at Qin Feng and slowly spoke. "What? They were late?" "Yes." The host also asked if they had arrived. "Then they're screwed." Everyone looked at Qin Feng with a curious expression. "Late? We don't have anyone who arrived late in Qingshan District," the director said excitedly. "Not late? I registered at the entrance. I didn't let them in because they were late. They insisted on coming in." The female staff immediately retorted. "You can check, we didn't arrive late." The director looked firmly at everyone present. The host said, "We'll find out if there was any lateness with a check." Then the host sent someone to check, just as the person was about to go check. "I remember there were people who arrived later than us, right? What about those who arrived after us?" Qin Feng asked calmly. Hearing this, Morong Bowen, Luo Qingchuan, and Luo Wenhao all looked at Qin Feng in surprise. "Ah, we have a VIP channel, we can take as long as we want. Can you compare to someone who guards the toilet?" Luo Wenhao mocked with a smile. At this point, he had already recovered from his ups and downs. Principal Yang wanted to stop Luo Wenhao, but it was too late. He looked worriedly at the leadership seats. "VIP channel?" Director Ma asked in confusion. The host coughed quickly and said, "Cough, we already checked, and there was no lateness in Qingshan District." The host quickly took over the conversation and glanced at the leadership seats. "What VIP channel?" The leader finally heard and asked directly. "Deputy Mayor, there is no VIP channel. The child doesn't know what he's talking about." The organizer quickly came out to clarify. At this point, Luo Wenhao also realized that he had misspoken and hurriedly sat back on the sofa. If anyone dares to use the privileges of the elite competition, collude, and disregard the rules of the elite competition for personal gain, they will bear the consequences. The leader naturally wasn't foolish and said loudly to everyone present, "Check if there was any lateness in Qingshan District. Put the surveillance video on the big screen." The leader shouted loudly. Under the leader's authority, the organizers immediately went to check the surveillance. Soon, Qin Feng appeared on the big screen. Everyone looked at the time, 8:58, and there was no lateness, but there was intentional delay and mocking attitude from the female staff, in addition to the time. Seeing this scene, cold sweat kept appearing on the forehead of the female staff. Deal with it yourselves. The leader threw down these words and remained silent. You're fired. The organizers immediately coldly said to the female staff. The female staff sat on the ground, wanting to mock Qingshan district, but unexpectedly lost her job. No, please don't let me lose this job. The female staff sat on the ground and kept muttering, hurry up and leave. The organizers immediately pulled the female staff away. The female staff felt hopeless as she was dragged away. The host said, does anyone have any objections? If not, please come up on stage to receive the awards. There was silence in the audience, and no one dared to speak anymore. The three of them slowly walked up on stage to receive the awards. The host said, the first place in our elite competition receives 50,000 yuan. The second place receives 30,000 yuan. The third place receives 20,000 yuan. The host paused for a moment and continued, the top three also have the opportunity to have a paid internship at Qiangshan Group for 1 month. Wow, even though we already knew, it's still shocking. So envious. What a pity for that black guy Luo Wenhao. Some people looked at Luo Wenhao with regret. I can skip the championship. I must go to Qiangshan Group. Luo Wenhao said angrily. The host said, report here tomorrow morning, and we'll go to Qiangshan Group together. The general manager of Qiangshan Group will personally welcome you. Oh my god, the manager will personally welcome us? So envious. The stage was filled with jealous gazes. Sorry, I won't go. Qin Feng held the trophy in his hand and slowly walked off the stage. What? Did I hear that correctly? What do you mean he won't go? This country bumpkin probably doesn't know what Qiangshan Group is. The host also looked surprised. Are you crazy, Qin Feng? How many people in the Qiangshan Group want to go but can't go? The director shouted at Qin Feng, who was walking down. Is he qualified to go? To guard the toilet in the Qiangshan Group? Luo Wenhao mocked. As soon as these words came out, laughter filled the air. What? Are you jealous that you want to go but can't? Qin Feng sneered. What are you so proud of? Even if you get a perfect score, it's just luck. Luo Wenhao's face showed anger. I got a score of 20 because the full score of the test paper is 20, and you got 18 because you can only get 18. Qin Feng calmly replied. Wow, he's so arrogant. Yeah, but he won the championship. The host exclaimed, Qiangshan Group is the largest listed company in our city. Are you sure you don't want to go? Not interested, Qin Feng replied coldly. You ungrateful thing. Host, if he doesn't go, I'll take his spot. Luo Wenhao shouted at the host. The host frowned. We have a rule that only the top three can go. Luo Wenhao snorted and sat back on the sofa. Qin Feng handed the trophy to Director Ma. Director Ma's face was glowing red as he muttered, Elite Tournament Trophy. Elite Tournament Trophy. The host said, the Elite Tournament has successfully concluded, and the first place in Qingshan District will represent our city in the city-level competition. What the hell? City-level competition? The road to the strongest comeback in history. The Toilet Guard District is making a comeback? There was a burst of exclamations in the audience. City-level competition? Qin Feng. Amazing. Director Ma was overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. The leaders on the leadership platform noticed Qin Feng and had a meaningful smile on their faces. How much prize money does the champion of the city-level competition get? Qin Feng's face showed no expression. Champion prize money? Is he crazy? It's already good enough to be able to participate. Does he still want to win the championship? Is he crazy? Surprise appeared on the faces of everyone present. The leaders of the group were also surprised as they looked at Qin Feng. The host was stunned for a moment and then said, the champion will receive a reward of 100,000, and the city will also give an additional 50,000. Wow, so much? But it's basically impossible for him to win the championship, right? He's really delusional, isn't he? The audience was amazed by Qin Feng's successive moves. Then I'll participate. Qin Feng replied calmly. As the calmest person in the audience, Qin Feng packed up his things and prepared to leave. Arrogant thing, do you really think you can win the championship? Just then, Luo Wenhao couldn't help but mock. At least you don't even have the qualification to win the championship. Qin Feng didn't even look at Luo Wenhao. Qin Feng, your ability to win the championship today is just luck. Do you think you, a toilet guard, can win the city championship? Luo Wenhao shouted at Qin Feng with a red face. Qin Feng ignored him and prepared to leave. Stop. Leaders. I request to compete with Qin Feng again. If he loses, his spot in the city competition and internship opportunity will be given to me, Luo Wenhao said to the leaders on the leadership platform. The leaders heard Luo Wenhao's words and fell into contemplation. That's right, what qualifications does he, a toilet guard, have to represent our city? I also think he's just lucky. A toilet guard is not worthy of participating. Leaders, let Luo Wenhao compete with him. With Luo Wenhao taking the lead, the audience in the venue began to shout at the leaders. The leaders' faces became serious. Strictly speaking, the champion has already been determined and cannot compete again. It's unfair to the champion. Does it count if the champion agrees? Luo Wenhao couldn't control the expression on his face anymore. The leaders didn't reply, but nodded. Humph. Qin Feng, do you dare? Luo Wenhao shouted at Qin Feng. Not interested, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to communicate with such an idiot. You just don't dare. You can only win the championship because of luck. Luo Wenhao shouted at Qin Feng with a red face. Your intelligence is so low that I can step on it and rub it on the ground, Qin Feng sighed helplessly. Humph. I really thought highly of myself. Luo Wenhao continuously provoked Qin Feng. Since you want to compete with me so badly, I'll reluctantly compete with you. But I don't want to waste time on you, let's settle it with one question. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Just one question. Even with 10 questions, you still wouldn't beat me. Luo Wenhao's face finally returned to normal. You lose, the position in Qingshan district will be given to your district. Qin Feng coldly said. Ha ha ha. That position is still yours, there's no other district capable of handling this job besides yours. Luo Wenhao burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. A black guy is just a black guy. Teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Laughter instantly filled the surroundings. What? Are you scared? Qin Feng ignored the laughter around him and spoke coldly. Scared? But I won't lose. Luo Wenhao laughed. As long as the champion is willing to compete with you, we won't interfere. The leader spoke slowly. Host, since that's the case, please trouble the teacher to come up with another question. The teachers immediately lowered their heads to discuss and soon prepared the question in the office. Ha, it's too late to regret now, one question is enough to deal with you. Luo Wenhao laughed. Forgot to mention, let's set the time at 1 minute, are you not afraid? Qin Feng spoke slowly. What? 1 minute? Even with just one question, it's impossible to finish in 1 minute? Normally, 10 questions take an hour. He really is crazy. Gasps of surprise came from the surroundings. 1 minute? Just 1 minute. A serious expression appeared on Luo Wenhao's face, followed by a relaxed one. Qin Feng, I set it at 1 minute considering your intelligence, can't let you lose too badly, right? Hee hee, if you can do it in 1 minute, then I can do it too. If I can't do it, can you? Luo Wenhao laughed. Luo Wenhao, you can't underestimate him. During the exam, he finished the entire paper in just 10 seconds. Principal Yang worriedly said, not wanting to guard the restroom. Luo Wenhao had been wearing headphones during the exam and naturally didn't know that Qin Feng only took 10 seconds. How is that possible? 10 seconds? The set of questions just now only took 10 seconds? Shock appeared on Luo Wenhao's face. We all saw it, he fell asleep in just 10 seconds. Principal Yang worriedly spoke. So what? That's just a coincidence, he's just lucky. Shock disappeared from Luo Wenhao's face immediately. You can't underestimate him. Principal Yang continued to worry and advise. Host, one question is ready, 1 minute. Please go to the exam room. The host's voice sounded at this moment. Humph. One question and you'll guard the restroom for a lifetime. Luo Wenhao stood up first and walked towards the exam area. Qin Feng smiled helplessly, stood up, and walked towards the exam area. Qin Feng, good luck. The director believes in you. Director Ma slowly spoke as he watched Qin Feng's figure go further away. After experiencing these events, Director Ma had confidence in Qin Feng. Ah, I'm so excited, today's competition is so exciting. Who will win? Of course, it's the black guy. The surrounding onlookers speculated one after another. Luo Qingchuan looked at Qin Feng's figure, with a hint of unusual meaning in her eyes. Morong Bowen was not buried in his books at this time, but raised his head with interest to watch the competition between the two. Host, referees, distribute the test papers. The exam time is 1 minute. As soon as the words fell, the referees handed the test papers to the two. Qin Feng helplessly looked at the question on the test paper, 26 plus 64-35 equals? In just 1 second, Qin Feng wrote a big 55 on the paper. Then he turned his head and stared at Luo Wenhao. This time, neither of them wore headphones. Luo Wenhao saw the question and instantly broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Feeling Qin Feng's gaze, Luo Wenhao also turned to look at Qin Feng. You finished writing already? Luo Wenhao looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. You haven't finished writing yet? Qin Feng retorted, humph. You just randomly wrote a number. What's with the arrogance? After speaking, Luo Wenhao immediately turned his head and started calculating the answer. Oh my god. He finished writing in just 1 second? Just a randomly written number? He actually only took 1 second? The people outside the field were all amazed at how Qin Feng wrote the answer in just 1 second. The leaders sitting in the leadership seats were also shocked and looked at Qin Feng. Luo Qingchuan looked at Qin Feng with an incredulous expression. There are still 10 seconds left. Have you finished writing? Qin Feng calmly asked Luo Wenhao. Luo Wenhao didn't have the energy to pay attention to Qin Feng. Sweat dripped from his forehead, turning into large drops that fell onto the test paper. You've been coveting the position in Qingshan district for a long time, huh? Qin Feng calmly spoke on the side. Luo Wenhao frowned, clearly hearing what Qin Feng said, but he didn't have any extra energy to deal with Qin Feng. His fingers quickly calculated on the draft paper. Host, time's up. Candidates, stop writing. At this moment, Luo Wenhao finally wrote the answer on the test paper. Humph, this time, I will definitely beat you. He looked at Qin Feng with a smug expression. Qin Feng smiled and didn't say anything. He stood up and left the examination room. Luo Wenhao also stood up and left. Host, please wait a moment, the answers will be released soon. Qin Feng returned to his seat, and Director Ma was happily reporting Qin Feng's news to the president of Nanshan University with a playful smile on his face. A whole exclamation came from the other end of the phone, and Director Ma didn't put it on speakerphone, but he could still hear it clearly. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. Hello, I am the secretary of the leader. The leader wants to keep your contact information. Just then, a girl wearing a white top and a black skirt appeared in front of Qin Feng. Director Ma looked towards the leadership seats and saw the deputy mayor smiling at him. Director Ma immediately understood. Of course, I must leave my contact information. Director Ma smiled and wrote a series of numbers for the girl in front of him, obviously his own number. Then I'll leave now. After receiving the number, the girl politely replied and left. Unlike other girls, she didn't dislike the position in Qingshan district and didn't leave while covering her nose. Just this alone gave Qin Feng a perfect impression of her. Qin Feng, the president is happy to know that you won first place. He will come back tomorrow to see you. Now, even the city leaders are asking for your contact information. Your future is limitless. Our Nanshan Elementary School will no longer be at the bottom. Director Ma said excitedly. The president will come tomorrow? Qin Feng asked with some confusion. Our Nanshan Elementary School finally produced a genius. The president will rush back tomorrow, showing how much he values you. Director Ma said excitedly. Qin Feng felt helpless, but he also felt a bit of anticipation. He hadn't met the president yet. Host, the competition results are out. Just then, the host's voice rang out on the stage. Qin Feng, I've decided to participate in the city competition. Luo Wenhao looked at Qin Feng triumphantly. Host, this time, there were 2 questions. Who should I announce the scores for first? The host pretended to ponder. The host is so long-winded. An expert at teasing people's curiosity, huh? Host, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Let me announce the scores first. Host, the scores are full marks and 0. It's expected that someone who wrote the answer in 1 second would get a score of 0. Luo Wenhao couldn't contain his joy. As expected, he was just lucky before. The toilet guard will guard the toilet for a lifetime. If they don't guard the toilet, I won't be used to going to the toilet. You guys are making me laugh to death. There was another round of mockery from the surroundings. Qin Feng felt helpless. Who could understand the feeling of competing with a group of idiots? Host, let's first announce the score of the champion of our elite competition. Host, what are you doing? Isn't it just 0? Qingshan district is so funny. The competition in the city, I can go, even a toilet attendant has the nerve? Luo Wenhao looked proudly at Qin Feng. Host, Qin Feng scored 2 points. Shocked. The whole audience was shocked once again. If the last time was just luck, just a coincidence, then this time. Everyone widened their eyes, their mouths could fit an egg. Stupidly staring at Qin Feng, except for Principal Ma who was slightly better. How is this possible? He only took 1 second. How could he get it right? Luo Wenhao walked around like a frightened mouse, muttering to himself. Oh my god, the madman got a perfect score? Does that mean the black guy got 0 points? How is this possible? Morong Bowen looked at Qin Feng in shock, The only person who could make Morong Bowen lose control of his emotions was Chin Fong. "You're only in first grade?" Morong Bowen couldn't recognize himself asking. "To be honest, our Chin Fong just moved up from kindergarten to first grade a few days ago." Principal Ma proudly looked at everyone. Everyone was shocked once again. Geniuses can skip grades, but his actual grade is kindergarten? A few days ago, he just moved up from kindergarten and the questions are already this difficult? Everyone in the room was shocked, including the leaders sitting in the leadership seats. "You lost, so from now on, you're from Hebei District, right? Sit here and pick up seashells." Chin Fong spoke slowly. "You." Luo Wenhao's face turned red and then green. He began to regret his decision. Principal Yang stood awkwardly in place, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. An hour ago, the embarrassed person was Principal Ma from Qingshan District, but unexpectedly, an hour later, the embarrassed person became Principal Yang. Host, since Hebei District lost, their position will now be in the location where Qingshan District is currently located. Qingshan District will be in the middle. Upon hearing this, Luo Wenhao plopped back onto the sofa. An hour ago he was mocking the toilet attendant, but now he had become one himself. "Let's go," Chin Fong urged the principal. At this moment, no one dared to mock Chin Fong in the room. They watched as he left. The principal happily followed Chin Fong, leaving the elite competition venue with a proud look on his face. The people present at the scene were taken aback by everything that happened today. It happened too suddenly and they hadn't fully reacted yet. "Mrs. Lin, help me get his contact information." Luo Qingchuan stared at Chin Feng's departing figure. The middle-aged woman beside her looked surprised, then nodded silently. Luo Wenhao looked at Chin Feng's departing figure, filled with unwillingness in his heart. Outside the venue, "Chin Feng, you are my god. Ha, the immortal of my Nanshan Middle School." Principal Ma's excited expression never stopped. "When will I get the prize money?" Chin Feng sighed helplessly. "Don't worry, I'll definitely give it to you before tonight. Maybe the principal will reward you tomorrow." Principal Ma couldn't stop smiling happily. The two of them left the venue and got into the car. Inside the car, "Chin Feng, you are the pride of our Nanshan Elementary School. Great. Let's go back and see who dares to look down on us." Principal Ma couldn't stop smiling. Chin Feng shook his head helplessly. The car sped along the road and soon arrived at Chin Feng's home. "Rest well, I'll transfer the money to your card later," Principal Ma said eagerly before rushing back to school. Chin Feng walked back, and as soon as he reached the first floor, he saw a familiar figure. Chin Feng was stunned for a moment. "Biaoyi, you're finally back. Didn't the elite competition end a long time ago? Why are you here so late?" Biaoyi looked up and asked. "There was overtime." Chin Feng coldly replied. "What? What place did you get?" Biaoyi was somewhat surprised. "Chin Feng, I think it's first place." "Damn! Awesome! You actually got first place. You really brought face to our Qingshan district." Biaoyi's face showed both surprise and admiration. "Biaoyi, I was worried that if you challenged the third graders, you would fail, but now it seems like it's not necessarily the case. I heard that the elite tournament has questions for third graders." Chin Feng replied calmly, "Those questions can be solved as long as you have hands." Biaoyi stood awkwardly in place, not knowing how to respond. Chin Feng stopped wasting words, naturally knowing why Biaoyi came to find him. "When does the competition start?" "Humph, arrogant little third grader, already waiting in the calculation room." Biaoyi became furious at the thought of the third grader. "Isn't the calculation tournament supposed to start in the evening?" Chin Feng was confused. "He booked the room and is waiting for us." Biaoyi's eyes showed a murderous intent. Biaoyi said, "If you're not tired." Chin Feng replied, "Let's go." "Thanks, help me deal with him today, and after it's done, I'll be your bodyguard." Biaoyi laughed. Chin Feng said, "Sure." The two of them quickly arrived at the calculation room. The calculation room today was different from usual, perhaps due to the lighting. As soon as Chin Feng entered, the room was no longer noisy, and the surroundings were unusually quiet. "Let's go, they're inside." Biaoyi spoke slowly. Chin Feng nodded and followed Biaoyi's pace. As they pushed open the door, laughter came from inside. "Oh, Biaoyi brought reinforcements so quickly." One of the leading men mocked. "Gao Qifeng, don't go too far. Just because you're in the third grade doesn't mean you're unbeatable." Biaoyi immediately shouted in anger. "Oh, even a dog can bark so loudly, but you're still so incapable." Gao Qifeng continued to taunt. "Humph, you'll see how it ends when you lose." Biaoyi didn't argue with him anymore. He looks like a fool." Gao Qifeng looked Chin Feng up and down, then laughed and said, "Ha, Biaoyi's hired help is better than him?" Laughter immediately came from all around. Diao Ye's face turned red instantly, then he relaxed again. If the person who got into the elite tournament is a fool, then what are you? What? Gao Qifeng looked shocked. Ha ha ha, do you think I'll believe that? Gao Qifeng's shock disappeared instantly, and he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you're pretending to be cool. Do you know what our boss's brother does? Is he the champion of the elite tournament? I think he's just cleaning the toilets. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Our boss's brother is the chairman of the powerful group. Pretentious and ridiculous. Mockery came from behind. Diao Ye's face turned completely ugly, his fists clenched, as if he was about to punch Gao Qifeng's face at a speed of 1 kilometer per second. Oh, the dog is desperate, dare to touch me and try it. Gao Qifeng remained calm, tilting his head in Diao Ye's direction, and continued to mock. You're not worthy of me making a move, someone will take care of you today. Diao Yi quickly calmed down. Ha, even if you call the heavens, you'll still end up with only one outcome. That is, losing. Gao Qifeng arrogantly looked at Diao Yi. Boss is mighty. Boss is mighty. The group of followers immediately shouted. I'll give you a chance to challenge me, but if you lose, you'll crawl on the ground and lick my shoes. You don't need to fight over my shoes, each of you can lick one of the shoes brought by the fool, fair enough. Gao Qifeng arrogantly looked at Diao Yi. Ah, boss, I already see them licking your shoes. Boss, your shoes are very clean, but there's a lot of dust here, so it's their honor to lick your shoes. Our boss is a strong third grader, aren't you afraid, fool? One of the followers pointed at Qin Feng. Qin Feng had been calm and standing aside all along. Qin Feng looked at him coldly and said, let's begin. Wow, so cool. A pretentious fool. He thinks he's cool, but in our eyes, he's just a fool. Ah, interesting. Since you want to lick my shoes so badly, let's begin then. Gao Qifeng paused for a moment before slowly speaking. Qin Feng, he's proficient in third grade math. Be careful not to underestimate him, Diao Yi said worriedly. Qin Feng nodded. After speaking, Diao Yi turned to Gao Qifeng and said, Gao Qifeng, you lost. How about transferring 10% of your shares in the gambling room to me? Gao Qifeng was stunned for a moment. Just you? Are you worthy of 10% of the shares? Diao Yi laughed and said, what? Are you scared? Gao Qifeng replied, are you always thinking about my shares? Diao Yi asked, aren't you afraid? Gao Qifeng said, what is there to be afraid of? You can't possibly win. Diao Yi said, here's a share transfer agreement. You sign it first. If I lose, I will destroy this document in front of you. Gao Qifeng asked, are you afraid that I will go back on my word? Diao Yi replied, aren't you that kind of person? If you dare, sign it. What are you afraid of? This is your territory. If you lose and don't destroy the document, can I leave? Gao Qifeng laughed. Ha, you've thought it through. How long have you been thinking about my shares? Diao Yi said, it depends on whether you dare or not. Gao Qifeng said, alright, there's no way I can lose. You won't get these shares. Diao Yi said, ha, you've got guts. Gao Qifeng said, if you lose, not only will you lick my shoes, but you'll also lick them for the rest of your life. Do you dare? Diao Yi was stunned for a moment, then looked at Qin Feng, and turned to Gao Qifeng, deal. Gao Qifeng said, ha, you've got guts. Qin Feng said, hurry up, don't waste my time. Qin Feng suddenly spoke from the corner, surprising Diao Yi and Gao Qifeng. Ha, you're so eager to lick my shoes. Call the referee. Gao Qifeng laughed and ordered his henchman next to him. The henchman immediately walked out of the door. Fool, it's too late to regret now, Gao Qifeng said as he handed the document in Diao Yi's hand to his henchman next to him, then smiled at Qin Feng. Qin Feng coldly glanced at Gao Qifeng and said, it's too late to regret now. Gao Qifeng was stunned and said, regret? Is that possible? Qin Feng didn't say anything more. The henchman next to him carefully reviewed the document, confirmed that there were no problems, and handed it back to Gao Qifeng. Diao Yi asked, what? Are you afraid I'll tamper with it? Gao Qifeng replied, one should always be on guard, especially against a dog like you. After speaking, he picked up a pen and signed his name on the contract. Diao Yi was initially angry, but when he saw Gao Qifeng sign his name, his brow finally relaxed. The referee entered at this time. General Gao, the referee nodded slightly to Gao Qifeng. Today I want to play a game. You be the referee, Gao Qifeng said. Yes, the referee nodded. Fool, let's start. You should know the rules, right? Gao Qifeng shouted at Qin Feng. Qin Feng stood by the table without answering. Gao Qifeng's face looked a bit awkward as he urged the referee to start the game. Gao Qifeng said, let's see if you can still act cool later. I'm really looking forward to you licking my shoes. Qin Feng smiled meaningfully at Gao Qifeng and said, to thank you for the shares you gave me, I'll go easy on you. Oh, let's see if you have the ability, Gao Qifeng replied with a smile. In the midst of their conversation, The referee had already placed 2 cards on each table. You can flip the cards first. With my skills, it doesn't matter who goes first or last, Gao Qifeng arrogantly said. Qin Feng didn't waste any words and directly flipped the cards on the table. It was the 8 of spades. Ah, this fool has bad luck. How good can a fool's luck be? Ah, you're making me laugh. What a fool. Gao Qifeng's henchman behind him mocked again. Gao Qifeng proudly flipped his own card. It was the 5 of hearts. Suddenly, there was silence behind him. Gao Qifeng's face also looked a bit ugly. Even if you go last, so what? I'll still crush you under my feet. Qin Feng coldly glanced at him and said, you talk too much. 36 plus 25-18 equals? Qin Feng didn't waste any more words and immediately asked the question. The little brother behind Gao Qifeng and Gao Qifeng himself were stunned for a moment, seemingly surprised by the difficult question Qin Feng had asked. But in an instant, they regained their composure and immediately started calculating the answer. 43. If your level is only this much, then you can come and lick my shoes. Gao Qi proudly looked at Qin Feng. Gao Qifeng snorted coldly. Boss is awesome. Boss is mighty. The little brother behind him immediately started flattering. Gao Qifeng glanced satisfactorily at his little brother and turned to Qin Feng, slowly speaking, 232. Please understand that I have already been a third-grade powerhouse. Don't ask me these stupid questions, okay? As soon as he finished speaking, the green light in front of Gao Qifeng lit up. The little brother behind him immediately exclaimed, Boss is mighty. Boss is truly a third-grade powerhouse. He solved such a difficult question so quickly. Boss is awesome. Boss is awesome. Qin Feng coldly looked at these people and said, 30 heavy multiplication x 30 plus 20 equals? Gao Qifeng's face instantly turned gloomy, his expression dark as he stared at Qin Feng. Gao Qifeng said, can you win just by saying one question? Diao Yi said you were only in first grade. Qin Feng coldly replied, if you can't answer, then forfeit. Stop talking nonsense. Boss, he definitely can't solve this question. Boss, he loves showing off, he definitely can't solve this question. Ha, he can't even solve the question himself and yet he wants our boss to answer. Gao Qifeng no longer felt the same pride as before, he stared at Qin Feng with a gloomy expression. Gao Qifeng pondered for a moment and said, we haven't learned this question in third grade, can you, a first grader, solve it? Gao Qifeng paused for a moment and continued, I bet you can't solve this question. Don't forget, if you can't answer, I'll gain a point. Boss, he definitely can't. I think he's just a fool who likes to show off. Qin Feng helplessly said, can't even solve this question? Gao Qifeng was taken aback, such arrogance, I wonder if you have the ability. Gao Qifeng said, I forfeit this question and let you answer. Referee, blue side forfeits, red side answers. 1 point for a correct answer, 1 point deducted for a wrong answer. Red side, you may start answering. Qin Feng said, comparing with you makes me look stupid. The answer is 920. As soon as he finished speaking, a red light lit up in front of Qin Feng. Referee, red side gains 1 point. Currently blue side has 2 points, red side has 1 point. Now it's blue side's turn to ask. Gao Qifeng's expression changed. Surprise appeared on his face as he looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. At this moment, all of Gao Qifeng's little brothers behind him stared at Qin Feng with wide eyes. How is this possible? Can there be such a difficult question for a first grader? How is this possible? Then they immediately turned around to comfort Gao Qifeng. Boss, he must have randomly said a number. Exactly, boss, we still have a chance. He definitely can't answer the questions we ask. Boss, let's get him. With the comfort of these little brothers, Gao Qifeng's expression improved slightly. Diao Yi also had a shocked expression on his face, realizing how foolish his decision was when he challenged Qin Feng. He stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. Gao Qifeng said, it must be your good luck that allowed you to answer correctly. Can you still have such good luck with the questions I ask next? Qin Feng said, dealing with you doesn't require luck. Gao Qifeng said, you're really arrogant. Remember to lick my shoes properly later. Qin Feng said, stop talking nonsense and ask the question already. Gao Qifeng said, 6 heavy multiplication x 9 equals how much? Qin Feng said, is this your limit? Qin Feng said, 54. Gao Qifeng was shocked. How did you know? This is a third grade question. As expected, a red light immediately lit up in front of Qin Feng. The referee's voice sounded at this moment, red side gains 1 point, red side has a total of 2 points, blue side has a total of 2 points, it's a tie. How is this possible? This can't be possible? How did this happen? Gao Qifeng and his followers behind him stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. Diao Yi was also shocked by Qin Feng's strength. He didn't expect the reinforcements he called to be so powerful. Boss, there's still a chance, it's a tie now, don't hold back anymore. Boss, don't hold back anymore. Boss, finish him with one move. Gao Qifeng sneered, humph. Can you answer this question? Do you think your luck will always be this good? Gao Qifeng continued, 9 heavy multiplication x 9-6. This is the hardest question I've ever studied. I don't believe you can answer it. His followers looked smugly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied, you're just like that, 75. As soon as he finished speaking, the green light lit up in front of Qin Feng. This is impossible. Gao Qifeng stood up from his seat, pointing angrily at Qin Feng, his eyes red, and shouted at him. The referee said sternly, the red team answered correctly, the red team scores 1 point, the red team scores 3 points. The blue team still has one question. How is this possible? Can he answer this question too? And he answered so quickly? He must be cheating, he must be. Gao Qifeng's followers stared at Qin Feng in shock, then calmly analyzed. Gao Qifeng roared, so you cheated in front of me? Are you tired of living? Then a group of his followers stood up and walked towards Qin Feng. Diao Yi instantly appeared in front of Qin Feng. Diao Yi stared angrily and said, Gao Qifeng, the mighty leader of the strong group, can't accept defeat? I may not be able to beat you in calculations, but do I have to fear you in everything else? Gao Qifeng laughed, what a joke, I can't accept defeat. Do you have any evidence that we cheated? Diao Yi asked, do you have evidence? Gao Qifeng said, you yourself said that I am from the strong group, and yet you dare to cheat in front of me? Diao Yi's face showed anger, do you have evidence? You're the one accusing us of cheating. Gao Qifeng said, cut off one of his fingers, let's see if he still dares to cheat. Gao Qifeng coldly ordered his followers behind him. His followers received the order and walked towards Qin Feng again. Diao Yi shouted angrily, you dare touch him? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Gao Qifeng sneered, even my defeated subordinates dare to speak up? There is no one here that I won't touch. Diao Yi glanced at the referee, who turned his face away and didn't look at them. Obviously, the referee had no intention of intervening. Qin Feng remained calm, there's still one question, ask quickly. Gao Qifeng laughed, interesting. You cheated, how can we continue? You've violated the rules of the game. Qin Feng said, speak with evidence. Diao Yi said, evidence? A first grader answering a third grader's question, everyone saw it, do we still need evidence? Qin Feng said, you can't accept defeat, then sign the agreement. Gao Qifeng laughed, as long as you cheated, even if I win, come and lick my shoes. After speaking, he sat back in his seat and stretched his feet towards Qin Feng. Diao Yi's face turned red, do you have evidence? Let the evidence speak. Gao Qifeng said, evidence? Just search, it will come out immediately. Do you dare let us search? Diao Yi said, if you're innocent, you have nothing to fear. Gao Qifeng said, you have backbone, I hope you can still be like this when the evidence is found. After speaking, he gave a signal to his followers behind him. His followers immediately understood and walked towards the two of them. Qin Feng said, you can search, but if you can't find anything, you automatically lose. Gao Qifeng sneered, a little first grader dares to gamble with a third grader. If it's not cheating, what is it? If you can't find the last question, then consider it a win for you. His followers quickly approached the two of them and started searching. From top to bottom, time passed slowly. As time passed, Gao Qifeng's face became increasingly ugly. Finally, Gao Qifeng's face turned pale. Boss, we didn't find anything. We didn't find anything. After searching around, the subordinate stood in place, afraid to meet Gao Qifeng's gaze. Gao Qifeng, this is impossible. Search again for me. Diao Yi, mighty strong group, unable to accept defeat, would we cheat? Gao Qifeng coldly glanced at Diao Yi and gave his underling a signal, search again. The underling immediately felt Gao Qifeng's gaze and searched both of them from head to toe again. Suddenly, boss, found it. They cheated. After a while, the underling excitedly took out a computer from his hand. Everyone looked at Qin Feng. Boss, I told you they cheated, and I found evidence. Indeed, they cheated. Otherwise, how could they have third-grade questions? Unfortunate to be discovered. Diao Yi laughed loudly. Do you still dare to say I have no evidence? Come here and lick Grandpa's shoes. After speaking, he laughed loudly at Qin Feng and Diao Yi again. Diao Yi's face turned red, anger boiling in his chest, like a pressure cooker about to explode. Diao Yi pointed at Gao Qifeng and shouted, you're playing dirty. You use computers against us and accuse us of cheating. Is this the style of Mighty Strong Group? Gao Qifeng laughed. Don't use Mighty Strong Group to suppress me. Here, I am just Gao Qifeng. How about it? Discovered cheating and now desperate? Diao Yi was already furious, his eyes bulging. This is too much. Gao Qifeng said, hurry up and come here to lick our shoes. Do you want my underlings to carry you over? The underlings behind him also laughed. Ha, boss, I don't mind carrying him while he licks your shoes. Ha, I want to carry him too. Although he's a fool, he's lighter. That one is too heavy. This person pointed at Qin Feng with his finger, then pointed at Biao Yi. Gao Qifeng laughed loudly, seeing that the two of them were not moving. He looked at them darkly. Hurry up, don't force us to take action. Also, one person needs to cut off a finger as compensation. Gao Qifeng's underlings were eager to move, excitedly preparing to watch the show. At this moment, Qin Feng finally spoke. These tricks, you dare to play them in front of me? After speaking, Qin Feng turned his head to look at the referee. The referee still didn't say anything. The referee glanced at Gao Qifeng and slowly spoke, Mr. Gao, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Gao Qifeng raised his hand happily. Go ahead, you know what to say about what happened today. The referee nodded and ignored everyone, then left. At this moment, Gao Qifeng finally looked at Qin Feng and slowly spoke, with witnesses and evidence, do you still want to argue? Gao Qifeng said, bring those two to me. Immediately, the subordinates rushed towards Qin Feng. Biao Yi immediately stood in front of him. Let's see who dares. Gao Qifeng laughed. Just a defeated underling, attack. Just as Qin Feng and Biao Yi were about to fight, suddenly, a voice filled with anger came from the entrance. Everyone's gaze was immediately drawn to this sudden voice. Following the sound, a woman was staring angrily at Gao Qifeng. The woman was wearing a white tight backless dress, with a cool and glamorous makeup and a seductive gaze, highlighting her unique mature charm. Her breasts were towering and captivating, revealing a delicate and beautiful back, showcasing her perfect figure. This enchanting woman was none other than Zhuang Qingqing, Sister Cheng. Gao Qifeng was stunned for a moment and smiled. Oh, Sister Cheng, what wind blew you here? Qingqing moved her steps, twisting her waist, and finally stopped in front of Qin Feng, looking at Gao Qifeng and slowly speaking, Gao Qifeng, although you have a stake here, it doesn't give you the right to do whatever you want. Gao Qifeng was taken aback. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? Sister Cheng said sternly, I may not be anyone, but the boss entrusted me to manage this place, so it is necessary for me to take care of things here, and I must take care of them. Gao Qifeng replied, even if your boss comes, he still has to give me face. Don't you recognize who I am? Sister Cheng replied, no matter who you are, as long as you are here, I have the right to manage. Biao Yi naturally knew Sister Cheng, but he didn't understand why she, who had always remained neutral, would lean towards his side. He looked at Qin Feng in confusion. Qin Feng looked back at Biao Yi with a puzzled expression but didn't respond, just shrugged. Gao Qifeng said, all right then. You can come and manage. Those two cheated in the competition, and yes, we have found evidence. Gao Qifeng threw the calculator in front of Sister Cheng. Sister Cheng coldly looked at the calculator falling on the cold floor. Then she looked at Gao Qifeng coldly and said, do you think our calculation room doesn't have surveillance? If they really cheated, I will know by watching the footage. If that's the case, we don't need you, we will punish them ourselves. Gao Qifeng laughed and said, did you hear that? They cheated first, so you don't need to bother punishing them. You can leave, I will take care of it myself. Sister Cheng said, are the words of the people behind you trustworthy? Gao Qifeng suddenly changed his tone, don't be so stubborn. If it weren't for the fact that you are the boss's woman, do you think I would waste so much time talking to you? Sister Cheng replied, Gao Qifeng, watch your words. My relationship with the boss is purely professional. Gao Qifeng laughed, who knows? You don't seem like just business partners to me. Sister Cheng said, Gao Qifeng, don't go too far. Qin Feng said, a little third grader dares to be arrogant here? Gao Qifeng replied, a first grader dares to be arrogant with me, a third grader? If you don't speak, I almost forgot about you too. Bring them to me. Yes. Several subordinates walked towards Qin Feng. Sister Cheng shouted angrily, and a group of people entered from the door and stood behind her. They stared fiercely at Gao Qifeng. Gao Qifeng's face changed. Zhuang Qingqing, do you dare to stop me? Are you shameless? Sister Cheng replied, anyone who uses violence in the calculation room, I have the right to manage, no matter who you are. Gao Qifeng asked, you won't do anything about his cheating? Sister Cheng replied, I said, let's watch the surveillance footage. Gao Qifeng said, all right then, let's watch the footage. Just don't protect him when the time comes. After a pause, he looked at Qin Feng fiercely, only someone who hides behind a woman. Qin Feng replied, you're just a defeated underling. Gao Qifeng said, if you didn't cheat, could you win? Sister Cheng said, investigate for me. Sister Cheng ignored the two of them and gave orders to her subordinates behind her. The subordinates responded and walked outside. They soon returned with a tablet. Gao Qifeng's face changed slightly. Sister Cheng glared at Gao Qifeng and then started checking the tablet. As time passed, Gao Qifeng's face became increasingly ugly. With a command from Sister Qing, the contents of the tablet appeared on the big screen. It was clear on the screen that Gao Qifeng's subordinate had placed the calculator on Qin Feng. Gao Qifeng's face changed, but then he relaxed. See, he cheated. Sister Qing said, you really are unreasonable. Everyone present saw it. What else do you want to argue? Gao Qifeng said, I said he cheated, so he cheated. What can you do to me? Diao Yi said, don't forget, you signed an agreement with me. Diao Yi coldly snorted and showed the document signed by Gao Qifeng. Gao Qifeng, tear up the agreement, you cheaters. Diao Yi, you personally signed it. What? Can't handle losing? This document has legal effect. Gao Qifeng angrily stared at Diao Yi. Hand over the document to me. The henchman walked towards Qin Feng again. A group of people behind Xingjia immediately stood in front of Qin Feng. Xingjia, I told you, you can't touch anyone here. Gao Qifeng couldn't control his emotions anymore and shouted loudly at Xingjia, don't think I won't dare to touch you. Diao Yi, you are no longer a shareholder here, do you still have any face here? Xingjia, since you are no longer a shareholder here, if I want to touch you, our boss won't say anything. Gao Qifeng trembled with anger. This time, he really messed up. He couldn't do anything to them here today. Gao Qifeng, these shares mean nothing to me. Today, for Xingjia's sake, I'll spare you this time. Just wait for me. Let's go. Gao Qifeng snorted coldly and gave Xingjia a fierce look as he walked by her side. The group of people behind him followed Gao Qifeng out. The room became much quieter after they left. Diao Yi let out a deep breath. Qin Feng, Xingjia, thank you. Xingjia, you troublemaker, always causing problems for me. Diao Yi looked at Xingjia for a moment, then at Qin Feng, seeming to understand something, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. Diao Yi, Xingjia, thank you, but you guys. Qin Feng, don't overthink it, we're just friends. The light in Xingjia's eyes suddenly dimmed, and her expression became unpleasant, but it quickly returned to normal. She smiled at Diao Yi and said, yes, we're just ordinary friends. Diao Yi looked at Qin Feng again, then at Xingjia, understanding but not revealing it, and didn't say anything more. Xingjia looked at Diao Yi seriously. Did Gao Qifeng really transfer the shares to you? Diao Yi, yes, he transferred the shares to me after losing. Take a look, this is the share transfer agreement. Xingjia nodded, took the transfer agreement, and carefully opened it. After a while, she slowly looked up and said, there's no problem with the agreement. You are now a shareholder of the Do Shu Room. As for the profit issue, I will report to our boss and discuss it with you later. Diao Yi looked at Xingjia happily. Xingjia, from now on, we're family. The profit issue is easy to talk about, easy to talk about. Xingjia also smiled and extended her hand. From now on, you're part of the Do Shu Room. Congratulations. Diao Yi happily shook Xingjia's hand and didn't let go for a long time. While shaking hands with Diao Yi, Xingjia's gaze was actually fixed on Qin Feng's direction. When she saw that Qin Feng had no expression on his face, her complexion became even more unpleasant. She quickly pulled her hand back and said, if you're fine, then hurry up and leave. We need to clean up. Diao Yi looked confused, wondering why she suddenly changed her attitude. Why are you in such a hurry to make us leave? Xingjia looked at Qin Feng and said, we need to clean up. Qin Feng looked puzzled. Xingjia, then let's go. Thank you for today. After speaking, he ignored Diao Yi and walked towards the door. Xingjia watched Qin Feng's back and stomped her foot in anger. Diao Yi seemed to understand something and smiled as he caught up with Qin Feng's pace. Xingjia was left behind, stomping her foot in place. Just as they reached the entrance of the Do Shu Room, Diao Yi jokingly said to Qin Feng, you, my friend, are truly enviable. Not only are you strong, but you also have good luck with relationships, even with Xingjia. Diao Yi had a mischievous smile on his face as he spoke. Qin Feng looked puzzled. What do you mean? Diao Yi smiled. You'll know in the future. Thank you for today, I didn't misjudge you. Qin Feng, just a third-year student. Diao Yi looked shocked. Are you some kind of monster? You're only in first grade. Qin Feng, if you say I am, then I am. Diao Yi looked at Qin Feng incredulously. Oh my god. Are you human or ghost? Qin Feng, ghost. Diao Yi, awesome. Today's stock returns, half for each of us. Qin Feng, okay. Diao Yi, you really have no shame. Qin Feng, no one has a problem with money. Diao Yi, you deserve it. I feel embarrassed taking half. Don't worry, I'm someone who repays kindness. Qin Feng, let's go. Diao Yi, haven't eaten yet? Let's eat together. Qin Feng didn't say anything, just nodded. He was indeed a bit hungry. They then got in the car, and Diao Yi drove Qin Feng to a restaurant. As soon as they sat down, they heard people at the next table discussing something. Did you hear? The champion of this year's elite competition is from our Qingshan district. Really? Our Qingshan district actually won the championship? How come you haven't heard? Let me tell you an even more shocking news. Tell me. Someone from our Qingshan district got a perfect score. What? A perfect score? Our Qingshan district finally has something to be proud of. By the way, which school is it? You'll never guess. Stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us. Nanshan Elementary School. Oh my god, the school that ranked last. You mean the first grade student who challenged the second grade student in the math room, who would win against the champion of the elite competition? It must be the champion of the elite competition. Then who would be able to do the homework from 1st to 6th grade? Well, hearing this, Diaoyi glanced meaningfully at Qin Feng. Qin Feng ignored him and focused on eating his meal. Diaoyi, did you hear that someone from Nanshan Elementary School can do homework from 1st to 6th grade without making a single mistake? Do you know them? Qin Feng, most likely a 6th grade student. Let's eat quickly. Diaoyi, would a 6th grade genius have the time to help others with their homework? Qin Feng, why not? Diaoyi, the workload for 6th grade students is so heavy, it's impossible for them to help others with homework. Diaoyi continued, did you hear? That person not only can do homework from 1st to 6th grade, but they can also solve 3rd grade math problems in just 1 minute. Qin Feng didn't even lift his head. So what? Diaoyi, are you saying that person is better than you? Diaoyi paused and continued, or could that person be you? Qin Feng, I don't have the time for that. Diaoyi looked at Qin Feng seriously with innocent eyes. Diaoyi, well, with your skills, would you have the time to help others with homework? If you were to compete with that person, you would definitely be more skilled, right? Qin Feng continued eating without paying attention. Diaoyi also felt like he was overthinking and quickly finished his meal. They finished their meal quickly, and Diaoyi drove Qin Feng back home. As soon as Qin Feng arrived home, he couldn't wait to turn on his computer. Sure enough, as soon as he logged into QQ, he received 99 plus messages. The QQ icon kept flashing. Qin Feng hadn't had the chance to open and read each message one by one when the phone rang. Qin Feng picked up his phone and saw an unfamiliar number. Hello? It's me. A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. Who is this? Qin Feng really couldn't recognize who it was and asked with a puzzled expression. Qin Feng, how come you don't even recognize me? A slightly angry tone could be heard from the phone. If you don't say who you are, I'm hanging up. Wait, it's me, Tang Zi. The voice on the phone immediately said, afraid that Qin Feng would really hang up. Qin Feng, oh, it's you. What's up? Tang Zi, the elite competition is over. I wanted to ask how you did in the exam. It's okay if you didn't do well. Qin Feng, haven't you heard? Tang Zi, I called Principal Ma, but he didn't answer. I was afraid of disturbing you during the competition, so I'm calling you now. Qin Feng, I won the championship. There was a 3-second pause on the other end of the phone. What do you mean? Qin Feng, I won the championship. Tang Zi was shocked. Champion? What? You won the championship. Qin Feng, yes. Tang Zi quickly calmed down. It turns out that all my worries were unnecessary. You are still so amazing. Qin Feng, Tang Zi intermittently said, congratulations, I am truly happy for you. Qin Feng, thank you. Tang Zi, I will work hard to follow in your footsteps, don't like someone else. Qin Feng looked puzzled. What do you mean? Tang Zi, congratulations, I'm hanging up. Qin Feng realized it too late, and the sound of the phone hanging up came from the other end of the line. Qin Feng didn't have time to think, so he immediately put down his phone. After placing the phone on the table, Qin Feng couldn't wait to open the messages one by one and read them carefully. The little girl who picks mushrooms, score god. You are my god. They said that the math department also produced a genius. I said you are even more amazing. They have been insulting me. Qin Feng smiled helplessly. These people, I wonder what their reaction would be if they knew that these two people were actually me. Cold young master #Yuan, score god, did the math department produce a freak? Could it be you? Cold young master also greeted him warmly. Qin Feng smiled helplessly. There were also some questions to be answered, and Qin Feng buried himself in them for more than 10 minutes, taking pictures one by one and sending them over. Looking at the balance, there was already over 30,000 yuan. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with this. Master, there's a call. Just then, Qin Feng's phone rang. Hello? Genius, my god. Did you receive the money I sent? Not yet. It will arrive in a while. Sure enough, with a beep, a text message came in. Qin Feng took off his phone from his ear and looked at it. 50,000 yuan had been deposited. Qin Feng couldn't stop smiling. He was one step closer to becoming the world's richest person. Did you receive it? Ha, you brat. Received. Rest well and come back to class on time tomorrow. Won't I be skipping a grade? We'll talk about skipping a grade later, rest well. After finishing the call, there was a beep from the other end of the line. Anyway, studying is the same no matter where you do it. After saying that, Shin Fong put down his phone. Just as he put down his phone, it rang again. Shin Fong impatiently pressed the answer button. Who is it? Shin Fong, congratulations. A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. Who are you? Louis, you've already forgotten about this lady so quickly? Come to class tomorrow and see if I won't beat you up. Shin Fong suddenly remembered Louis. Louis's mood improved slightly. That's right, it's this lady. Shin Fong slowly spoke. How did you know that I won the championship? Louis, the principal has already announced it to the whole school. We were all shocked. We didn't expect you to hide it so well. Shin Fong, just good luck. Louis, don't be too happy yet. Yan Wei, that guy, was very dissatisfied after hearing that you won the championship. It seems like he's looking for a senior student to deal with you. Shin Fong, am I afraid of him? Louis, the elite tournament is also participated by first-year students. It seems like he found a strong third-year student. Shin Fong, so what? Louis, just a friendly reminder, you still act like this. You're on your own. If it weren't for repaying you, I wouldn't have reminded you. Louis seemed visibly angry. Shin Fong, don't worry. Louis, you clueless fool, I'm hanging up. Before Shin Fong could reply, there was a beep from Louis's end, indicating that the call had been ended. Shin Fong put the phone aside and went to take a shower. After showering, he ate a little and went to bed early. Early the next morning, the alarm clock rang on time. Shin Fong woke up groggily. There was no choice. If he didn't go to school, he wouldn't have the opportunity to participate in the competition. After muttering a few words in his heart, Shin Fong got up, dressed, and went downstairs. He casually hailed a taxi by the roadside. The short-term goal was to buy a car. Soon, the car stopped steadily at the school gate. As soon as Shin Fong entered the classroom, he was surrounded by envious, jealous, and admiring gazes from all directions. These gazes followed Shin Feng's movements. Shin Fong helplessly looked at everyone and said, just treat me as an ordinary person. Oh, look at him thinking he's a god. Before Shin Fong could even sit down, a voice came from behind him. Yan Wei looked at Shin Fong and slowly spoke, don't think you're all that just because you won the elite championship. Shin Fong sat in his seat and asked, why didn't you win then? Yan Wei paused for a moment and replied, I didn't want to go, otherwise, do you think you would have a chance? Shin Fong asked, what? Calling a third-grade idiot, are you that arrogant? Yan Wei responded, how do you know I was going to call a third-grade expert to deal with you? As he said this, Yan Wei turned his head towards the empty seat next to Louis. Louis hadn't arrived yet, and her seat was still empty. Yan Wei seemed to understand something and continued, even if you know, so what? You know, and you're scared, right? Ha ha, Shin Fong replied, boring. After saying that, he no longer looked at Yan Wei and sat in his seat, waiting for class to start. Humph, just wait and see how I deal with you later. Yan Wei angrily stared at Shin Fong from behind. Just then, everyone turned their attention towards the classroom door. Wow, no wonder she's called the extreme beauty, she's not just beautiful. Oh my god, she's stunning every time. So beautiful. Everyone looked towards the entrance of the classroom. Louis was wearing a suit dress today, tall and graceful, with a dignified and elegant demeanor. Her black hair was like ink, her skin like jade, her beautiful eyes exuded a charm that couldn't be described. She was like a blooming peony, beautiful but not enchanting, gorgeous but not vulgar, charming and unparalleled. She smiled at Shin Fong and asked, Shin Fong, why did you come so early today? Louis's voice was soft and clear, extremely pleasant to listen to. This bold greeting from Shin Fong made him the target of everyone's attention. The people in the classroom looked at Shin Fong with unfriendly eyes, especially Yan Wei, who was sitting at the back. He had a feeling of wanting to tear Shin Fong into pieces. Shin Fong clearly felt the hostility in the classroom and smiled faintly, I come early every day. This made Yan Wei even angrier, and he slammed the table in frustration. Louis walked gracefully towards Shin Fong with her enchanting steps and sat down next to him. This action made everyone around them feel frustrated. Yan Wei couldn't hold back anymore and said to his sidekick, go call my big brother. Watch me teach him a lesson. The sidekick nodded and left the classroom. After a while, a man walked into the classroom. Who dares to provoke my little brother? Everyone turned to the source of the voice. A man was standing on the podium. He had a mischievous smile on his face, and even his thick eyebrows seemed to ripple softly, as if he always carried a smile, curved like the bright crescent moon in the night sky. His fair skin was complemented by lightly pink lips, prominent and perfect facial features, and a particularly handsome face, especially the dazzling diamond earring on his left ear, adding a touch of unruliness to his sunny handsomeness. Yan Wei immediately stood up and said, "Big brother, over here." The man followed the sound and walked towards Yan Wei. "Big brother, it's him." Yan Wei pointed at Qin Feng and said. The big brother looked in the direction Yan Wei pointed. "You dare to provoke my little brother?" The big brother disdainfully glanced at Qin Feng. Qin Feng calmly nodded. "Humph, you dare to admit it." The big brother was a bit surprised. "Do you know who my big brother is? He's a terrifying third-grade expert. You, a mere elite championship winner, can't afford to provoke him." Yan Wei proudly looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't care and said, Oh, what's with your attitude? Everyone who sees my big brother calls him brother." Yan Wei said angrily. "Ha, interesting kid. Elite championship winner, right? Let me have a match with you and show you that all elite championship winners are nothing but rubbish in front of me." The big brother laughed as he looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied, "Why should I compete with you?" Yan Wei, "Ha, scared? Qin Feng, you guys are not worthy. Ha, such arrogance, kid. Just because you won the elite tournament doesn't mean you can do whatever you want." The leader paused and looked at Qin Feng before speaking slowly. "Qin Feng, I don't have time to play with you." Yan Wei, scared, "Ha? Coward. Ha ha, it seems that even the elite tournament champion is just a nobody." "Exactly, look at how scared he is. Our boss's boss is a third-year powerhouse, terrifying." Seeing this, the followers behind also started insulting Qin Feng. "Yan Wei, you win, here's the 1,000, take it." Yan Wei took out 1,000 yuan and placed it in front of Qin Feng. Louis stood up directly. "Yan Wei, you've gone too far. Qin Feng is just a first-year student. How can you compare him to a third-year student?" Yan Wei frowned. "Louis, this is a matter between men, don't interfere." Then he looked at Qin Feng again. "What? Not only a coward, but also hiding behind a woman?" Louis stomped her foot in anger. "Yan Wei, no matter what you do, how you do it, I will never like you, never." Yan Wei's face turned red with anger, his eyes bulging. His facial features twisted into a terrifying expression. His entire face turned purple, almost about to explode. He angrily said, "Qin Feng, you coward. Louis, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some looks. There are plenty of girls who like me." Louis looked at Yan Wei's appearance with some fear and tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve. "Qin Feng, don't compare yourself to him. Chen Changjiang is a famous genius, you will lose." Qin Feng coldly replied, "I'll accept your 1,000. Yan Wei's expression improved slightly. "Let's see if you have what it takes." Chen Changjiang, "Ha, good kid, I'll play with my own 500. Qin Feng, I'll take your 500 too. Haha, he really thinks that winning the elite tournament makes him invincible. No matter how powerful the elite tournament is, it's still a first-year competition. Chen Changjiang is in the third year. What can Qin Feng compare to him? He will definitely lose miserably later." The people in the classroom started gossiping again. Qin Feng coldly said, "Tell me, how do we compare? Yan Wei, do you want to bet without any stakes? Aren't you afraid? Qin Feng, you won't win anyway, so there's no need." Yan Wei laughed loudly. "You're mistaken. If my boss competes with you, are you not afraid anymore?" Qin Feng calmly replied, "What's the difference between you and him? Aren't you both idiots?" Damn, did he just say that the third-year students are idiots? Ha, it seems like he's too arrogant. Originally, I admired him for winning the championship for our Qingshan district, but now it seems like I was thinking too highly of him. The classroom instantly became lively. Yan Wei sneered, but a wicked smile appeared on his face. "Do you dare to bet Louis with me?" "Qin Feng, what's the bet?" Louis was stunned, staring at Yan Wei in disbelief. Yan Wei smirked. "If you win, you can take this 1,500 yuan, but if you lose, let me touch Louis, he." After speaking, Yan Wei impatiently rubbed his hands together towards Louis. "Yan Wei, you jerk." Louis instantly became furious, her face gradually changing color, her eyebrows furrowed, and her eyes burst with sharp, knife-like light as she scolded loudly. Yan Wei smirked. "Weren't you just defending him? What? Now you can't be used as a bet? Don't you trust him? Qin Feng, fine. You won't win anyway." Louis turned her anger towards Qin Feng again. "Qin Feng, I didn't expect you to be like this." After saying that, Louis angrily turned her face away. Qin Feng gently persuaded Louis, "Trust me." Hearing this, Louis turned her head back and saw Qin Feng's determined eyes. Somehow, Louis also felt a sense of determination in her heart, but she still turned her face away and stopped looking at Qin Feng. "Yan Wei, since you agreed, let's begin. Many people in our grade want to touch the extreme flower." Louis's face showed anger again. "Yan Wei, you bastard. Yan Wei, didn't he ask you to trust him? Just trust him, ha." Chen Changjian finally became impatient. "Are you done talking? My time is precious. Yan Wei immediately nodded. Boss, don't be angry, let's start right away. Everyone, move aside and set up the table for me. With Yan Wei's command, the little brothers in the classroom immediately started moving. Soon, 2 tables were put together, surrounded by people. Xin Feng slowly sat down across the table. Chen Shangjiang also sat down. Class is about to start, let's make it quick. Xin Feng, that's my intention. Chen Shangjiang, I really don't know what gave you confidence. Was it the small elite tournament championship? I just didn't want to go, otherwise, it wouldn't be your turn. Xin Feng, let's begin. Chen Shangjiang, let's shorten the question, 1 question to determine the winner. How about that? Xin Feng, okay. Chen Shangjiang, this is 1,500. If you win, it's yours. If you lose, I'll also take a turn with that woman. After speaking, a lewd smile appeared on Chen Shangjiang's face. Yan Wei immediately echoed, Boss, you'll definitely go first, and then I'll go. She's the extreme flower of our grade, he has mesmerized her several times. Chen Shangjiang, I can tell, but I wonder how it feels. Hee, I can't wait. Yan Wei, boss, with your skills, it's a piece of cake. Are you done talking? Yan Wei's words were interrupted by Qin Feng. The 2 of them finally stopped talking. Chen Shangjiang, you're not unaware of the rules in the calculation room, right? Qin Feng, stop the nonsense and let's get started. Chen Shangjiang laughed loudly, perfect, I can't wait to touch the extreme flower. After speaking, he looked evilly at Lu Yi. Lu Yi's face was flushed with anger and embarrassment. You guys are too much. After saying that, she ran out crying. Yan Wei looked at Lu Yi's back with a wicked smile. Hee, I like it. Chen Shangjiang, who will deal the cards? Yan Wei withdrew his gaze. Of course, I will. After that, he had one of his little brothers bring a deck of cards. Yan Wei smiled as he dealt the cards to the 2 of them. Chen Shangjiang burst into laughter after seeing his cards. Chen Shangjiang, not only are you foolish, but you also have bad luck. Chen Shangjiang slammed the cards on the table. Diamond J. Boss is mighty. Boss, this kid has no luck. Does our boss need luck to deal with a first-year student? Qin Feng helplessly revealed his cards. Sorry, Spade A. Chen Shangjiang and the people behind him were all stunned. Chen Shangjiang, so what if I ask the question first? This way, I can win with just 1 move. Qin Feng thought of Louis. If I win, you all have to apologize to Louis. Chen Shangjiang, are you joking with me? I can't possibly lose. Yan Wei, if he promises, then he won't win. Qin Feng became impatient. Just ask the question already. Chen Shangjiang, are you in such a hurry to lose to me? Chen Shangjiang, 6 plus 6 divided by 2 equals what? Qin Feng glanced at the smug Yan Wei and said, can't we find a professional referee? Even if I answer correctly, how would he know? Yan Wei's mouth twitched. You really are a fool, we have a computer. Qin Feng, 6. Yan Wei burst into laughter. 666, fool. I'm laughing so hard, our boss is really a fool. He doesn't even know a 3rd grade question, he said 6, That's all the elite tournament champion is capable of. The people standing behind them were all laughing hysterically. Only Chen Shangjiang, sitting across from Qin Feng, had a gloomy expression and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. After everyone laughed for a while, they noticed that something was wrong with Chen Shangjiang's expression. Boss, could he have guessed it right? Hurry up and calculate for me. Yan Wei looked at Chen Shangjiang in confusion and instructed his followers behind him to use a calculator. Chen Shangjiang looked at Qin Feng in shock and said, no need to calculate. Yan Wei was stunned and asked, Boss, what's wrong? Chen Shangjiang looked at Qin Feng in shock and said, he got it right. What? How is this possible? He actually got it right? This is a 3rd grade question. The group of followers behind them looked at Qin Feng in shock. Qin Feng helplessly said, I'll take the money, apologize to Louis. At this moment, Louis appeared in the classroom with a flushed face. Louis became scared when she saw everyone staring at her and quickly covered her chest. Chen Shangjiang stared at Louis and then kicked Yan Wei. Yan Wei stumbled but managed to stand up straight. Boss, what's wrong? Chen Shangjiang looked at Yan Wei coldly and said, you bastard, you embarrassed me here. Yan Wei stood still in fear. Then, Chen Shangjiang looked at Qin Feng with anger and disbelief and asked, how can a 1st grader solve a 3rd grade question? Qin Feng replied, you don't need to worry about that. Qin Feng said, apologize quickly. Louis looked at Qin Feng in confusion. Louis asked, Qin Feng, did you win? Qin Feng nodded. Louis exclaimed, oh my god, you actually won. Louis's previous shyness and anger disappeared as she stared at Qin Feng in shock. Qin Feng said, hurry up, don't you want to go back on your word? Chen Shangjiang looked at Qin Feng with a dark expression, then kicked Yan Wei hard and said, you brought this upon yourself, and give me back my money. Then, Chen Changjiang glared at Qin Feng with anger and disbelief and left the classroom. Everyone dumbly watched Chen Changjiang leave the classroom. Yen Wei stood in place with a flushed face and said, "Qin Feng, you must have randomly guessed the number, otherwise how could you have one?" Qin Feng said, "Apologize quickly, it's time for class." Yen Wei stood in place with his nostrils flaring, his breath coming out like air being released from a pump, making a whooshing sound. His small eyes widened, and a burst of fire seemed to burn in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng became a little impatient and said, "What's wrong? Are you going to play dirty? It won't sound good if this gets out." Yen Wei glared at Qin Feng fiercely, then looked at the people around him. His teeth clashed together, and finally, he gritted his teeth and said to Lu Yi, "I'm sorry." Lu Yi was also frightened by this scene. She hadn't reacted yet. Qin Feng actually defeated the third-grade super strongman? Yen Wei actually apologized to her in front of so many people? She didn't know whether to be happy or sad. "Lu Yi, it seems that Qin Feng is quite good to you. He even included an apology to you in the bet." At this moment, a male classmate suddenly spoke up. Lu Yi suddenly realized and looked at Qin Feng with a grateful gaze. He actually solved a third-grade question? Then why is he in our first grade? Oh my god, do we have a true genius in our class? I think he just got lucky. The classmates in the class were whispering to each other. Yen Wei roared, "Quickly put the desks back." The followers behind him immediately nodded and went to move the desks. In no time, the desks were back in place. Yen Wei slowly returned to his seat, but the embarrassment on his face had not faded. Lu Yi also returned to her seat. At this moment, the bell for class rang. The teacher also entered the classroom. As soon as the teacher entered the classroom, he sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. After scanning the classroom, he asked, "What's going on with all of you?" The class fell silent, and no one spoke. The teacher paused for a moment and said excitedly, "Let's give a round of applause to Qin Feng in our class for winning the championship in the elite tournament for our Qingshan district, bringing glory to our class and our school." However, the classroom remained silent, with no one clapping. Yen Wei stared at the students threateningly, and no one dared to raise their hands. Clap, clap. Just then, Lu Yi's crisp applause sounded particularly loud in the classroom. Then a few more people sporadically started clapping. The teacher paused slightly and said sternly, "All right, encouragement is one thing, but don't be proud. Just because you won the elite tournament doesn't mean you're invincible." The teacher stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng helplessly lowered his head to read. The teacher looked around the classroom and slowly continued, "All right, everyone, listen carefully. Today, we will learn addition and subtraction within 10. Upon hearing this, sighs and complaints immediately filled the classroom. "Teacher, these questions are too difficult. Teacher, it's too hard." The teacher slammed the table and said, "It's precisely because they're difficult that we need to learn them. Listen carefully." Then the teacher started writing and drawing on the blackboard. Qin Feng helplessly looked at everyone, completely unaware of Lu Yi's gaze, which held a different kind of emotion. Time passed minute by minute, and Qin Feng finally endured until the end of class. As soon as class ended, he rushed home to check his messages. It was still a bunch of messages asking for help with homework and arguments between fans. Qin Feng suddenly discovered that without realizing it, the fans on both sides had created a group and were directly arguing in the group. The key was that they had also added Qin Feng to the group. The girl who picks mushrooms said, "It's the score god who is more powerful. That so-called fox demon mask is just a small fry compared to the score god." The girl who sells matches said, "Score god? Sorry, never heard of it." Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs said, "Fox demon mask? Why not call it doggy mask?" Tomorrow's weather is really nice said, "Score god? Can he be as powerful as our fox demon mask? He can challenge third graders in first grade. Can your so-called score god do that?" Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs said, Our score god can solve problems from first to sixth grade without even thinking. Can you do that?" The girl who picks mushrooms said, Dare the score room to let your so-called score god fight tonight?" Snow White's Seven Dwarfs said, "Why not? You're just a bunch of small fries." Qin Feng looked helplessly at the ongoing argument. After finishing his homework, he quickly had dinner and went out with his mask. He still had to go to the score room. Passing through the familiar corridor, Qin Feng entered the score room. Qingjie smiled and looked at Qin Feng. "Little brother, you're here again?" Qin Feng nodded at Qingjie. Qingjie said with a smile, "Thanks to you, our score room has been doing much better." Qin Feng looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Qingjie teased, Many people came today because of you. They all wanted to watch the Fox Demon Mask competition and said something about the score god wanting to compete with you." Qingjie asked, "Do you know this score god?" Qin Feng smiled helplessly, "I don't know him." "Wow, look, the Fox Demon Mask is here." Just as Qingjie was about to speak, a cry came from behind. Wow, look, it's really the fox demon mask. Although we can't see his face, I can feel that he's handsome. A group of girls looked at Chin Feng with admiration. Fox demon mask, can I have your autograph? Fox demon mask, I love you. Fox demon mask, be my girlfriend. One after another, cries of surprise came from the score room. Then they rushed towards Chin Feng. Xingjie teased with a smile, but her eyes were somewhat sharp. Little brother, you're going to be busy. Chin Feng could only fend off the girls who were rushing towards him and fulfill their requests for autographs. After a while, Chin Feng was sweating profusely. Just as Chin Feng was busy, Xingjie quickly interrupted. Little brother, which grade are you challenging today? Chin Feng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, third grade. Wow, you're challenging the third grade? Fox demon mask, I admire you so much. Fox demon mask, you are my god. Much better than that score god. Chin Feng shook his head helplessly. Xingjie looked at Chin Feng in shock and asked, are you sure you want to challenge the third grade? Chin Feng nodded. Xingjie said worriedly, you can challenge the third grade, but the minimum bet is 1,000 yuan. Have you thought it through? Xingjie advised Chin Feng with concern. Chin Feng slowly replied, I'm clear, it's the third grade. Wow, so cool, I love it. Fox demon mask, my love. So handsome. There were exclamations from the surrounding people. The boys in the numerology room looked at Chin Feng with envy and jealousy, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, they had also heard of the fox demon mask in the numerology room. Fox demon mask? Is it as powerful as the score god? Just then, a girl's angry shout came from the door. Following the sound, it was a girl. The girl was wearing a denim skirt, with fair skin and eyes like clear water. Her elegance and gracefulness made people feel captivated and ashamed, and dare not disrespect her. But there was also a touch of enchanting charm in her cold and proud demeanor, which made people unable to forget about her. Everyone's attention was diverted by her. You said score god? Who is that? We've never heard of it. Yeah, score god? I think it's just nonsense. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. These people immediately retorted against the girl at the door. The girl at the door looked at them angrily. Score god can challenge grades 1 to 6, while Fox Demon Mask is only challenging the third grade. Ha ha ha, then let Score God come and challenge Fox Demon Mask. Would he dare? Exactly, let strength speak. If you don't have the strength, then shut up. These girls seemed to have never thought of being girls themselves, and kept attacking the girl at the door. The girl's face turned red with anger. Just you wait, Score God will definitely defeat you in that Fox Demon Mask. After saying that, the girl turned and left. Xingjie looked at Chin Feng and said, you're in trouble, little brother. Chin Feng scratched his head and smiled helplessly. Fox Demon Mask, don't listen to them, Score God is nothing. Exactly, you're my idol. Fox Demon Mask, marry me. These girls were already approaching madness. Chin Feng reluctantly handed the card to Xingjie. Xingjie looked at Chin Feng again and asked, are you sure you want to challenge the third grade? Chin Feng nodded. Xingjie sighed helplessly. Good luck to you, little brother. Then she handed the card to Chin Feng. Chin Feng took the card and walked towards the third grade room. The group of fangirls followed Chin Feng into the third grade private room. Indeed, each grade's private room was different. The third grade private room not only had air conditioning, drinks, and a massage chair, but also a sofa for sleeping and a robot waiter to serve tea and water. Chin Feng marveled at the luxury here. Hey, who's the prince from? And why did he bring so many concubines? Just then, a mocking voice came from inside the private room. For a moment, everyone's gaze turned towards the door. I was wondering who it was? Turns out it's the Fox Demon Mask? How? Did they give you the confidence to challenge the third grade? Ha! Don't they know what they're worth and dare to challenge the third grade? Most likely just showing off. Ha ha ha. The people in the third grade private room kept laughing at Chin Feng. What are you guys saying? He is the Fox Demon Mask. You all have to call him Big Brother. Exactly. The little fangirls behind Chin Feng rushed out to speak up for him. Chin Feng smiled helplessly. He walked slowly towards the table and said coldly, who's next? You really don't listen to advice, do you? Do you really want to give us your money? The minimum bet here is 1,000. A man stood by the table, looking at Chin Feng. The man had a sneaky look, with small eyes as narrow as his heart, and he occasionally glanced around with a shrewd look. With a wide chin and shiny red lips, his whole face was oily, giving off a sleazy vibe. What? Are you scared? Chin Feng coldly replied. Am I, Lin Zhanghao, supposed to be afraid of a first-year student? The man laughed and looked at Chin Feng. Chin Feng said, then let's get started, no more nonsense. Lin Zhanghao became excited. He slowly sat down across from Chin Feng and said, a first-year student daring to challenge a third-year student. To reward your courage, I'll reluctantly have a match with you. Xin Feng placed the chips on the table and said, let's begin. Lin Zhenghao laughed and pushed his chips forward, saying, interesting, I'll match your bet. Fox Demon Mask, go for it. Godly man, go for it. I love you. Fox Demon Mask, you are my god. A burst of exclamations from girls came from behind. Lin Zhenghao looked at the group of girls and smirked, saying, so many little sisters, if I win, how about giving me a few to play with? Xin Feng coldly replied, are you worthy? Wow, so cool. Wow, Fox Demon Mask, the godly man is so aloof, I love him. Seeing these fangirls worshipping Qin Feng, Lin Zhenghao became even more determined to defeat him. Lin Zhenghao stared at Qin Feng and slowly said, I hope you won't regret it. Lin Zhenghao pressed a call button, and soon a referee walked in. Lin Zhenghao said, how can such a big competition proceed without a referee? Qin Feng replied, whatever. Godly man, go for it. The referee walked slowly to the two of them. After looking at both of them, the referee solemnly said, now, let's start dealing the cards. The person with the higher card value will ask the question first, and the person with the lower card value will answer first. Then the referee gave each of them a playing card. I wonder what this person is pretending to be. A first-year student dares to challenge a third-year student. Day by day, pretending to be cool. I really look down on people who pretend to be cool in front of girls. Some people in the private room mocked Qin Feng sporadically. Lin Zhenghao slowly took the cards on the table and slowly revealed them. Damn! A 6 of hearts, what shitty luck! Lin Zhenghao cursed and threw the cards on the table. He looked at Qin Feng and laughed again, saying, I forgot, you're just a first-year student. Whether I ask first or last, what difference does it make to me? Ha ha! Qin Feng frowned but didn't respond. He directly flipped his card onto the table. Wow, a king of spades, truly worthy of being the godly man with the fox demon mask. Wow! Such incredible luck! Godly man, let me be your girlfriend. Just as Qin Feng flipped the card onto the table, a series of exclamations came from behind. Qin Feng was already fed up with these fangirls. Seeing this situation, those men looked at Qin Feng with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and said, I'll go second. The referee also became professional and said, the red card is bigger, so the blue side will ask the question first. Lin Zhenghao laughed and said, so what if you have some fangirls? In a moment, when you lose embarrassingly, you won't be so proud anymore. Lin Zhenghao continued, so what if I ask first? Can you answer my question? I don't want to waste time. With just one question, I'll show you that the difference between a first-year student and a third-year student can't be achieved with a few little girls. Lin Zhenghao rambled on, and Qin Feng became impatient. He coldly looked at Lin Zhenghao and said, can you stop with all the nonsense? Just ask the question already. Lin Zhenghao's face turned ugly, and he said, kid, I'm a third-year powerhouse. Show some respect. I wonder how long he can keep pretending. This person is really good at pretending. A first-year student acting like a lunatic. The people behind him responded to Qin Feng's words with mocking laughter. Qin Feng said, referee, let him ask the question quickly. Don't we only have 30 seconds? After Qin Feng's reminder, the person finally realized and said, blue team, quickly ask the question, there are still 20 seconds. Only then did Lin Zhenghao regain his composure and said, since you're so eager to give me your money, I'll grant your wish. After a pause, he asked, what is 9 times 9 minus 10? Wow, such a difficult question? Lin Zhenghao truly lives up to his reputation as a third grader. It seems like he really wants to defeat that fox demon boy. He's not just any fox demon boy, he's a fox demon male god. Ha 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 ha. The people in the private room were shocked at first, but then burst into laughter. Seeing that Qin Feng was taking a long time to answer, the little fangirl behind him started to get anxious and encouraged him. Fox demon male god, don't mind them, you're the best. Fox demon male god, I believe in you. Male god, I love you. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly once again. Lin Zhenghao laughed loudly and said, it's too late to regret now. You're giving me your money. I told you not to show off, but you didn't listen. First graders are just too foolish. After saying that, he prepared to put the gambling coins in his own pocket. Qin Feng finally spoke slowly, I didn't say I couldn't answer. I was just thinking, how did someone like you become the top student in third grade? Lin Zhenghao laughed and said, if you can't answer, then you can't answer. Don't make excuses for yourself. It's not too embarrassing for a first grader to lose to a third grader. Hurry up and take your sister and leave. At this moment, the referee spoke, there are 10 seconds left to answer. Lin Zhenghao laughed and said, referee, even if you give him another hour, he still won't be able to answer. Qin Feng said, 71. Lin Zhenghao hadn't reacted yet and said, Ha, you're doomed. Did you think you could pass by just saying any number? How foolish. Just as he finished speaking, he seemed to realize something and looked at Qin Feng in shock. Ha, did you think you could get it right by guessing? He thought that being in third grade meant he could just. Before the man could finish his sentence, the red light in front of Qin Feng lit up. The referee said, "The red team answered correctly and earns 1 point." What? How is this possible? This is a difficult question for third graders. This can't be. How could a first grader? At this moment, Lin Zhenghao's face turned pale like a corpse, even more terrifying than a corpse. His forehead throbbed in pain, his eyebrows furrowed into a straight line, his eyes bloodshot and wild. His trembling lips were covered in white saliva, and his whole body was shaking with excitement. Even in the midst of overwhelming humiliation, he tried his best to remain calm. Lin Zhenghao slowly calmed down and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. You, how is this possible? This can't be. Yeah, Fox Demon Masked Male God. You're amazing. I admire you so much. Wow. I didn't misjudge you, Fox Demon Masked Male God. Male God. Male God. I love you. The group of fangirls behind him paid no attention to the shocked looks in the private room and admired Qin Feng. Qin Feng stared at Lin Zhenghao and said slowly, "I told you, your level is not even a third of mine." Lin Zhenghao widened his eyes and said, "I don't know how you knew the answer to this question. It was just a coincidence. I don't believe it. You won't be so lucky with the next question." Lin Zhenghao sneered, 9 times 9 plus 5 minus 5 equals? At this moment, everyone held their breath and looked at Qin Feng with anticipation. Qin Feng just smiled and didn't answer. Lin Zhenghao laughed loudly, regaining his lost confidence. Ha, I knew it. How could a first grader solve a third grader's question? Now, you won't be able to guess it right? Ha ha ha. Thank goodness. You scared me. I thought he really could solve third grade questions. How is that possible? He just got lucky. Just like that, can you guess 2 questions correctly if you guess 1 question correctly? A first grader with unknown confidence. The people in the private room continued to mock Qin Feng when he couldn't answer. At this moment, the little fangirls behind Qin Feng kept their mouths shut and didn't dare to disturb his thinking. Referee, there are 15 seconds left. Lin Zhenghao laughed and looked at the fangirls behind Qin Feng, then looked at Qin Feng again. Give up. Do you want money? I'll play with the little girls behind you twice, and the money will be yours. How about it? Qin Feng, sorry, you're not worthy. Is this your level? The answer is 81. Lin Zhenghao laughed again. You're definitely wrong this time. I added 5 and subtracted 5 behind it. Is it still equal to 81? Ha ha. Ha ha, what a fool. Come and make fun of us. Where's the fox demon mask god? I think it's the dog god. Ha ha ha. The people in the private room mocked again. Just then, the red light in front of Qin Feng lit up again. The referee coldly said, "The red side answers correctly again, earns 1 point, a total of 2 points." Lin Zhenghao, who was originally confident, looked at Qin Feng and only reacted when the referee uttered this cold sentence. Damn! How is this possible? Lin Zhenghao stood up from his chair. Lin Zhenghao was shocked, his mouth wide open, unable to speak for a while. After a while, he shook his head and said, 9 times 9 plus 5 minus 5 equals the original number? I don't believe it. He was like being shocked by electricity, in a half-dazed state. The people behind him also stared at Qin Feng with incredulous eyes. Their mouths could fit a basketball. How is this possible? Damn! A first grader. Are you sure he's a first grader? OMG. The men in the private room stood still, as if they were shocked by electricity, staring at Qin Feng in disbelief. The first to react were the fangirls behind Qin Feng, who immediately changed their shocked expressions into cheers. Fox Demon Mask God. No! It should be called the Gambling God. Yes, the Fox Demon Gambling God. That so-called score god, can he be this awesome? Fox Demon Gambling God, take me home to meet my mom. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly again and slowly spoke to the still shocked Lin Zhenghao. With your level, you can give up the game. Lin Zhenghao, with a shocked look in his eyes, kept scanning Qin Feng. Give up the game? Is that possible? Even if you answer 2 questions correctly, so what? I can answer the questions you ask. Qin Feng helplessly said, then stop talking nonsense and ask the last question quickly. Lin Zhenghao tried to control his emotions and slowly sat back in his seat. Lin Zhenghao, oomph. 6 times 6 plus 9 times 9. Damn, this question. Damn, isn't this the most difficult question? They actually asked this question. The people in the private room also tried to control their emotions, but dared not underestimate Qin Feng anymore. Qin Feng, is that it? Lin Zhenghao, who no longer had the mood to mock, said, answer quickly. If you can't answer, give up the game. Qin Feng, ha, so anxious? Lin Zhenghao, don't waste time, answer quickly. Qin Feng, aren't you the one who likes to talk nonsense? Let me accompany you. Lin Zhenghao was furious at this point. Answer quickly, how much time is left according to the referee? Lin Zhenghao angrily looked at Qin Feng and then turned to the referee. Qin Feng sneered, you're so eager for me to answer? I won't, I bet you won't be able to answer the question you asked yourself. Qin Feng, as if seeing through something, slowly spoke without moving his mouth. Lin Zhenghao panicked, answer quickly. Referee, there are 10 seconds left. Qin Feng remained seated, showing no intention of speaking. Lin Zhenghao's face was covered in cold sweat as he shouted at Qin Feng, answer quickly. Aren't you amazing? Answer. Qin Feng still didn't speak, but his eyes were full of amusement. Referee, there are only 5 seconds left. Lin Zhenghao slapped the table, answer quickly, answer. Do you want your sister behind you to accompany me? The fangirls behind Qin Feng shrank back in fear. Qin Feng remained motionless, sitting in place, looking at Lin Zhenghao with a playful expression. Finally, the referee coldly said, time's up. If the red side can't answer, the questioner will answer. If the questioner can't answer, the opponent gets a point, and if the answer is correct, the answerer loses a point. Lin Zhenghao, realizing that his plot had completely failed, panicked. He looked around in a flustered manner, then started writing and drawing on the table. Referee, there are 25 seconds left. Qin Feng, with your level, you probably can't answer, right? After speaking, he couldn't help but smile at Lin Zhenghao. The fangirls behind him exclaimed in awe, so cool, I love him. He truly is the gambling god. Who needs the god of scores? Ha ha. Qin Feng smirked coldly, thanks for the points you gave me. Lin Zhenghao glared angrily, the veins on his forehead bulging with heavy breaths. His anger churned in his chest, like a boiler about to explode from too much pressure. Lin Zhenghao angrily looked at Qin Feng, don't be too happy. It's your turn to ask a question, and I'm sure I can answer it. Qin Feng chuckled, with your level, you can't even pass a single question. Lin Zhenghao burst into laughter, don't think you're so amazing, don't pretend to be something you're not. You're just lucky. Qin Feng stopped wasting time and asked, 5 heavy multiplication x 9 heavy multiplication x 6 equals? Lin Zhenghao, who was still laughing, suddenly paused. He looked at Qin Feng in shock, can you solve this question yourself? Qin Feng replied, of course I can, unlike you. Lin Zhenghao's face turned ugly, wait for me to calculate. After speaking, he fell silent, lowered his head, and started calculating. Qin Feng calmly waited on the side. Is he sure he can solve this question himself? But if he can answer such a difficult question, he should be able to answer this one too. I wonder if Lin Zhenghao can solve this question. The people in the private room chattered behind Lin Zhenghao. The referee coldly glanced at everyone and said seriously, there are only 10 seconds left. Lin Zhenghao looked panicked and unsettled. He stood up trembling, his forehead furrowed, feeling like a drum beating in his heart. His lips trembled, wanting to speak but hesitating. After a long pause, Lin Zhenghao shyly lowered his head and slowly said, I don't know. Everyone was shocked by his words. What? The mighty third-grade superpower can't solve a first-grade question? What does Lin Zhenghao mean? What's wrong with Lin Zhenghao? The people in the private room looked at Lin Zhenghao in shock. Wow, I knew he couldn't do it. He can just admit defeat. Gambling god, I love you. Gambling god. Gambling god. Gambling god, marry me. The fangirls behind Qin Feng started cheering wildly. Lin Zhenghao looked at Qin Feng and said, don't be too happy. I bet you can't solve this question either. Qin Feng coldly smiled, I already said, your level is not even worth one of my fingers. Lin Zhenghao burst into laughter, then answer it. The referee spoke up at this time, the blue side didn't answer, no points. Now it's the questioner's turn. If they answer correctly, no points will be awarded. If they answer incorrectly, the opponent gets 1 point. Qin Feng said, 270. Lin Zhenghao burst into laughter, do you think you can just randomly say a number and get it right? Ha, although Lin Zhenghao isn't that great, this fox demon mask isn't great either. Does he think his luck will always be this good? Exactly, does he think he can just randomly say a number and get it right? The people in the private room started mocking Qin Feng. At this moment, a red light lit up in front of Qin Feng. Referee, the blue side answered correctly, earning 1 point, for a total of 4 points. This time, everyone present was shocked. Lin Zhenghao was completely shocked by the person in front of him. He stumbled and couldn't stand steady, his mouth opened wide like a box, and he froze on the spot. Then he swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, as if his throat had gone dry. The people present were also stunned. They were completely speechless, as if they had lost their voices and their strength. Even the judges who had seen a lot were incredulously looking at Qin Feng. The gambling room that was just noisy and chaotic immediately fell silent, and even the sound of a pin dropping on the ground could be heard. Everyone stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. Damn, he truly is the man I chose. Fox Demon Gambling God, you're amazing. Fox Demon Gambling God, you're mine. If there weren't so many people present, these fangirls would have wanted to go up and kiss Qin Feng. Lin Zhenghao slowly recovered. He couldn't believe that he had lost to a first-year kid. He muttered in a crazy tone, "This can't be. This can't be. How is this possible?" The people around him dared not mock Qin Feng anymore. Some of them were changing their admiring gaze towards him. Just then, the referee announced, "I declare the red side as the winner." Wow, Fox Demon Gambling God, I knew you could do it. Fox Demon Gambling God, I love you. The group of fangirls behind Qin Feng started again, and Qin Feng helplessly smiled. He no longer paid attention to Lin Zhenghao's crazy tone, slowly tidied up the gambling coins, and prepared to leave the private room. Just as Qin Feng was about to reach the door of the private room, as if he suddenly remembered something, he turned around slowly. Qin Feng smiled and looked at the people in the room. "The questions for the third grade are too easy. I don't know if it's because you're too weak. Next time, try challenging the fourth grade." After speaking, he turned and left the private room, leaving a group of people standing there in disbelief. Did I hear wrong? Did he say he wants to challenge the fourth grade? A first year challenging the fourth grade? Did I mishear? Indeed, those fangirls still followed Qin Feng, and they kept wanting to hug him, but Qin Feng politely refused. When Qin Feng arrived at the hall to exchange gambling coins, he saw Qin Jie smiling at him from afar. Qin Feng smiled back in response. When Qin Feng slowly approached Qin Jie, she smiled and asked, "So, did you win because of your fangirl bonus?" Qin Feng glanced at the group of girls behind him, helplessly smiled and nodded. Seeing Qin Feng admit it, Qin Jie's face showed shock. After all, a first-year student daring to challenge the third grade was unheard of in the gambling room, and Qin Feng actually succeeded in the challenge. This made Qin Jie, who had experienced a lot, unable to stop looking at Qin Feng in shock. Qin Feng saw Qin Jie's expression and smiled knowingly. "What? Do you think I'm cool? I don't mind having one more fangirl." Qin Jie finally recovered and said with a trembling voice, "Nonsense, I didn't expect you to successfully challenge the third grade. You're really amazing." Qin Feng modestly smiled, "Just lucky." Qin Jie said, "You're the first one in our gambling room to dare to challenge the third grade as a first-year student." Qin Feng playfully turned his head. "Qin Jie, can I challenge the fourth grade next time?" Qin Jie and the staff next to her looked at Qin Feng in shock. Qin Jie trembled and said, what? You want to challenge the fourth grade?" Even though Qin Jie had strong composure, her face was still filled with shock, and she stuttered a bit while speaking. "Wow, the mighty Fox Demon Gambling God. The Fox Demon Gambling God is awesome. Fox Demon Gambling God, you are my god." The fangirl behind Qin Feng exclaimed again. Qin Feng looked at Qin Jie and nodded slowly. "What? Is it not allowed?" Qin Jie was wearing an amber-colored dress today, which complemented her smooth and tender skin. Her slender waist perfectly outlined the enchanting figure of a mature woman, and her ample chest was shyly hidden under a white undergarment. The simple design of the skirt made her long legs and slender waist even more prominent. Despite this, the shock on Qin Jie's face made her lose her usual charm. After seeing Qin Feng's confirmation, Qin Jie asked again, "You've only been in school for a year, and you've skipped 3 grades in the 4th grade. Are you sure you want to challenge that difficulty?" Qin Jie paused and continued, "The 4th grade is not a joke. People in the 4th grade are already halfway into junior high school. Have you thought it through? This is not something to be taken lightly, little brother." Qin Feng smiled, "Thank you for your concern. If the rules don't allow it, then forget it." Qin Jie, feeling ignored by Qin Feng's indifference, showed some anger on her face. "I didn't say the rules don't allow it. The rules state that higher grades cannot challenge lower grades, but it doesn't say lower grades cannot challenge higher grades." Qin Feng smiled again. "Then, I'll challenge the 4th grade next time, is that okay?" Qin Jie stomped her foot in anger. "Why are you so stubborn? I already said the 4th grade is a height you can't reach." Soon, Qin Jie realized that she had gone too far with her words, so she paused and continued, "What I mean is, you can't reach that height yet. Going there would just be giving money to others. You understand what I mean?" Qin Jie explained to Qin Feng calmly. Qin Feng, however, seemed indifferent. "Then I'll challenge the 4th grade." Qin Jie looked at Qin Feng's stubbornness and stomped her foot in anger. She looked at the group of fangirls behind Qin Feng and said, "You're so stubborn, will a few fangirls change your mind?" As soon as the fangirls heard themselves being mentioned, they immediately became unhappy. "Old lady, what are you saying? We, the Fox Demon Gambling God, will challenge whoever we want to challenge. Who are you to interfere?" "Exactly, you're not the one paying, so why are you making a fuss here? Are you the gambling god's mother?" Xinjie looked at these fangirls stomping their feet in anger, but she was still in a professional state and couldn't argue with them. She could only endure it. She quickly exchanged Xin Feng's gambling chips for cash and handed it to him. Xinjie suppressed her anger and said, "Take it. It's a total of 2,000. Xin Feng was taken aback. He had never seen Xinjie like this before. Could it be that she was angry because of a few arguments with the fangirls behind him? But Xinjie wasn't that petty. Xin Feng received the money from Xinjie with confusion. In my heart, I won't do something I'm not sure about. Xinjie looked up at Xin Feng and met his gaze. As long as you're confident. Xin Feng smiled and nodded. Then I'll go first, Xinjie. Xinjie didn't respond and watched Xin Feng leave with mixed emotions. The group of fangirls behind Xin Feng followed him. As she watched them leave, the staff member next to Xinjie sighed deeply. Xinjie, do you know this person? Xinjie spoke slowly. I guess I do. The staff member asked, is he really going to challenge the 4th grade? The 4th grade is already halfway into junior high school. It's a terrifying existence. Xinjie also sighed. He said he's confident, so let him try. You saw it too. I advised him for so long. The staff member said, well, he's still young. He doesn't know how cruel this society can be. Xinjie smiled and didn't say anything more. The staff member looked at Xinjie and asked, by the way, what about your fiancé? At this point, Xinjie's face clearly looked unpleasant. We've broken up. The staff member said, it's okay, the good things are still ahead. Don't worry, don't be sad. Xinjie forced a smile as a response. The staff member asked again as if they hadn't seen it, which school is this fox demon mask from that you know? Why haven't I heard of it? Xinjie said, these are all customers' privacy, let's not inquire about it. The staff member nodded. But after a while, she asked again, I heard that there is also a score god online who is quite powerful. I wonder who is better, him or the fox demon mask? Xinjie said. The staff member said, everyone online is saying that they should compete, I'm quite looking forward to it. Xinjie said. Xin Feng finally arrived on the first floor after passing through the internet cafe. He was about to call a taxi when he realized that a group of fangirls who had been following him all along actually wanted to take a taxi with him. Xin Feng quickly turned around and said, ladies, let's stop here for today. Let's each go our own way. The fangirls looked at each other and showed no intention of leaving. Fox Demon Gambling God, just accept me, I'll go home with you. Fox Demon Gambling God, I won't hide it from you. I've already fallen in love with you, I can't live without you in this lifetime. Fox Demon Gambling God, I'm the one who loves you the most, take me home. This group of fangirls crowded in front of Xin Feng, chattering non-stop. Xin Feng didn't feel happy hearing these words, instead, he felt a headache. He shook his head vigorously. It turns out being a celebrity is not that easy. Xin Feng deeply felt it. If things continue like this, will he have to hire bodyguards? Guard against men, guard against women. Xin Feng helplessly shook his head. Can you come back next time for the competition? I just turned 18. I don't want to be in a relationship. Please leave. Xin Feng earnestly replied to this group of fangirls. Okay, then I won't disturb your rest. I'll definitely come for the next competition. Then I'll leave too, Fox Demon Male God. Remember, you're mine. No, you're mine. You're tired today, rest well, I'll call a taxi for you. Fox Demon Gambling God, I'll drive you. Ah, these women, actually being surrounded by a group of women feels pretty good. Xin Feng quickly calmed down. Sorry, I'll take a taxi by myself, please leave. This group of fangirls obediently stepped back, and Xin Feng hailed a taxi on the street and got in. Sitting in the taxi, Xin Feng still wasn't at ease, so he let the driver take a few detours before slowly stopping at the entrance. He didn't know what those fangirls would do, it would be troublesome if he was followed. As soon as Xin Feng opened the door, he couldn't wait to open his computer and log into QQ. There were more messages from Jiujia. Xin Feng slowly opened and read each one. Most of them were messages from the group. They were arguing again. The little girl who picks mushrooms said, today in the math room, our Fox Demon Gambling God easily defeated the 3rd graders, next time we'll challenge the 4th graders. Can your so-called score god do that? The girl selling matches said, so what? Our score god can do 6th grade math problems, finish them in minutes, can you guys do that? Don't make fun of me said, 6th grade homework? Who knows if you're using a calculator? The girl selling matches said, can your computer solve word problems? Don't make fun of me said, then use your phone to search for answers. The girl selling matches said, what app can give you such accurate results? Clear steps, and also handwritten in a short time. Don't make fun of me said, there are plenty. You say he can do 6th grade math problems, then let him compete with our Fox Demon Gambling God. Does he dare? The little girl who picks mushrooms said, exactly, we've been talking for so long, does he dare to come out? If it's not copied, what else could it be? The girl selling matches said, Why wouldn't our score god dare? As for your fox demon mask, we'll defeat it in minutes. So, everyone kept mentioning Qin Feng. Qin Feng helplessly shook his head. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Qin Feng picked up the phone without thinking. Little genius, are you free? The principal wants to see you. This familiar voice could only be the headmaster. Qin Feng was also a little curious, but he was too lazy to move. It's so late, let's meet tomorrow. Our principal really wants to see you. He keeps praising you, the director said excitedly to Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at the time and thought for a while. Where are you guys? I'm almost at your doorstep. I'll come to pick you up and take you to the principal's house. The principal has to leave tomorrow. When he heard Qin Feng's agreement, the director instantly became overjoyed and said excitedly to Qin Feng, I'll be waiting for you at home. Qin Feng said coldly and hung up the phone. While the director hadn't arrived yet, he quickly dealt with the messages on QQ. Business was still good today. Qin Feng finished each question, took photos of them, and sent them out. Looking at the balance, he already had over 50,000. The speed of making money was not bad. He was not far from becoming the richest person in the world. Qin Feng smiled contentedly. After finishing these tasks, the sound of knocking on the door came from the entrance. Qin Feng put on a jacket and went to open the door. It was indeed the director standing at the door. The director laughed loudly. Haha, let's go quickly, don't keep the principal waiting. Qin Feng nodded. Just as the two were about to leave, the neighbor across the hall happened to come out to throw away the trash. The neighbor was wearing a yellow dress, of average build, with short hair, and a pair of bright black eyebrows under which were a pair of sharp and spirited eyes. She was shocked when she saw the director. The neighbor looked at the two of them in surprise and slowly spoke. You guys? Nanshan Elementary School? The director couldn't remember who this neighbor was for a moment, smiled and nodded, and was about to leave with Qin Feng. Stop! Suddenly, the neighbor shouted loudly. The director turned back and stared at the neighbor in confusion. The neighbor paused and said, It was you two last time? You really are from Nanshan Elementary School. I heard you won the championship in the elite competition? The director proudly and arrogantly laughed, suddenly realizing, so it's the neighbor from last time. I told you, our Nanshan Elementary School is not to be underestimated, see. After speaking, he struck a handsome pose. The neighbor was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect it. Nanshan Elementary School, the second to last school, actually won the championship. You must have also participated in the city competition, right? The director nodded. The neighbor looked Qin Feng up and down. I didn't expect it. Last time, it was because of me. Why did you bring glory to Qingshan district? Do you want to come in and have a meal? Faced with the neighbor's warm invitation, the director's smug expression became even more apparent. The director cleared his throat. Sorry, neighbor, we're busy today. We'll definitely come another day. The neighbor smiled. You must come another day. The director proudly nodded, then took Qin Feng and left. Once the two got in the car, the director looked at Qin Feng through the rearview mirror and slowly spoke. The principal rarely comes back, and he's leaving tomorrow. We need to speed up. Qin Feng nodded. He was also very curious about the principal of Nanshan Elementary School, what kind of person he was. The director's car quickly drove on the road and soon stopped in front of an old building. The director parked the car steadily. Then he took Qin Feng upstairs. After a while, the director stopped on the third floor and knocked on the door. The two waited at the door for a while. Then someone came to open the door. What came into view was a middle-aged man who was not yet 40. There was a slight stubble on his face, his skin was dark, probably from the wear and tear of time, and his fingertips were slightly black. It seemed like he had been smoked by cigarettes, indicating that he had been smoking for a long time. His back was straight, and sweat stains had soaked his shirt. The director quickly spoke. Principal, are you exercising again? Principal Chen nodded, then looked Qin Feng up and down. Only then did the director smile and speak. Principal, this is our school's talented young student, Qin Feng. After speaking, he looked at the principal with a proud expression. Then he turned to Qin Feng and said, Qin Feng, this is our school's principal, Chen Shangqing, at the level of the first year of high school. Qin Feng also kept looking at the principal, and upon hearing this, a rare expression of surprise appeared on his face. After all, the other elementary school principals only have junior high school education. The principal in front of me unexpectedly has a high school education, which is indeed much more impressive than ordinary people. But in Qin Feng's eyes, he is just a small fry. Principal Chen immediately realized and said, I'm sorry, come inside quickly. Principal Chen hurriedly invited the two of them into the house. Qin Feng and the director walked into the house with smiles on their faces and sat down on the sofa. There was a treadmill in the middle of the living room. The director immediately got up to pour water for the two of them. The principal looked at Qin Feng and smiled. It's been many years since our school has had a genius like you. I thought our school was going to collapse. Qin Feng modestly smiled. Principal, you're too kind. I'm just lucky. Principal Chen seemed to see through something and laughed heartily. Being able to solve third-grade problems at such a young age is not something that can be accomplished by luck. When I was in first grade, I could barely solve third-grade problems, but you solved them effortlessly. Qin Feng modestly smiled again, just guessing. Principal Chen laughed loudly. Our Nanshan Elementary School has finally produced a genius. I believe your future achievements will surpass mine and everyone else's. Principal Chen spoke passionately, and at that moment, the director handed water to the two of them. The director curiously asked, looking at their expressions, Principal, what are you talking about? Why are you so happy? The principal smiled and said, how can I not be happy when our Nanshan Elementary School has produced such a genius? The director also smiled and looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng, when our Principal Chen was young, he was also a genius like you, studying everyone. The principal slowly spoke, his abilities will definitely surpass mine in the future. Then the principal paused and looked at Qin Feng seriously. I called you here this time to meet you and for one more important matter. Qin Feng looked at Principal Chen with some confusion. Principal, what is it? The principal smiled at Qin Feng's serious face and said, it's not a big deal. The director also didn't know what the principal wanted with Qin Feng, so he asked curiously, Principal, what is it? The principal looked at their serious expressions and laughed even louder. Ha, why are you two so nervous? The director became anxious. Principal, stop teasing me. Just tell us what it is. The principal slowly spoke. I'm going back for further training tomorrow and won't be able to accompany you to participate in the city competition. The director suddenly realized, so it's about the city competition. The principal nodded. This time, we are representing the entire Songjiang city in the competition. The leaders of Songjiang city attach great importance to this competition. It's been a long time since our Nanshan Elementary School has won any awards. The principal's face became serious as he spoke. The director also nodded with a solemn expression. The principal looked at the director and said, although the questions in the city competition are for first graders, the highest level is equivalent to fourth grade. Fourth grade is already stepping into junior high school, so it's very different from the elite competition. The principal really hopes that Qin Feng can win an award. Qin Feng, who had been silent all this time, slowly spoke. How much is the prize money for the champion? As soon as he spoke, the water that the director had just brought to his mouth sprayed out, hitting the principal's face directly. Principal Chen instantly became angry. Director Ma. Director Ma immediately handed a tissue to the principal to wipe his face and said, Principal Chen, I didn't do it on purpose, please don't blame me. Principal Chen angrily scolded, you are more of a hindrance than a help. Director Ma nodded and apologized, yes, you're right. After dealing with the principal, Director Ma stared at Qin Feng, the culprit of this incident, in shock and asked, why do you only care about the prize money in every competition? The principal also looked at Qin Feng with a puzzled expression. Qin Feng slowly opened his mouth and said, don't worry, I will win the championship in the city competition. The principal almost sprayed the water he had just drunk. Why do you always say that? Do you think the city competition is that easy? Each city sends an elite to participate. Qin Feng nodded slowly, well, it's just like that. The principal's face looked unpleasant. Qin Feng, this competition is highly valued by the city. I specifically called you here to tell you. You must not take it lightly. The principal said, Principal, this kid is always like this, but guess what, every time he says that, he actually wins the championship. The principal was shocked, but inexplicably started to believe Qin Feng a little. The principal shook his head, this competition is different from the previous ones. I will be leaving tomorrow. The main purpose of my return this time is for this. I can't accompany you, so both of you must represent Nanshan and bring glory to our Songjiang city. The principal looked at Qin Feng and then at the principal. Finally, he slowly said, Principal, you can rest assured, I will guide him well and strive to win a championship. The principal instantly became angry. Principal Ma, who do you want to reassure? Are you hoping for my early departure so that you can take my position? The principal realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly defended himself. Principal, I misspoke. What I meant was for you to rest assured and pursue further studies. I will take care of things here. The principal snorted. I don't think you dare to have such thoughts. Then the principal looked at Qin Feng again. Qin Feng, you must give it your all in this competition. Your future will definitely go further than mine. Qin Feng nodded slowly. Principal, may I ask how much is the championship prize money? Upon hearing this, Principal Ma almost fainted. Principal Ma helplessly said, this child, will never get over your obsession with prize money, will you? The principal smiled slightly. The championship prize money is 100,000. The city also awards an additional 50,000. I will give you another 10,000 as a reward. Shin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Principal Ma's jaw almost dropped. Principal, you, as the principal, are only giving 10,000? The principal became angry. For so many years, I have been covering all kinds of expenses for the school myself. My salary is only 3,000 yuan a month. Don't you know that? The principal nodded and bowed. Yes, I misspoke again. The principal waved his hand. I will be leaving next year, and I will leave everything here to you. Then he looked at Shin Feng again. You must come back with a ranking. Shin Feng smiled and nodded. Principal, we won't disturb you anymore. It's getting late, so please rest assured and go. By the time you come back, Nanshan Elementary School might have become one of the top schools. Principal Ma smiled slowly at the principal. The principal nodded in satisfaction. I have been away for so many years, and I have burdened you, Principal Ma. Tears welled up in Principal Ma's eyes. Principal, rest assured, today you give me Nanshan Elementary School, and in the future, I will give you Nanshan University. Saying that, he hugged the principal and burst into tears. Shin Feng helplessly shook his head. Principal Ma, are you leaving or not? Principal Ma finally let go of the principal's hand. Principal, please rest well. We will leave now, Shin Feng said to the principal. The principal nodded in satisfaction. Your future is limitless. In this competition, you must give it your all. Shin Feng nodded again and pulled Principal Ma away. Downstairs, Principal Ma's emotions still hadn't calmed down. Shin Feng sighed. Principal Ma, it's not like we're saying goodbye forever. Principal Ma held back his tears. What do you know? The principal has high hopes for us. We must not disappoint the principal. Shin Feng nodded helplessly. Principal Ma looked at Shin Feng. Although you are already very talented, this city competition is really different from the previous ones. You must not take it lightly. Shin Feng nodded helplessly once again. Director Ma, the competition is in 10 days, you must review seriously. Shin Feng became impatient. Hurry up and leave. Director Ma glanced at Shin Feng and took him to the car. The two drove home. They arrived home quickly. Shin Feng arrived home almost at 11 o'clock, quickly freshened up and went to bed. The next morning, he woke up early and went to school. As soon as he arrived in the classroom, he saw Yanwei, glaring at Shin Feng fiercely. Shin Feng didn't care and walked slowly to his seat. Lu Yi hadn't arrived in the classroom yet. Without Yanwei coming to provoke him, Shin Feng felt a bit bored. The bell for class rang quickly. Lu Yi still hadn't arrived. Shin Feng felt a bit puzzled, but didn't pay much attention. Class ended quickly, and Shin Feng rushed home. He quickly dealt with the messages on QQ. The most frequent messages were still the arguments in the group. The girl who picks mushrooms said, today, in the calculation room, the fox demon gambling god is challenging the 4th graders. Do your so-called score gods dare? The girl selling matches said, what nonsense, score god, tonight we'll see the fox demon gambling god. Today, it's all people from the fox demon gambling god side. Where are the score gods people? Why aren't they saying anything? Shin Feng shook his head and stopped paying attention, quickly finished the remaining work, and sent it over in a moment. He made some money again. Shin Feng looked at his balance and laughed heartily. Then he got up, put on the fox demon mask, and went out. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the calculation room, a large group of girls surrounded him. Obviously, there were even more than yesterday. The fox demon male god is here. Everyone, look! Fox demon gambling god. I love you. Wow! Fox demon gambling god. Fox demon gambling god. You finally came. I love you. I love you. Shin Feng was instantly surrounded by a group of fangirls. Shin Feng helplessly shook his head. Let me go to the competition, ladies. You're blocking the way for our fox demon gambling god. Wow, even the way he speaks is so handsome, it's my luck. So handsome. I love him. The way he speaks is super cool, and his voice is nice too. Shin Feng was instantly speechless. Make way. Just then, a sharp voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's gaze turned towards the person who spoke. Standing there was a man wearing a uniform, with a strong physique, a bronze complexion, distinct and deep facial features, like a Greek sculpture. His dark and deep eyes appeared wild and alluring. His three-dimensional features were beautifully carved, and he exuded an aura of a world-shaking king. Who are you? Yeah, who are you? The man looked at the group of fangirls and slowly spoke. I am the head of security here. Your presence has seriously affected the normal operation of our calculation room. Please don't block the entrance. How can others come in? After the man finished speaking with a serious expression, Shin Feng's group of fangirls couldn't take it anymore. So you're just a security guard? I thought you were someone important. Exactly, a small security guard dares to stop us. Don't you know how much economic value we bring to you? Xin Feng's group of fangirls eagerly looked at the captain of the security team in front of them. The man seemed a bit angry, looked at these unreasonable women, and finally turned his gaze to Qin Feng. Then he looked Qin Feng up and down. You're the one who claimed to challenge the fourth graders today? Qin Feng finally looked up. So what? Hee, a wet behind the ears first grade student actually wants to challenge the fourth graders. Do you think fourth grade is child's play? Qin Feng helplessly said, which grade 1 challenge doesn't seem to be your concern, right? Exactly, if someone wants to challenge a certain grade, it's their business. What does it have to do with you? You're just a security guard, and you dare to mock people? Just a captain of the security team, do you even know what 1 + 1 equals? Xin Feng's group of fangirls were not to be trifled with, and they all started to argue with the captain of the security team. The captain of the security team was a little angry, his eyes swept around, and finally looked at Qin Feng. Are you only good at hiding behind women? Qin Feng smiled helplessly. Do you have a woman to hide behind? You! The captain of the security team blushed, for a moment not knowing how to retort. Suddenly, a crisp voice came from nearby. It was none other than Xing Jia. Xing Jia was wearing a tight black leather dress today, with a mature and voluptuous figure, exuding the charm that only mature women possess. Her 2 round hills on her chest swayed as she walked. Stepping on red high heels, she smiled and walked towards Qin Feng, radiating charm from her eyebrows and eyes. Xing Jia. Qin Feng was a little distracted. Heroes have always loved beautiful women, and even though Qin Feng was a genius, he couldn't help but be captivated. Fei Long, what are you doing here? Xing Jia looked around and was surprised when she saw the captain of the security team. Xing Jia, this man brought so many women and blocked our passage, so I naturally came to take care of it. Fei Long, the captain of the security team, stared at Xing Jia without blinking until she called out his name, and then he slowly regained his senses and spoke. Xing Jia looked at the girls around her and then at Qin Feng. She smiled and said to the girls, little sisters, you're blocking the entrance, our customers can't come in. How about this, I'll arrange for you to sit in a private room. Your gambling god will be in there soon, okay? The fangirl standing behind Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, then quickly nodded in agreement. Gambling god, we'll wait for you inside. Beautiful sister speaks so nicely, not at all like this big toad. The girl looked at Fei Long, the captain of the security team, after speaking. Fei Long's face turned red, and if you looked closely, you could see red energy surging on the internet. Toad? Who are you calling a toad? Fei Long stared fiercely at the girl. The girl seemed a little scared and hid behind Qin Feng. Fei Long's fierce gaze turned to Qin Feng. I'm in the 4th grade. Do you dare to challenge me? I can't stand men who hide behind women. Qin Feng helplessly said, whatever. Fei Long became even angrier. Don't think you're all that just because you have some women. The 4th grade is not as weak as you think. That's enough. Xing Jia shouted loudly. Fei Long, as a staff member, how can you argue with a customer? Xing Jia looked at Fei Long with some anger. Xing Jia, he looks down on people too much. Fei Long looked at Xing Jia with a bit of grievance. I'll compete with you. Qin Feng suddenly spoke up. Good kid. You have some backbone. Fei Long was also surprised by Qin Feng's easy acceptance, but thinking about Qin Feng's proud look and the pleasure of defeating him, a smile couldn't help but appear in his eyes. I told you, the 4th grade is not in the same league as you. Xing Jia was angry and looked at Qin Feng with resentment. Qin Feng said, don't worry, can you help me change some tokens? Xing Jia angrily looked at Qin Feng. I told you it's not allowed. You can't mess with the 4th grade. Fei Long laughed loudly. Did you hear that? The 4th grade is not something you can provoke. For Qin Jia's sake, you can still back out now, but you won't be able to later. Qin Feng nodded. Qin Feng naturally knew that Xing Jia had repeatedly advised him for his own sake. Xing Jia said, the starting point for the 4th grade is 1,500, are you sure you want to challenge? Qin Feng nodded. Xing Jia's last trace of hope fell. I really can't persuade you, do as you please. After speaking, she went to help Qin Feng change the tokens. The dragon laughed loudly and said, haha, interesting. You dare to challenge the 4th grade in 1 year. I'm looking forward to it. The Fox Demon Gambling God is awesome. I love you, Fox Demon Gambling God. The Fox Demon Gambling God will definitely succeed. I admire you so much. The little fangirls behind Qin Feng looked at him with admiration. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. Although being admired by others felt good, it wasn't as great as he imagined. No wonder celebrities hate paparazzi so much. Qin Feng smiled and said, you go to the private room and wait for me. I'll be there soon. Yes, the Fox Demon Gambling God has spoken. Sisters, the Fox Demon Gambling God has given orders, let's go first. He'll be here soon. Why does it feel? What are you thinking? Let's go. Fox Demon Master, we'll wait for you there. The group of people walked towards the private room. The surroundings instantly became much quieter. Flying Dragon saw that these unreasonable women actually listened to Qin Feng's words, and his envy and jealousy became even more apparent on his face. Flying Dragon said, if only it was like this earlier, I wouldn't have to compete with a first grader. To be honest, I regret competing with you, not because I'm afraid of you winning, but because I'm afraid of you losing. Flying Dragon paused and continued, a fourth grader bullying a first grader, even though I will definitely win, it's not honorable. Don't worry, I won't make you lose too badly later. After all, you're our customer. Qin Feng listened to Flying Dragon's long speech and felt speechless. You can use all your strength, but I won't let you lose too badly. What? I lose? Are you crazy, kid? Flying Dragon's face showed shock. He didn't expect a small first grader to say such arrogant words. Qin Feng helplessly said, otherwise, how do you think I got so many female fans? Flying Dragon's face twitched. Do you think I care about those few fans who only stand behind women? Qin Feng smiled and said, you've never experienced the feeling of leaping through a sea of flowers, huh? Jealousy was clearly visible on Flying Dragon's face, but he still pretended to be calm. After I win against you, not just a few, a group of girls will pursue me. Qin Feng smiled helplessly. Flying Dragon said, let's see how long you can be proud. With that, Qingjie slowly walked over and handed the gambling coins and a card back to Qin Feng. Qingjie stared at Qin Feng and said with concern, are you sure you want to challenge the fourth grade? Qin Feng nodded again. Seeing this, Qingjie nodded and said, you're on your own. Then she gave the gambling coins to Qin Feng and left. Qin Feng was very puzzled. Why was Qingjie so angry? The dragon laughed loudly and said, do you like her? She's the most beautiful girl here. Are you worthy of her? Qin Feng helplessly said, let's start the competition. The dragon laughed loudly and said, don't worry, I'll go easy on you. After all, your brain is not enough. How can I compete with someone who doesn't have enough brain power? Qin Feng waved his hand and walked towards the fourth grade private room. The dragon followed closely behind, laughing loudly. As soon as Qin Feng entered the room, his phone kept ringing. Qin Feng saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He didn't want to answer it at first, but he was afraid that something might be wrong, so he finally answered it. Hello? Qin Feng, it's me. Qin Feng looked confused and asked, who are you? How can you not remember me again? Didn't you save my number? A gentle voice with a hint of anger came from the other end of the phone. Qin Feng asked in confusion, I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of saving numbers. Who are you? I'm Tang Zi. The voice on the phone sounded disappointed. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry, I forgot to save your number. Qin Feng scratched his head apologetically. Fortunately, there were few people in the fourth grade private room, so it wasn't too noisy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hear the phone ringing. After a long time, the voice on the other end of the phone finally spoke slowly. It's okay, make sure to save it this time. Otherwise, next time I call you, you won't know who I am. Qin Feng nodded apologetically. Alright, I'll deposit it later. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the person on the other end of the phone. Fox Demon Gambling God, I love you. Tang Zi asked with confusion and nervousness, who are you with? Qin Feng shook his head helplessly, it's a long story. Tang Zi replied, can't you talk to other girls? Who is she? Qin Feng's face was full of confusion. What are you talking about? Gambling God, I love you, take me home. Fox Demon Gambling God, I want to marry you. Before Qin Feng could say anything, the phone was hung up. At this moment, in Shanghai City, Tang Zi hurriedly hung up the phone. She realized that she was too late. She just wanted to work harder and catch up with Qin Feng's pace, and then confess to him. But now, as she thought about it, Tang Zi's eyes turned red, her lips turned pale, and tears rolled down her cheeks as she sobbed. Her long eyelashes, like backlit butterflies, cast a shadow on her face. The room became dim and hazy. Her long eyelashes were filled with tears, as beautiful as a lotus in water. In no time, a 30-centimeter pillow was soaked. Tonight, there was one more sad person in this city. In the fortune-telling room, Qin Feng didn't care about the hang-up sound from the phone. Surrounded by a group of girls, he slowly walked towards the gambling table. Look, the prince has arrived. Ha ha ha, he really dares to come? Does he think we fourth graders are pushovers? I can't stop laughing, I really want to slap him. Qin Feng's ears were calloused from this lukewarm mockery. He couldn't help but say, can you guys use some different words? Is this your level of culture? Those people laughed even louder. They taunted, is your level of culture even half of mine? Although you won against the third graders, do you understand that there's a huge difference between us fourth graders and them? You're so proud, daring to challenge the 4th graders in a year. Qin Feng found a seat and sat down, asking, "Who's next?" "I'll go, let me show you the strength of the 4th graders." "Let me go, I've got him figured out." "I'll go, step aside, I'll carry the flag for the 4th graders." "Let me go, with just one move, I'll make him and his harem leave the 4th grade." The men in the private room competed to sit across from Qin Feng. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the entrance, "You all step aside. He's mine." Everyone turned to look at the entrance, where Fei Long was slowly walking towards the private room. Fei Long's body was full of muscles, even stronger than ropes, giving off a sense of strength. "Brother Fei! Brother Fei, why are you here?" "Hello, Brother Fei." After seeing that it was Fei Long, the captain of the security team, everyone greeted him. Fei Long nodded in response. When he reached the crowd, Fei Long spoke slowly, "I'll take this person. Don't worry, I'll make him understand the difference between a year and the 4th grade. Brother Fei, we all know the strength of the 4th graders. You coming is the best. Brother Fei, he's not worthy of comparing with you. How high can a 1st grader jump? Comparing with him is just giving him face, right?" "Exactly, Brother Fei, he's not worthy of comparing with you. Let us handle it." Hearing these words of praise, Fei Long laughed loudly. Comparing with a 1st grader does indeed damage my reputation, but I see that he seems to have some interest in Qingjie." Fij paused and continued, "What does it mean to be with Qingjie here? Isn't it like shitting on my head? Tell me, should I retaliate?" "What? He's with Qingjie? Fij, are you overthinking? How could Qingjie be interested in him?" "Fij, if it's true, I'll help you deal with this. You don't need to do it yourself." The men in the private room were shocked. Qingjie was the top girl here, extremely attractive. Many men came here every day just for her. Fij laughed. Of course, Qingjie would never be interested in him. It's just that this kid was flirting with Qingjie at the entrance, and we agreed to treat it like a game. Fij was distorting the truth. Qin Feng finally spoke up, "Do you all pretend that I don't exist?" Everyone turned to Qin Feng. "A freshman dares to flirt with Qingjie? Just you? Daring to flirt with Qingjie? You really overestimate yourself." Qin Feng grew impatient. "Have you said enough? Are we going to compare or not?" The fangirls behind Qin Feng also grew angry. "What Qingjie? The sister at the entrance? Although she's pretty, she's not worthy of our fox demon gambling god." "Exactly, they say our gambling god flirted with her, but it's clearly her who flirted with our fox demon gambling god." Phylon glanced at the girls. "None of you combined are as attractive as one of Qingjie's fingers." The girls instantly became furious. "Let's get started." Qin Feng interrupted to prevent the situation from escalating. "Humph." The girls coldly snorted and stopped talking. Lunga said, "Why are you in such a hurry to give me money? Don't forget, the minimum bet is 1500. Qin Feng pushed the exchanged gambling coins onto the table. Phylon did the same. Phylon said, "Do you know why I'm called Phylon? Because the dragon soars in the sky, while you remain on the ground." The people behind him burst into laughter. Qin Feng was speechless. "Is it that funny?" Just as he finished speaking, the referee walked in. Phylon sneered, "It's too late to back out now. I'll take your money and treat my brothers to drinks later." "Yeah, Fij is mighty. Fij, finish him off with one move, don't waste time with him." Fij sneered, "Don't worry. Fox Demon Gambling God, I love you. Just like a mouse loves rice. Gambling God, go for it." The girls on Qin Feng's side also refused to back down. The referee helplessly looked at the two groups. He placed the playing cards he held on each of their tables. The referee coldly said, "After the cards are revealed, the one with the higher points goes second, and the one with the lower points goes first." Fij laughed and looked at the referee. He, "Don't you recognize me? You're telling me the rules." The referee responded coldly, "This is my job process." Fij complained, "What a blockhead." Then, without even looking, he threw the cards onto the table and smiled at Qin Feng. "It doesn't matter if I go first or second against you." "Wow, a 10 of hearts, that's a big one." "Fij, you don't need the advantage of going second to deal with him." Fij looked at his own cards, unsure if he was satisfied, then looked at Qin Feng. "It's your turn." Qin Feng didn't even look at his cards and directly threw them onto the table. "Damn, the gambling god is awesome. 3 of spades. Fox Demon Gambling God, it's okay, you don't need that advantage of going second." Qin Feng also looked at Longa and raised an eyebrow. Longa and his group burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, let's see how proud you are now. Ha, the gambling god is really awesome, huh?" "I'm laughing so hard, 3 points, it's the smallest number I've ever seen." "Ah, 3 points." The people behind Longa couldn't stop laughing. Longa said, "I'm laughing so hard. I didn't expect it. Although I don't need that advantage, heaven insisted on giving it to me." I can't do anything about it. Ha. The referee said, the red side has the higher points, so the red side goes second. The blue side has the lower points, so the blue side goes first. Just then, the referee interrupted the laughing group. Longa, calm down slowly, then you go first, but don't just say 1 plus 1. Ha. Ha, he probably doesn't even know the answer to 1 plus 1. Ha, he won the 3rd grade, so he should at least know 1 plus 1, right? I heard he won because he cheated, but I don't know why no one checked. Definitely. Qin Feng helplessly said, what is 20 multiplied by 80? Long Ji's face changed, not sure if it was because Qin Feng asked too quickly or if it was too difficult. Long Gu was shocked. You know this question? Qin Feng said, you can bet that I don't. Long Gu laughed. This question may be difficult for you, but it's child's play for me. Referee, there are 25 seconds left. Fei Long gave the referee a disdainful look. Do you have to interrupt me every time I speak? The referee glanced at Fei Long and coldly said, there are only 20 seconds left. Fei Long rolled his eyes. What a stubborn person. Fei Long said, 160. As soon as he finished speaking, a red light lit up in front of him. Referee, the red side answered correctly and earns 1 point. Fei Gu, you're amazing. Fei Gu, when you ask the question, just defeat him with 1 move, don't waste time on him. Fei Long smiled in response. Qin Feng said, what is 800 divided by 20? Fei Ji's face showed disbelief again. You know this question too? Qin Feng helplessly said, you can bet that I don't. Fei Gu said, don't think I'll fall for your tricks. Referee, there are only 25 seconds left. Fei Gu gave the referee another disdainful look. Then he slowly said, it's equal to 40. As soon as he finished speaking, a red light lit up again. The referee coldly said, the red side answered correctly, earning another point, a total of 2 points. Fei Gu, well done, let him see the insurmountable gap between 4th grade and 1st grade. Fei Gu, you're amazing. Fei Gu smiled proudly. What's there to be proud of for a 4th grader who can answer questions from 1st grade? Exactly, our fox demon gambling god hasn't shown his true strength yet. When the fox demon gambling god shows his true strength, you all will be nothing. A group of fangirls behind Qin Feng stood up and said, "Humph, hiding behind the goddess later." Fei Gu saw so many girls surrounding Qin Feng and snorted. Qin Feng said, "What is 650 divided by 13? Fei Ji's face changed drastically. "What? How dare you ask me this question? Damn, this question can't be solved without a draft paper. Can he solve this question? I doubt he can solve the previous questions either." "I think so too." The people behind Fei Gu also looked at Qin Feng in shock. Fei Ji's face became excited. "Good, very good. So you don't know any of the questions, you're just randomly asking." Qin Feng helplessly waved his hand. "You can bet that I don't know this question." Fei Gu gritted his teeth. "You definitely don't know this question. I bet you don't." "Referee, the red side can't answer, the blue side will answer. If the answer is wrong, the opponent earns 1 point. If it's correct, they earn 1 point. Qin Feng smiled slowly. "Thank you for giving me the point, the answer is 50. "Ha, 50? Is he crazy? Does he think he can just say anything? This is a 4th grade question, he's done if he knows it. How could he know? He's just relying on luck." "What? How is this possible?" Before the man behind Fei Gu could finish his sentence, a red light lit up in front of Qin Feng. "Referee, the blue side answered correctly, earning 1 point. Currently, the red side has 2 points and the blue side has 1 point.